and his lungs ached. An interminable time later, Moon realized they had reached the edge of the escarpment, that weather-stained white towers were dropping away below them. With jade and stone, he let the wind carry him forward. Reflected light blinded him. The next instant, he thought the city was gone, or had never been here. The top of the escarpment was empty, just a huge open space. He didn't realize what he was looking at until Jade landed on it and furled her wings, and he saw her reflection, moonlit on the crystal surface beside her. Staggering with the sudden cessation of wind, the peak and the towers were acting as a windbreak. Behind him, stone slipped sideways out of the wind current and dropped down to land. A heavy crystal roof covered the city, much of it cloudy and stained from uncounted turns of weather. Moon crouched and ran his hand over it. His scales weren't as sensitive as his groundling's skin, but he could feel the smooth crystal and the tiny pits where the material was damaged. It was warm from the sun, and condensation formed just beneath the surface. He leaned closer, trying to see down into it, and glimpsed a long shadow that might be a column, and the narrow canyon of a street or walkway. He looked up at Jade. Her tail lashed, and she said, tiredly,
"Well, this is typical."
Merritt scrambled down from Stone's shoulder and stared around, frowning. He waved his arms, a gesture of pure frustration. Moon stood as Stone paced away to investigate more of the crystal surface. He shielded his eyes, the fitful wind buffeting his spines and furled wings, trying to gauge the size of the transparent slab. It didn't stretch over the whole top of the escarpment, but covered an area that he judged as roughly the size of the colony tree's circumference. Parts of the crystal shield were covered with patches of what looked like rock. Moon went to the nearest and poked at it with his claws. It was actually wind-blown sand, packed and crusted until it was nearly as hard as sandstone. He turned to look toward the towers. They were huge, rounded, each one swelling out into a bulbous shape, then tapering up to a sharp point. They were made of a light-colored stone, now heavily weathered by wind and rain. There were no openings from this side, at least not that he could see. "That has to be the way in, those towers," he said, but he felt a sinking sensation. It was possible they had been built as a windbreak and nothing else. It can't be completely sealed off. "Can't it?" Jade said, her voice flat. She squinted to look up at the peak. The light surface of the stone was smooth, except for pitting from the weather. From this angle, it was clearly made of the same material as the towers. Jade and Merritt continued to examine the crystal, Merritt bounding and Jade making short flights, looking for any break in it, or anything like a door, or just a spot where they could get a clear view down into the city. While Moon went for a closer look at the towers, Stone flew toward the far end of the escarpment to examine the other side. Moon found each tower had been carved from solid rock, all in a piece, and there was no way in that he could see. He examined the bases from the inner side, then climbed out to get slammed by the wind and investigate the outer. He was frustrated, cold, and mad by the time he gave up and climbed back over. He went to join Jade and Merritt in their fruitless search. They were at the far edge of the crystal barrier, where they flowed smoothly into the shaped rock of the escarpment.
"Any luck?"
Merritt asked hopefully. Moon explained what he had found, which was pretty much nothing. "I didn't even see any carving," he told them, shaking ice crystals out of his frills. Jade scuffed her disemboweling claw against the crystal surface.
"If the towers and the horn were built to be a windbreak, then this must have been open at one point."
Merritt scraped at some sand on top of the crystal.
"Keep looking."
Jade's tail lashed in tired irritation.
"Keep looking."
As the sun moved into late afternoon, Stone returned from his investigation, an annoyed growl rumbling in his chest. He shifted down to his groundling form to say, I went all along the far edge, past the crystal. It's just solid rock. There's no way in. Merritt sat on his heels, his spines drooping tiredly.
I had to have an entrance lower down. There's that dock, for one thing.
Stone rubbed his forehead. I'm wondering if the Kish fire weapons could break this.
Maybe. I'd hate to carry a groundling up here through that wind,
Jade said. Moon agreed. The Gendaran and the Gendari had tough skin, but not as tough as scales. He wasn't sure they could take the cold. And then we have to decide if we really want to find the way in, Moon thought. Because this city was sealed off, impenetrable, like the one under the island, and it might be for the same reason. So they had come back down, uneasily riding the punishing wind, to report failure. The warriors had been watching for them and came up to meet them partway down, and Moon was so exhausted he was glad for the escort. About 30 strange Kish Gendara were waiting on the beach with Kalimkal, Vendoin, and Kalimdar. A short distance away, Deelin sat on the sand with Chime, Root, and Bramble. The warriors, and Stone with Merritt, landed further away down the beach, but Jade spiraled down to land close to the Kishan, and Moon landed with her. The crowd parted as Deelin and the others slogged through the wet sand toward them. Moon was tired, damp, the skin under his scales chilled from the wind at the top of the escarpment. He hated standing there under what felt like an array of hostile stares. He knew it was his imagination, that the groundlings were just anxious for word of what the Raxra had seen, but knowing that never helped.
We couldn't get in,
Jade said, as Kalimkal was drawing breath to speak. She described the crystal shield and the towers, to growing expressions of dismay from Kalimkal and Kalimdar, agitation from Vendoin, and grim worry from Deelin. Moon shifted to his groundling form. It was a miscalculation. The aching muscles and exhaustion could be borne with his winged form. In groundling form, it made him stagger. The warriors shifted too, and Song and Briar both sat down in the sand. River wavered, as if he wanted to, but meant to use sheer willpower to stay on his feet. Jade caught Moon's arm to steady him and said,
We need to rest. Follow me to our tent, and I'll answer all your questions.
The discussion moved to the Raxaran camp, where Bramble had made a hearth and started heating some tea. Moon had a cup and then retreated into the tent to sleep. Chime curled up with him, with Song and Root settling nearby. Moon slept deeply for a short time, then woke and found the tent empty. He stretched to ease the lingering ache in his back muscles. He had heard a little of the discussion with Kalimkal and Deelin and the others, as they had talked about the crystal shield and what weapon might penetrate it, and how best to get it to the top of the escarpment. Kalimkal and Vendoin were both against breaking the crystal unless it was absolutely necessary. Kalimdar was more impatient, but Deelin also wanted to wait, saying that there must be an entrance lower down. Moon knew Deelin was playing for time, hoping they would find some definitive sign that the city had been built by the Foundation builders and not Forerunners. Chime had said Deelin had been going over all the notes and drawings Kalimdar and the others had made while waiting for Kalimkal to return, but had so far gleaned no more from it than the Kishan scholars had. Now Moon rolled to his feet and stepped outside. It was nearly dark, and the wind had eased somewhat. Jade was down at the beach, watching the warriors and the Arbora, who were either playing in the waves or looking for shellfish and lizards in the tidal pools. Chime and Deelin sat in the sparse grass only a little distance from the tent. Deelin had his writing materials spread out, the paper pinned down to keep it from blowing away in the wind. Moon couldn't see Stone for a moment, then finally spotted him. He was in his groundling form, half buried in the warm sand above the waterline. Groundlings are right. Raxura are strange, Moon thought. Not for the first time. He looked toward the Kishan camp and saw it was quiet. Only a few people were out, cleaning up after the remains of a meal at the center of the camp. Several more headed down to the small boats on the beach, probably about to return to the larger Sunsailor. And Kalimkal, Kelimdar, and Rora were just stepping into one of the larger tents near the back of the camp, at the edge of the trees. On impulse, Moon turned and walked into the jungle. He shifted to his winged form as soon as he was past the cover of some flowering brush, and leapt up to climb the nearest tree. There were only a few large branches, but the broad leaves offered just enough concealment. He climbed from tree to tree until he reached one just behind the Kishan tent. He could hear voices. He wrapped his tail around a heavy branch and hung upside down to listen. Kelimdar was saying, "That's what they said they found. How do you know you can trust them?" "Dealin trusts them." Kalimkal sounded as if he was uninterested in arguing the point, or at least that he didn't want to discuss it with Kelimdar. "Dealin? Who doesn't believe we should be trying to enter this city at all?" Kelimdar was skeptical. "Hasn't he hampered us more than he's helped?" "He's helped a great deal." Kalimkal's voice took on more heat. "His work, from what you've said, Dealin offered to take you to the Raxura, then got you lost in a dangerous wilderness and refused to show you the way to their settlement." There was a pause.
Rora's voice said, "That's not a fair description. We were uninvited, we had no permission to approach the Raxuran settlement, and Dealin didn't think we should. We weren't lost, and he knew they would find us quickly."
Kelimdar persisted. "But they don't want us to enter the city. They're the reason why Dealin believes as he does." He was right, and if Moon had been part of the conversation, he couldn't have argued that point. But it was disturbing that Kelimdar thought they were lying to the Kishan. And Kalimkal probably did too. He just wasn't willing to say so to Kelimdar and undermine his own authority. Rora sounded like she had an open mind, but Moon wasn't sure how much the others listened to her. It all meant that if they did find something that showed it was dangerous to open the city, the Kishan weren't going to believe it. Kalimkal said, "We've barely been here one day. I understand your concern, but can we please have some time to evaluate the situation and actually see what everyone says and does before becoming angry about it?" Kelimdar was silent a moment, then said, "Very well. I'm sorry if I've overreacted." Kalimkal said, "No, I understand your frustration. We've worked very hard to get here. And if this is a Forerunner city, and there is something inside, still a danger after all this time, I can't think leaving it there as a danger to future explorers who may have no warning of its existence is much better than taking the chance of accidentally releasing it." Well, he's right about that, Moon thought, his own frustration growing. It wouldn't be much of a victory to save the Reaches from some powerful fell attack now, only to have it happen a generation or so later because a less wary or less intelligent set of groundlings stumbled on a way to open the city. Practical as ever, Rora said,
"So we don't know what to do."
"Correct." Kalimkal sounded resigned. Moon hung there a while, thinking, even after they left the tent. He didn't know what to do either. By the time Moon returned to the Raxuran tent, the sun had set, turning the blue of the sky to deep indigo, and the wind dropped to a light, steady breeze. Bramble had made more tea, and the warriors had brought in some fish and swimming lizards for dinner. All the Raxura were sprawled around in the sand in relative comfort, except for Briar and River, who were on watch. Moon took Jade aside and told her about the conversation he had overheard, and she buried her face in her hands and groaned. He felt the same way. The Kishan camp had also quieted as the few remaining inhabitants retreated to the Sunsailor or went back to the flying boat as the night settled in. Then Callum Cal walked over with Rora, Kalimdar, and Callum to invite them to sleep on the Sunsailor. But Jade said they would stay here. She told Callum Cal,
"If the Fel are watching you and waiting for you to open the city, they might come closer in during the night to spy on you. We'll be better able to detect them out here."
This sparked a little argument about the Fel, with Kalimdar going over all the reasons the Kishin who had remained here thought the Fel were gone, and Jade countering with all the reasons the Raxura thought they must be here, and Callum Cal acting as arbitrator. Kalimdar said, "I believe they came here only to hunt the inhabited, unprotected islands to the west, and then left." Jade managed to hold on to her patience.
"We told you the signs we encountered on the way here. It can't be a coincidence that the Fel are out this far."
"But you don't know that those signs were caused by the Fel," Kalimdar protested. He claimed to understand their concerns, but he kept circling back around to the idea that there was nothing to worry about. In some ways, Moon understood. The Kishin had been chasing the idea of this city for a long time, and all the speculation about it had been proved right so far. Turning your back on all that and just leaving would be terribly hard. And what Callum Cal had said earlier was right. Leaving wouldn't solve the problem either. Not until they knew if the Fel knew a way inside, or were waiting for the groundlings to find one, or knew what was in there, if anything was. Moon rubbed his face in frustration and held back a growl. Jade said, with an edge to her voice,
"Perhaps we've had enough speculation for tonight."
Callum Cal said wearily, "I agree." Rora, who had accepted a cup of tea from Bramble while Kalimdar was arguing, pushed decisively to her feet, took Callum's arm, and hauled him up after her. She said,
"Callum Cal, if you want to stay on the Sunsailor tonight, it will be tricky to bring the tender alongside in this current."
That got Callum Cal and Kalimdar moving. Chime asked Deelin, "Aren't you going with them?" He added in Raxaran, "You know you could listen to what they say." Deelin shook his head wearily.
"I've heard it all already."
When the Kishin had all trekked down the beach, and the sound of the efforts to get the small boat into the water had faded, Deelin took a seat beside the hearth and said,
"So the underwater stairs that Stone found. I know it has occurred to all of us that they may be underwater for a reason."
Moon had an instant of intense memory, of the moment of realization that the creature in the Forerunner city had followed them up through the doorway. He felt a ripple of nerves run down his shoulders, where his absent spines wanted to twitch. The creature trapped under the island had been killed by salt water, one of the reasons they thought the prison had been chosen for it. Chime said, "But, like you said, it could also be that the steps were built when the sea wasn't here, and the dock built on top of them later."
"It's a possibility,"
Deelin said.
"but we must ascertain the age of the stairs and the docking structure above it to be sure."
He threaded his fingers through his beard.
"I am not sure how to do this, but I think the Kishin perhaps know methods."
Stone stretched and lay back in the sand. "I'm having a lot of trouble with the idea of leaving this place without knowing if there's something dangerous inside it or not."
"Yes, Callum Cal said that too."
Jade's spines drooped in resignation.
"I'm not happy about the idea of living the rest of our lives in the Reaches, waiting for the Fel to show up, and knowing we could have avoided it if we had tried harder."
Root said,
"So either we can find a way into the city and have to leave, and not know if the Fel are going to get something from it and use it to come after the Reaches. Or we get into the city, and maybe that lets loose the thing that the Fel get and use to come after the Reaches. Or we leave and somebody else gets into the city later and the Fel—"
Song shoved him in the shoulder. Root fell over into the sand and protested. "I'm not wrong." "We know you aren't," Chime said. "That's the problem." There was a moment of glum contemplation. Then Song said,
Why can't we use the thing the Fel are going to get against the Fel?
There was an uncomfortable moment of silence. Moon was struck by a deep, gut-and-bone level instinct for how bad an idea that was. But he didn't know how to put it into words. Then Jade said,
You didn't see it.
Moon expected Song to drop the subject. She hadn't seen it because she and Root had been almost killed while trying to fight off the Fel. Song still had the scars on her throat. But instead, she said,
There were only a few of you there. Stone wasn't even there. If there were more, we could control it or kill it.
The warriors all looked at Jade, except Balm, who stared at Song, her expression suggesting that someone was about to get a slap to the head. Song hadn't exactly made a direct challenge to Jade, but the tension of the moment had made the comment more pointed than Song had perhaps intended. Her voice tight, Jade said,
As I said, you didn't see it.
Song leaned forward.
But it could be our chance to fight the Fel. Really fight them, maybe kill a lot of them at once. If this thing is going to be powerful enough for them to use it to attack and overwhelm the Reaches, then it's powerful enough for us to use it to attack them.
Jade tilted her head. Sitting up on his elbows, Stone muttered, Uh-oh, under his breath. Chime glanced at Moon worriedly, and Deelin sat very still. Balm had unconsciously bared her teeth at Song. Root had frozen in place. Moon sat up a little, trying to think of something to say to disarm the situation. Then Bramble snorted. Song, did you get hit on the head? Bramble and Merritt had been so quiet, Moon had forgotten they were there. Merritt was going through his simple bag, and without looking up, said dryly,
You know, I may be young and not the most powerful mentor the court has ever had, but if I had scried something like that, I'd mention it.
There were only a few of you there. Let's see.
Bramble ticked the list off on her fingers.
Jade, our sister queen. Moon, our consort who fights Fel. Malachite, a reigning queen who killed a whole Fel flight, a half-Fel consort, a half-Fel mentor, and Chime, our mentor who turned into a warrior who has strange abilities that no one understands yet. Even without Stone there, that's as strong and powerful a group as most courts could put together.
Bramble leaned toward Song.
Exactly how do you expect to control this thing? Have a bunch of warriors there for it to kill as a distraction?
Merritt added,
If we gave it 100 warriors to kill, maybe it would get tired.
Song curled her arms around her legs, physically withdrawing from the battle.
All right, you don't have to rip my face off.
Bramble grinned.
If someone needs to rip your face off, I'll do it.
Bramble, Merritt, enough. You made your point. You don't have to enjoy it,
Jade said. But her voice wasn't tight anymore. She rippled her spines to release tension and stood.
We'll take this up tomorrow. We need some rest.
Bramble and Merritt put on contrite expressions and didn't argue, having gotten exactly the reactions that they had been aiming for. Stone flicked a fishbone at Bramble's head. As Jade started toward the tent, Bramble turned to clean up around the hearth, and the warriors all got to their feet. Moon scrambled up to follow Jade. Everyone got settled, with Deelin bedding down on one side with the Arbora, and Chime, Moon, and Jade on the other. Stone stayed outside in the sand. Root and Song were supposed to be changing guard places with Briar and River. Through the tent wall, Moon heard Balm stop Root and say,
Go back into the tent. I'm taking your place.
Then a moment later, River whispered, What's going on? And Root hissed at him to be quiet. Jade bunched up the blanket and gave it a punch, muttering,
Idiots.
Moon rescued the blanket from her and spread it out over the cool sand. Briar and River slipped inside the tent and settled down to at least pretend to sleep. Moon hoped Balm had talking more in mind than fighting, and knowing her, she probably did. He was irritated with Song on several points, but mainly the fact that she had interrupted the ongoing discussion of whether they should try to get inside the city or not, right at the moment when they might have come to a decision. He thought they were probably going to have to try. just because Jade and Callum Cal and everyone else who had brought it up was right. It would be impossible to leave this place knowing it might at some point be used against them by the Fel. Of course, the others were right about the possible consequences too. He curled up next to Jade on the blanket, and she tucked an arm around his waist. In the morning, he told himself. Worry about it in the morning. Moon woke, with Stone leaning over him. Stone whispered, "Get up. There's foul stench in the wind." Jade whipped to her feet. Moon rolled to a crouch, shifting in mid-motion, and tasted the air. He couldn't detect anything yet, but Stone's senses were far more acute at long distances. Around the tent, the others scrambled to their feet. Jade said,
"Which way?"
"The southeast, from across the island," Stone answered, and stepped back outside.
"Where do we go?"
Dealin whispered, helping Bramble stuff blankets into her pack. Not the right question, Moon thought. Carrying the Arbra and Dealin, they could fly downwind and outrun the Fel if the wind didn't drive them into the side of the escarpment or out over the ocean. But it would leave all the other groundlings to die. Leave the city and its secrets to the Fel. He said, "Fight or run." Jade snarled. "Fight." She jerked her head at the Arbra.
"Dig in and hide. Take Dealin with you."
"They'll never find us." Bramble said it with absolute conviction. Merritt said,
"Are you sure you don't want me with you?"
His voice shook a little. He had to be thinking of the time he had been captured by the Fel at the old Eastern colony. Jade said,
"No, stay with Bramble. Wait until we're in the air, then go."
She flung herself out of the tent, and Moon darted after her. Stone stood on the beach, looking up at the night sky. Balm and Song flanked him, their spines flared in agitation. The other warriors shot out of the tent and formed a tight group around Jade. Chime bumped into Moon's shoulder, radiating nervous fear. They had left no Mentor's lights or fires lit outside, and the untenanted Kishin camp was also dark. The obvious target was Callum Cal's flying boat, tethered 60 paces or so down the beach, with the soft lights along its ridge and on its stern and bow. The other, smaller flying boat was dark, lost among the treetops, but the Fel might have marked its location during daylight. The Sunsailor lay at anchor several hundred paces from the shore, deceptively vulnerable, lights shining out of cabin windows. Jade said,
"River, warn the Kishin on the flying boat. Don't fly. Run to it and go up the ladder, then come back to me."
River bounded off, his movements soundless on the sand. Moon said, "We can warn the ship without the Fel knowing. Someone can swim out to it." All Jade's attention was on the sky.
"Chime, do it. Stay there."
She had chosen the warrior least likely to be an effective fighter. Both situations were dangerous, as the ship would surely be a prime target. But Chime would be close to the water, able to stay under far longer than a groundling, and it was unlikely the Fel would detect him. Moon nudged Chime. "Swim out to the ship and climb the hull. Find Callum Cal." Chime hesitated.
"But you should—"
Moon gave him a push toward the shore. "Swim fast, stay under as long as you can." Chime flicked his spines in assent and bolted down the slope of the beach. Moon caught a faint reflection on his scales as he dove into the waves and disappeared. Jade said,
"Stone, from above or below?"
She sounded tense, and it worried Moon a little that she was asking for advice. As calm as if they were planning a grass-eater hunt, Stone said, "Doesn't matter. They'll expect us from either." Balm snapped, "Kethel!" and pointed. The big, dark shape moved across the faint starlight. The groundlings in the east called Kethel harbingers, because they were so often the first sign that a Fel flight was nearby. Their armor-like scales were matte black, and they had a halo of horns protecting their heads. They were the least intelligent of the Fel, and totally under the control of the rulers. Kethel never traveled alone, and this one's presence meant the rest of the flight wasn't far behind. Between the distance and the darkness, it was hard to tell the size. Moon thought it might be 3 times Stone's wingspan. "Good, not a big one," he thought. Jade said,
Wait.
"Another Kethel," Briar said from behind Moon. Moon said,
"They'll hold the third back."
a flight wouldn't normally send more than 3 Kethel until it was time to feed. The rulers would want to keep some with their progenitor. It was especially likely with a flight in this position, traveling from island to island over water, with probably only one secure place to retreat to. The progenitor might not even be anywhere nearby, but be waiting with the rest of the flight on the mainland, which meant there would be fewer reinforcements. Jade said,
"Stone, you take that one. Moon, with me. The rest of you, keep the Dacty off us."
Stone's shape flowed into darkness, already lifting off of the beach as if insubstantial. A heartbeat later, his great wings beat once, and Moon staggered from the displaced air. The shape gained weight and substance as it shot upward toward the closest Kethel. Jade leapt after Stone, and Moon followed her. He felt the warriors in the air behind him as Jade crossed under Stone's path and headed for the second Kethel. Moon flapped his wings hard, angling to get a boost from the wind, focused on Jade and the dark shape of the Kethel above them. They had to get to it while it was distracted, before the Dacty that were in the air somewhere could swarm them. From behind and further up, a noise broke the silence like a strangled growl. It echoed off the face of the escarpment, distorted by the wind. Moon thought it was Stone seizing a startled Kethel by the throat and hoped to confuse the rulers and Dacty. He sensed movement swoop toward them, and Bomb flashed by and slammed into a shape about her own size. That was a ruler, Moon thought. It took everything he had to keep flying after Jade, to not drop back to engage it. Root broke off and twisted after Bomb, following her and the ruler down. He heard River snarl, "Briar, on your right!" and the rest of the warriors broke off. Moon risked a glance back and saw distance lights glowing from the flying boat, crossing back and forth in the sky. The Kethel above them reacted, but slowly, turning away from its course and back toward where Stone had attacked the first one. Then Jade struck it in the throat. Moon struck it further down on the chest and gripped with his claws to hold on. It probably couldn't feel him through its coat of heavy plate scales, but it could feel Jade. Kethel usually wore an armored collar, decorated with the bones of groundling victims. The Kethel jerked its head and roared as Jade dug her claws in. Knowing he only had a few moments before a Dacty swarm came to its aid, Moon scrambled up its body, around its shoulder, and onto its armored head. Then he stabbed his claws into its right eye. It shrieked in agony and slammed its clawed hand up to swat him. Moon ripped its eyelid off to give it something else to worry about and jumped away. He was facing toward the island and saw the moment when something big and dark flashed through the searching lights and struck the flying boat's deck. Moon thought, "We found the third Kethel." The roar of fire weapons sounded and a Kethel bellowed in pain. Then something cracked inside the flying boat's body and it suddenly bent double, with a terrible ripping sound and several loud metallic bangs. Moon tried to think who had said they would be staying on the flying boat, if Rora might have gone back to it. Big wings flapped above the shape of the ridge. Fire from the bow weapon ripped across the dark scales. The flying boat was going down, but the Kethel was going with it. That Kethel had to know. It killed itself to wreck the boat. Then he sensed something diving toward him and twisted away. A ruler missed him by so little it brushed his spines. Moon flapped to recover his balance, and a Dacty struck him in the side. He ripped it in two and twisted again to meet the ruler rushing toward him. It grabbed for his throat, and he caught its arms. Before it could pull him close, he brought both feet up and used his disemboweling claws for what they were meant for. The ruler made a strangled keening noise, and Moon felt hot blood and guts wash over his feet. He jerked his claws free and dropped the ruler. Moon turned and flew right into a swarm of Dacty. They screamed in alarm as he tore through them. Then they scattered, too disorganized to attack effectively. He couldn't see Jade, couldn't see the Kethel he had partially blinded, couldn't see the warriors. Then he realized one reason for the complete darkness was that the lights on the Sunsailor had gone out. Chime got there, he thought in relief. Then fire blossomed on the vessel's deck. It illuminated a dozen groundling shapes standing near it. As they dodged away, the light shot upward, trailing sparks. High in the air, it burst into pieces, erupting into a fountain of fire. It lit the sky, the ship, the beach, and the water around them, like one of the signal devices that the Golden Islanders used on their windships, except far more powerful. Dacty scattered away from the light, and Moon banked, trying to see the other Kethel. Only one was visible, the smaller one that Moon and Jade had attacked. It curved around to dive at the Sunsailor just as another bundle of fire burst up off the deck. This fire was smaller and faster and arrow-thin, and it arced up to hit the Kethel right in the chest. It jerked and floundered in the air, its roar baffled and pain-filled. Then a heavy body hit Moon from behind. He flared his spines and told himself, this is what you get for not paying attention. He struck back with his feet and grabbed the arms that wrapped around him. Teeth scraped across his shoulder, his collar flanges preventing them from sinking in. Moon twisted and rolled, trying to dislodge the ruler, and on the second roll got a glimpse of a shape streaking toward him, the light from the first fire blossom glinting off blue scales. He rolled again, so his back and the ruler's back were toward it. The impact jolted his breath, and an instant later the ruler was snatched away. Moon twisted, flapped to get some height, and saw Jade in the process of tearing the ruler's head off. Another ruler dove on her, and Moon shot upward and ripped at his wing. The ruler turned on him with a snarl. They struck at each other, grappled, broke apart, and struck again. This ruler was considerably older and smarter than the one Moon had ripped open. He was careful not to let Moon get too close, trying to wear him down. It was a good strategy. Moon was dangerously close to being worn down. They were also both dropping rapidly toward the waves just off the beach. The last time Moon had fallen into water with a ruler, it hadn't gone well. He ducked a swipe to the head, twisted in, and grabbed the ruler. Claws tore at his side, but he managed one flap to push them further out and into the right position. Then he rolled to get on top and pulled his wings in. They fell faster, the ruler unable to catch the wind from this angle. It released its grip on Moon, frantic to get away, and Moon held on harder. Just as they started to roll, Moon let go and shot his wings out, curving them to slow his fall. The ruler slammed into the deck of the Sunsailor. Moon landed on top of him a moment later, and used the instant of dazed distraction to rip the ruler's throat out. Chapter 14. Moon straightened up out of a crouch, dripping with his own blood and the ruler's, and saw he had an audience. The fire blossom device pointed at the sky, illuminating the space above the Sunsailor. In its reflected light, several Kish Gendera, all holding the bulky tubes of the fire weapons, stood on the deck, staring at him. They were all strangers. No one he recognized from the flying boat crew. No one shot at him, which was good. The deck was littered with dead Dacty, and Chime perched on the roof of a cabin, breathing hard from exertion. He called anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Sure." Moon lifted his right arm and hissed at the pain where the ruler's claws had pierced his scales. Chime started to jump down to the deck, and Moon said, "No, stay up there. Can you see the others?" Chime said, "Jade's killing a ruler over by the wrecked flying boat. River and Song and Balm were fighting off a bunch of Dacty toward the groundling camp. Or that's the last place I saw them. The last Kethel flew away and Stone went after it. I lost track of Root and Briar." Moon flicked his spines to show he had heard. He turned, trying to look up without using any muscles on the right side of his body. He couldn't see much from this position, the glare of the light obscuring what moved in the darkness beyond it. Then a door behind him banged open, and Callum stepped out. One of the others called a warning to him, but he ignored it and ran up to Moon. He said breathlessly,
Aurora's on the upper deck. She saw you come down and said you were hurt.
No, well, yes, but... Ignoring Moon, Callum pushed a folded cloth against the worst wound, pressing hard to stop the bleeding. Moon admitted, All right, that's actually a good idea, but if I tell you to run...
I will,
Callum promised. I can't see any more rulers or Dacty in the air, Chime reported from the cabin roof. They might... Oh, Jade's coming. Moon swayed, partly with relief. Careful to sheathe his claws, he put a hand on Callum's shoulder to steady himself. One of the Jandarans stepped closer and said, Callum, you should back away. Callum said,
Tell the physician to get down here. There must be other wounded out there and on the airship.
The Jandaran hesitated, but then turned back to give the order. Jade banked overhead and spiraled down, the light glinting off her blue scales. Moon was starting to realize how lucky he was the Kishin hadn't shot a fire weapon at him. They would have seen two nearly identical dark figures hurtling toward them. Jade landed on the deck. She took in the dripping blood and the dead ruler.
Are you all right?
Yes, Moon said. Did you see Root and Briar?
They're on the beach with Stone.
She leaned in to look, and Callum moved the pad so she could see the wound. She grimaced.
How many were aboard your flying boat? Do you know?
Callum answered,
There were 5 aboard. Is it destroyed?
He looked up at Jade, wincing in anticipation of the answer. She shook her head.
It's on the ground, but I didn't get much of a look at it.
Chime reported, I see bomb coming this way. The cabin door banged open again, and Callum Cal came out, followed by another Jandaran. As they drew closer, Moon saw she was the healer, Surlam. Callum Cal said, On the beach. Were there survivors? We were lucky that most of the crew decided to sleep here tonight, but there were 5 left on duty aboard.
Stone is there now, and I'm about to go join him,
Jade said.
Tell your people not to shoot anything in that direction. The Fel are gone, and Stone may have to lift the upper portion of the flying boat to look under it. If we find anyone, we'll bring them here. Will you help Moon?
Yes, of course. Callum Cal hesitated, frowning, but apparently was only trying to consider the logistics of helping a person with spines on his back. Can he change? Callum peeked under the pad again.
He's still bleeding, but not as badly.
Jade's gaze was worried, but Moon didn't want to delay her. He said, Callum, step back. He didn't want to fall on him. Callum moved away, and Moon shifted. And then, things got vague and dim, and his knees started to fold. Callum Cal caught him and held him up, and Moon managed to at least look like he was still alert and conscious. Go on, he told Jade. She stepped back, then took a running leap off the deck. Callum Cal and Callum guided Moon through the doorway and then down a wide corridor. Unlike the flying boat, the deck was wood and the walls a dull copper metal. The liquid light bubbles were built into the ceiling and nested in patches of moss. They half-carried Moon into a cabin with wide padded benches built against the walls and a braided grass rug on the deck. Callum Cal lowered Moon down to the nearest bench. Are you going to be all right? He asked. Gripping the bench, Moon managed a nod. Callum Cal took him at his word and left, hopefully to go back out on deck. Moon wanted him out there, keeping any of the nervous Kishin from overreacting and shooting a Raxora. Callum reappeared, urging Moon to lie down and stuffing a cushion under his head when he did. Moon pulled up his blood-soaked shirt to see the wound. Callum made a noise of dismay. It looks worse than it is. Moon tried to croak. He wasn't in danger. It was just going to be painful until his body could heal it. Surlam pulled Callum away and sat down on the bench next to Moon. He hadn't spoken much to her aboard the flying boat. She was one of the Jandaran who had kept her distance. She said, I don't suppose you're going to bite me. Not unless you ask nicely, Moon told her. She blinked, then made a huffing noise he assumed was a laugh, and opened her satchel.
I've never treated one of you before. Can you tell me what I should do?
Just clean it. She took a wad of folded cloth out of her satchel that smelled astringent. Moon set his jaw and didn't flinch when she wiped away the blood. Her touch wasn't rough, but she wasn't as deft as Merritt. She finished cleaning the wounds, her expression still uncertain.
Are you sure I shouldn't sew this up?
Moon was pretty damn sure. It's not bleeding anymore because underlayers of skin have already started closing up. It'll be fine if I don't rip it open again. It wasn't the explanation Merritt would have given. Moon had made up the word underlayers himself to describe what he had noted about the way his deeper cuts and slashes healed. She leaned close, frowning.
All right, but I'm going to strap it, just to make sure.
He let her bandage the bigger wounds and endured questions like,
Is your skin supposed to be this hot?
When he had no idea if it was or not. It didn't feel hot to him, and no one else had ever seemed to think it was odd. Then, heavy steps and bumping in the corridor signaled the arrival of Kishin crew members carrying more wounded.
Are they from the flying boat?
Moon asked. Surlam said,
I don't know. I have to go. Try to rest, and I'll check on you later.
Collected her bag, and strode out. Gritting his teeth, Moon levered himself up in time to see 3 Kish Jandera carried past, one on a makeshift stretcher. From what he could see, their condition wasn't good.
He's in here,
someone said, and Stone stepped into the cabin.
What?
Moon grimaced as the slashes and punctures in his side stretched.
The Arbra and Dylan?
They're fine. Stone sat on the bench next to Moon. Bramble dug in under the tent, literally. There were 3 paces of sand on top of them. They were still digging out when I left. Moon sank back down onto the bench again, too relieved to comment. Whether it was fear or the Arbor talent for doing things thoroughly that had led them to dig so deep, he was glad Bramble hadn't underestimated the fell.
What happened at the flying boat?
It's in pieces, and 2 Kishin were killed. Burkle and Lilin. They were running the big fire weapon that took out the kettle. Eason Kell was a little banged up, but the other 2 are in bad shape. The Fell got that smaller flying boat too, the one that was anchored on the island, but there was no one aboard it. Frowning, Stone looked under the bandage. He tasted the air, possibly looking for sense of poison or infection. He didn't look like he had been in battle with 2 Kethel, except that maybe his skin was a little grayer than usual. You need Merritt?
No.
Moon levered himself up on his elbows again, ignoring the painful pull at his ribcage. He couldn't talk while he was lying flat on his back.
Did you...
He took a closer look at Stone's expression.
What?
Stone sighed. The Kishin caught a Dacty with that projectile weapon they have. They took it off the beach in one of the small boats and are bringing it up on deck now.
Caught?
It's still alive? Moon had trouble understanding. What's the point of that? Stone's expression was sour. They want to talk to it. Moon hissed, but he knew the Kishin scholars well enough by now to not be entirely surprised. They realize what they'll actually be talking to, right? Individual Dacty had feelings and apparently personalities of their own, but they acted as conduits for their rulers, and probably for their progenitors too. Something else would be seeing and speaking through the Dacty's body. Stone grimaced. There's realizing it, and there's understanding what it means. He threw a wary glance toward the doorway. I wish your birth queen were here. Moon suddenly found himself defensive, and he had no idea why. Maybe because he had been wishing Malachite was here too, and didn't like to hear Stone articulate that hidden thought.
Why? Even Malachite can't kill a ruler by talking to it through a Dacty.
I wouldn't count on that, Stone said. Stone started to stand, and Moon held out a hand.
Help me up. I want to hear this.
Stone's expression was not encouraging. Moon glared.
Come on. We know more about Fel than anybody here. And it's not like the rulers didn't see us already.
Stone said, "Don't think you're fooling anybody with that wee bit. You think you know more about the Fel than anybody here," but took Moon's arm and hauled him to his feet. Stone helped Moon out to the corridor. Moon scented Fel, but the door was open onto the deck, and the whole island and the sea between here and the escarpment stank of Fel right now.
How did they breathe under 3 paces of sand?
Moon asked suddenly, remembering the Arbora's hiding spot. And how did they keep Dealin breathing?
I don't know,
Stone admitted. Sometimes I wonder about the Arbora. Sometimes Moon did too. They limped out onto the deck where the wind had died, and the hanging fluid lights glowed steadily. The fire blossom in the sky had faded, but distance lights on the upper decks swept the air and the beach. Jade was out there, with Balm and Chime still in their winged forms. Balm had long scrapes and scratches on her arms, but didn't look wounded anywhere else. Moon was beginning to think his decision to grapple with a Fel ruler all the way down to the Sunsailor was possibly not the best choice. Callum Cal, Kellamdar, and Vendoyne stood with half a dozen of the Kishin crew. The mast of one of the smaller boats was just visible above the railing. Moon heard Kellamdar say,
I feel we should apologize, but we truly saw no sign the Fel were still in this area.
He sounded genuinely regretful.
Callum Cal said, they were waiting for our return, clearly. But how did they know?
Jade said,
that's a good question. You know, they could have put one of your people, a Kish Jandera, under their influence and set them to spy on you.
That should have been impossible, Kellamdar told her. Our arcanist, Avagram, was alert for such deceptions when we were on our way here. He died before we arrived, but there was no chance of the Fel abducting anyone and returning them while we were underway.
It could have happened before we left Kedmar,
Callum Cal said before Jade could.
We weren't as careful then, not suspecting the Fel might be interested in our actions.
Perhaps the Fel were attracted by the Raxura,
Vendoyne said. There was a pause as Callum Cal and even Kellamdar stared at her, startled by the suggestion. Jade's spines started to lift. Vendoyne raised her hands.
I did not mean deliberately attracted. I meant perhaps the Fel thought we sought out the Raxura because they knew the way into the city and acted because of that.
Jade, having spent a good portion of the night saving groundlings from Fel, managed to lower her spines with difficulty.
It's possible, she said,
an edge to her tone that could have cut bone.
Since I was the one who invited the Raxura to come here,
Callum Cal pointed out grimly,
I ask that we put this discussion off until later. Perhaps after my consort's blood is washed off the deck,
Jade added, still eyeing Vendoyne.
I meant no offense,
Vendoyne said. Moon sighed. For someone who didn't mean any offense, Vendoyne had picked the worst time to cause it. Chime glanced back, saw them, and stepped over to Moon with a relieved wince.
Are you all right? You don't look all right. If I move around, it'll heal faster,
Moon said. It sounded right. Chime's concerned expression turned exasperated.
No, not really.
Moon didn't want to argue, so he didn't reply. Balm threw a worried glance at them and nudged Jade's arm. Jade looked over her shoulder, did a double-take, and glared at Moon. He glared back. Jade wasn't able to take any action because the winch extending off the upper deck creaked as 2 crew members turned the wheel at its base. It hauled something in a net up off the small boat, and Moon caught the scent of burned dacty. All the attention shifted to the rail. The net swung over and was lowered to the deck. Wary, armed Kishin surrounded it, and the dacty trapped inside snarled at them. It was still in its winged form, small compared to an adult warrior. It had armored plates on its back and shoulders instead of scales, and it had a long jaw and a double row of fangs. Moon had seen Dacty in their groundling form, which was not particularly prepossessing either. It moved like it was injured, but wasn't showing any emotion except anger, and what was probably a thwarted desire to eat groundlings. Jade stepped forward with Callum Cal. Ball moved a step sideways, putting herself between the Dacty and Moon, Chime, and Stone. Callum Cal asked Jade, "How do we begin?" He sounded a little uncertain, and Moon thought, good, overconfidence wasn't going to help anything. The angle of Jade's spine suggested that if they had to do this, they might as well do it thoroughly. She said,
Just wait. There's no point speaking to the Dacty itself.
Watching uneasily, Kalimdar said, "Does it understand us? If the rulers won't speak through it, perhaps we could offer to release it to carry a message to them." Jade flicked her spines in a negative.
It's hard to explain, but that wouldn't work.
The Dacty would know the rulers would probably kill it for showing that much initiative. Moon figured all the Dacty who were capable of thinking for themselves and resisting a ruler's commands were either dead or had slipped away from their flights and were living happy, though lonely lives in a forest somewhere. Callum Cal said, "I've heard speculation that they are a group mind, incapable of individual thought. Dealin said it was a theory, but nothing was known for certain." Jade's spines relaxed a little at these signs of understanding.
He's right. We don't know for certain. They act as a group mind much of the time, share memories with each other. But sometimes the rulers act as individuals, so we don't know who has the control. If it's a group of the rulers, or the progenitor, or something else. But the Dacty and Kethel have been bred to be obedient.
Moon heard Rora's boots on the deck behind them, and a moment later, she stepped up beside Chime. She must not have heard about the Dacty, because her expression was wide-eyed and incredulous. She muttered something in a language Moon didn't know. It sounded exasperated. Then the Dacty stirred and stretched its head up. Everyone went still. The Dacty's mouth opened and its throat worked. A voice, grating and hollow, said, "So, here we are." Moon's skin prickled, as if he had just been dipped into freezing water. No matter how many times he had seen a ruler do this, it never got easier. Maybe because the Dacty clearly had no choice, no identity, once the ruler took over. Maybe because it seemed so easy for the Fel to give up that identity. Callum Cal said, "And who are you?" The voice said, "Our friend. You seem sorely in need of friends." It would have been a chilling moment, but Stone made a disparaging noise in his throat, clearly audible to everyone on the deck. The Fel spoke in Altanic. Fel always spoke their praise language, which meant this flight might come from the Eastern Peninsula, where that was the most common trade language among groundlings. It also might mean it came from closer to Kish, and just didn't want to reveal that by speaking Kadaic. Or possibly, Moon was overthinking this. Jade leaned toward Callum Cal and said, keeping her voice low,
They always speak that way to groundlings at first. They always call themselves friends.
Callum Cal made a gesture of assent. "So I've heard." Kalimdar whispered, "It's disturbing to see it in practice." Moon felt the tension in his chest ease a little. Chime, who had apparently been holding his breath this entire time, gasped. Callum Cal raised his voice to say, "We are in need of friends. We've just been attacked by Fel." The ruler, who spoke through the hapless Dacty, said, "We attacked the Raxra." Rora, standing with her arms folded, snorted in derision. Callum Cal said, "The flying craft did not belong to the Raxora." Moon sensed the mood on the deck turn from uncertainty and fear to something more grimly angry. All the Kishin were focused on the Dacty, and no one looked at the Raxora. Moon suspected the loss of the flying boat and the dead and injured crew aboard it was not going to be easily excused by any of them. It was a relief.
"So what did they want then?"
Chime whispered.
"They could have approached the Kishin like they normally do, tried to trick them. Why attack openly?"
It was a good question. Moon noticed Rora leaning close to listen. He said,
"Maybe because they're Kishin. Maybe the Fel thought it wouldn't do any good to try to trick them."
Stone muttered, "It's not going to be that simple." The fact that the ruler hadn't answered immediately was telling. Though what it was telling, Moon wasn't sure. Then it said,
"It can't be discussed in this manner. We must meet with you."
Callum Cal didn't appear convinced by that argument.
"I'm having no trouble discussing it in this manner. Just tell me what you want from us."
There was a pause.
"We want to help you enter the city."
Callum Cal's whole body went tense. He looked at Kelimdar, who shook his head and muttered in Kadaic,
"Playing with us like toys."
Callum Cal said to the Dacty,
"You have an odd way of helping us. Destroying our flying craft, killing our people."
The Fel said,
"That was the Raxora. They attacked us."
Moon wanted to growl and managed not to. Fortunately, Callum Cal and Kalimdar, whatever his doubts, didn't appear to believe any of it. Callum Cal said,
"We don't want your help."
The Fel said,
"But you want to enter the city."
Jade flicked her spines impatiently.
"If you want to help, tell them where the door of the city is. On top of the escarpment? Somewhere on a cliff? Around the base where the water meets the rock? Tell us."
The Dacty made a choking noise, coughed up a dark gout of blood, then collapsed. Most of the Kishin flinched back. After the Dacty lay still for a moment, a Jandaran approached cautiously and poked it with the butt of a fishing spear. It didn't move. She said, "It's not breathing." The other Kishin cautiously moved closer. Stone tasted the air and said in Raxaran, "It's dead, all right."
"Abrupt way to end a conversation,"
Callum Cal said sourly. He turned to Jade.
"Will they be back tonight?"
"I don't know." She glanced at the sky.
"But they will be back."
"So why did they bother to talk?" Moon asked Stone. Chime leaned over to listen to the answer.
"To see if we were still allies with the Kishin?"
"Maybe," Stone said. "Maybe they just wanted to see how badly we wanted to get into the city." Jade had managed to sound skeptical and indifferent about the prospect, and Callum Cal had made it clear he wasn't interested in help from the Fel. But that didn't tell them when the Fel would attack next, or how.
"They want to keep us here. That's why they destroyed the flying boat,"
Chime said, keeping his voice low.
"We could have put all the groundlings on it and taken off downwind, and the Fel couldn't have tracked us. Now, they have us trapped."
Bomb glanced back, her expression grim.
"Hush."
"They were testing us," Callum Cal was telling the Kishin crew. "Testing our weapons. Testing the Raxora." Someone said,
"But was that all of them? If it was, we can hold them off here."
Everyone looked at Jade. Her spines tried to rise, and she forced them back into a neutral position. She said,
"I don't know. They might have held back part of the flight."
Baum said,
"We need to know where they've nested. If it's nearby, I don't know. Maybe we could get close enough to see how many there actually are."
"That's a big maybe." Stone said. He added, under his breath to Moon, but it's a good idea. It was a good idea. Moon wondered if Callum Cal had a map showing nearby islands, or if there were any flying islands in this area. Chime muttered, "It's a good idea, but I don't like it." "But why would the Fel attack now?" Callum Cal said. "I thought if they were truly here watching, they must be waiting to see if we could open the city." Jade said, "That's a good question." After a moment of thoughtful silence, it was apparent no one had an answer. They did this for a reason, Moon thought. The Fel had been tracking this expedition for a long time, watching it, waiting until the flying boat returned. They hadn't just gotten hungry and taken off to see how many groundlings they could grab. They have a plan. Or they had a plan, and something went wrong. Moon heard a disturbance in the water, but Stone said, "It's the other small boat." A Kishin posted on the upper deck called out and swung a light around. Rora hurried to the rail, calling, "Lower the boarding ladder!" River, Briar, and Song climbed up over the railing without waiting for help. River glanced around the deck, then went to Jade. "Yarborough and Dealin are with the groundlings in the boat. Bramble wouldn't let us fly. She said the Kishin would shoot us." Fortunately for their relationship with Callum Cal and Kalimdar, he said this in Raxaran. Jade just said, "Good." At the rail, Rora gave Dealin a hand up, as Merritt and Bramble scrambled over. Both Arbora were in their groundling forms, probably Bramble being cautious again. Magrim and 2 more Jandarin followed Dealin up the boarding ladder. Callum Cal asked them, "Is anything salvageable?" "Some of the supplies that were on board, yes. And we were able to find all the levitation packs," Magrim reported. He looked weary, and his pants and the sleeves of his shirt were dusted with sand, as if he had been digging in the wreckage. "But the ship itself, no. The motivators were torn loose from the hull. That's what caused it to fall." Merritt spotted Moon's injuries immediately and hurried across the deck toward him. "What happened? Let me see." Bramble followed him, making worried exclamations. Moon fended Merritt off. "No, it's fine." Dealin had joined Jade, Callum Cal, and Kalimdar and was speaking urgently, and Moon wanted to hear. At that point, Baum came up and took Moon's arm firmly. "Jade said to go back inside and let Merritt look at you or she won't let you help anymore. She says to take Bramble with you." That was just unfair. Moon said, "That isn't—" Callum Cal was telling Jade, "Let's go inside and speak of this. We need the chief navigator and the maps before we can come to any decision." He turned to Kalimdar. "Will you make sure the crew is prepared for another attack?" Stone tugged Moon along, and Moon relented, since the action seemed to be moving inside anyway. Maybe he would feel better if he sat down. As they reached the hatchway, Dealin caught up with them and said in Raxaran,
"I had an idea while we were under the sand. I think that may be where the entrance is."
Confused, Chime said, You mean the sand underwater, at the base of the cliffs, where the stairs were?"
"Yes. Stone could see no indication of a door or opening, but perhaps it was even lower."
Dealin lifted his brows.
"Could Stone dig underwater?"
Stone's sigh was more than half growl, causing the Kishin waiting in the corridor to edge uneasily away. He said, "Stone thinks Dealin needs to make up his mind whether he wants to get into this city or stay out of it." Resigned, Dealin said,
"Stone is right."
Callum waited in the corridor and told them they could have the cabin where the healer had treated Moon. The choice was good for the Raxara, since it was close to the hatchway and the open deck. Moon was about to point that out when he got dumped onto a bench, half smothered with cushions, and told to stay put while Merritt examined his wound. Dealin and Callum Cal and the other Kishin headed on down the corridor, but Jade turned to the warriors.
Does anyone need Merit to look at their injuries? Do you need to rest, or can you go outside on guard?
Everyone flicked their spines in a negative. They were all keeping to their winged forms, so whatever cuts and bruises they had would heal faster. Briar said,
I don't think I could sleep if I tried.
Root added,
I'm kind of hungry.
Bramble, stowing their packs under a bench, said,
That I can do something about.
Jade smiled and gave Root's shoulder an affectionate shake.
I want Briar, River, and Song on watch outside on the upper decks. Balm, come with me. And Chime, stay here with Moon and Stone. Root, stay out on that lower deck for now, in front of that hatchway.
The warriors went out, and Jade turned to Stone.
You're staying here?
For now. Stone dropped down on another bench. I'm going to take a nap. Jade turned to Moon, and he said, I'm staying here too.
You'd better.
She stepped close to look over Merritt's shoulder. Merritt had pulled up the bandage and spread a sweet-smelling simple on the slashes that immediately dulled and eased the pain. He asked Jade,
Do you think they'd let me help with the groundling wounded? Maybe. We can ask.
Jade brushed her hand against Moon's cheek, and then left with Balm. Merritt hastily gathered his satchel and hurried after them. Bramble watched her go, frowning.
She's worried.
Chime folded his arms, and his spines flicked nervously.
Should I go out on watch too?
No. You should do what Jade told you.
And stay with Moon, Bramble said. She stood and went to Callum, who still waited uncertainly beside the door. The conversation had been in Raxaran, so he would have understood none of it. She said in Altanic,
Can you find us some food? The warriors will need to eat soon.
Callum looked relieved to be able to help.
Yes, I'll show you.
As they left, Moon's tense muscles relaxed. His eyelids felt heavy, and he had a distinct feeling that it had something to do with whatever Merritt had put on his wound. If it made it heal faster, he was all for it. Stone was lying on the bench across the room, asleep or just resting. Chime was still standing there, and Moon patted the bench beside him. Chime hesitated, then shifted to groundling and came over to sit on the bench. He slumped a little, his clothes still damp from the swim across the cove. In his groundling form, it was easy to see his eyes were a little too bright, and he was trembling. Moon knew then why Jade had wanted Chime to stay in here. He had been all right out on deck, but the reaction was setting in, and Jade had seen it. Moon managed to heave his almost inert body over a little, and said, Lie down, there's room. Chime winced and rubbed his eyes. I'm supposed to be on watch. Root's on watch. Moon tugged on the back of Chime's shirt. Chime gave in and lay down on the bench, his back to Moon's side, but pressing close. Moon settled in and let his mind drift. After a long moment, Chime took a deep breath and relaxed. The corridor was noisy, with Kishin going back and forth, but it was a reassuring sound. Not long after Chime stopped trembling, Moon slid into sleep. Chapter 15. Something's changed, Lithe said aloud. She opened her eyes and found herself facing Malachite. They sat on the floor of the long cabin in the hull of the wind ship, where the groundlings took their evening meals. Shade crouched nearby, with some of the warriors, the groundling crew, and Niran and Dr. gathered round. The food the groundlings had been about to eat still sat forgotten on the low table. Everyone stared worriedly at her, except for Malachite, who just looked thoughtful. Lithe remembered following the others into the room, but not what had happened after that.
I had a vision. It came on you suddenly,
Malachite told her.
What did you see?
Lithe closed her eyes to capture the images that wanted to slip away.
Something wants them to go inside. Something old. There's another mentor there, and it clouds his sight. He can't see to warn them. It doesn't mean to. It's old and powerful and not like us.
She opened her eyes. DR glanced at Malachite and asked Lithe, "You said something changed?" Lithe hesitated, trying to sort through the thoughts that were hers and those the vision had brought. Sudden visions like this tended to fade fast. Then she had it.
Something has forced their hand. Will force their hand.
She took a sharp breath. The urgency that came with that fading image like a sudden punch in the chest.
The Fel are there.
Malachite tapped a claw and Flicker leapt to obey. He brought Lithe a cup of tea and sat beside her. Lithe drank, the warm liquid soothing her throat, and Flicker patted her knees sympathetically. Niran grimaced in frustration. "We can't get there any faster."
"I'm not sure it would help,"
Lithe said. She concentrated, trying to tease out the last threads of true meaning. The images were blended with her own thoughts now, obscured with the color of her emotions.
"The Fel are near them, watching. That's all I have. I'm sorry." "It's enough,"
Malachite said. Niran and DR and all the others looked at her. "It is?" DR said. She was asking the question the warriors and the other groundlings wanted to ask, but didn't quite dare. Malachite stood in one smooth motion.
"It tells us they're still alive."
The others seemed a little reassured, and Lithe tried to be, but the vision had left a strong aftertaste of salt water and death, and she was afraid. Moon woke gradually, listening to familiar voices. He could tell from his sense of the sun's passing that it was still a few hours until dawn. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, struggling back to consciousness. It took him a moment of staring at the copper-colored ceiling to remember where he was. Chime sat in front of the bench, watching Jade, Balm, and Rora, who was spreading a fabric map out on the floor. Stone was gone, and Dealin was asleep on the opposite bench. Rora sat beside the map, having to tug her booted feet into a comfortable position. She propped an elbow on one of her knees and said,
"Callum Cow said he doesn't wish to put you in danger. I don't want to be put in danger either, but we have to find the Fel, regardless of what we decide to do next,"
Jade said. Balm seconded. "Even if we decide to run, we have to know where they are. If they have a resting spot downwind of us or anywhere between us and the ocean, they're going to overtake us."
"And if we see how many there are?"
Jade flicked her spines uncertainly.
"I don't know. If this is a small flight and they attacked with all their strength..."
Balm finished. "It still doesn't make sense."
"No,"
Rora agreed wearily. Moon cautiously sat up on one elbow. The claw slash in his side was a dull ache. He could feel under the bandage that the cut was forming scar tissue. He could also smell dried fish. He sniffed the air, and Chime handed him a bowl of something that looked like chips of gray and white rock. "What is it?" "Food," Chime said. "Sort of." Moon took the bowl and bit into a chip. It tasted like fish. Terrible fish, but still fish. "Where is everybody?" "Bramble is taking food to the warriors, and Stone went out on deck," Chime said. Rora marked points on the map with a charcoal stick.
"We're here, and there are 3 islands nearby that we know of."
Moon leaned over to look. The islands were upwind of the escarpment, but to the southeast, and the wind had been strong and coming directly from the south since they had gotten here. He didn't think they would detect much foul stench from those islands, not unless the wind changed. Rora said,
"This area is not inhabited or traveled by any species Kish has contact with. This map was made by the first scouts for the expedition, trying to locate the escarpment. But they weren't trying to make accurate maps. They were just looking for the best routes, if you see what I mean. They only mapped what they could see from their air vessel."
Jade tapped her claws on either side of the islands.
"So there could be more small islands out here." There could be anything out there.
Rora's expression was glum. Jade exchanged a frustrated look with Balm.
This is going to be even more fun than I thought.
Chime sat up suddenly. Oh, the Gleaners, or whatever they were called. Moon frowned, remembering their night visit to the floating hive. The ones who disappeared?
Yes, them.
Chime moved around Balm for a look at the map.
We thought the Fel took them to eat them. Right?
Jade's brow furrowed.
Why else would they take them?
Because they can make floating platforms, Chime said. Everyone stared at him. Rora said, and studied the map again. Jade nodded slowly, her spines lifting. Balm said, That might be it. The more Moon thought about it, the more sense it made. He said, The Fel would know that the Kishin would have maps of the islands.
Yes,
Jade said.
And they would want something they could move around in, like the giant sack the flight looking for the other Forerunner city had.
Rora's brow lifted.
Giant what? The Kethel can make sacks to carry Dacty. This one was...
Balm made a gesture, indicating something round, and by her expression, horrible. Moon had to admit that was about as close as he could come to.
Hard to describe.
Chime's attention was all on the map. The hive platform we saw looked like it was just drifting on the current. The Kethel could push it, but they would want to keep it out here somewhere. He tapped the circle of small islands.
If it was on the other side of the escarpment, the currents are too strong. It would be carried out into the ocean.
Rora traced a path through the islands.
I think it must be along here. This current makes a circular motion. You can tell by the pattern of the islands. If their platform drifted too far toward the open sea, they could easily turn it back.
Jade said,
We should check this area first. How can you do this without the Fel being aware of you?
Rora asked.
If you can see them, surely they can see you. To us, Fel have a distinctive scent.
Jade's hesitation was probably due to remembering that Rora had a distinctive scent too. It was an awkward subject.
Stone will be able to tell they're in the area from a much longer distance.
Rora nodded, understanding.
So the wind patterns will let you eliminate a large territory with minimal effort.
That would be the easy part, Moon thought. The difficult part was going to be getting close enough to see anything, without getting eaten. Late the next morning, Moon sat on one of the small boats with Chime and River. Rora was at the steering lever, and Callum and Magrim were acting as crew. The sky was clear, with only a scatter of white clouds. The air warm, the breeze cool and steady, and Moon had nothing to do except worry. It was just as tiring as being in the air searching for Fel, with none of the sense of accomplishment. They had taken the boat around to the point on Rora's map where the current turned, and the islands were only distant smudges on the waterline. Stone had flown ahead to scout, and Jade and Balm had split off to skirt the islands. Moon and the others were to meet them here. There were so many questions that still needed answering, but at least they could find out where the Fel were nesting. River, in his groundling form and sitting on the bench next to the rail, looked sour and bored and kept glaring at Moon like this was his fault. Moon had refused to stay out of the search, and Jade had refused to let him come with her or go with Stone. And going on the boat was the compromise they had reached. Chime and River were, in River's words, stuck guarding the stupid consort. So far, it had been an uneventful trip, with no sightings of Fel. Mostly Rora and Magrim had guided the boat, listening and commenting occasionally while Callum talked to Chime and Moon. The Arbora, Dealin, and the other warriors had been left back on the Sunsailor, with orders to help the Kishin salvage the remains of the large flying boat. The small flying boat that had been tethered on the island for emergencies had been destroyed almost completely, leaving behind only a few chunks of moss from its railings and cabin walls. Moon sitting on the side railing, yawned. It was tempting to nap on the sun-warmed deck, but he was making himself stay awake. Last night, Jade had made sure all the warriors had a chance to sleep, but always left at least 2 on watch. Not that the Kishin weren't watching too, but the Raxura were watching harder. River sighed exaggeratedly and said, "So if they aren't back by this afternoon, should we hunt?" Moon said, "I'm the stupid consort. I can't tell you to do anything." River had spoken in Raxuran, but Moon answered in Altanic, not wanting to exclude the groundlings. Callum snorted in amusement, Rora lifted a brow, and Magrim, who was used to them by now, controlled a smile. River glared. "That aside," Chime said, leaning on the pole that supported the canopy over the steering mechanism, "there's not a lot of food out here, just a few fish and lizards." "That's probably why there aren't any sealings around here," Callum said. Chime nodded. "Right. But what are the Fel eating? There aren't any groundlings." "They're probably eating the Dacty," Moon said. "Ugh," Callum said succinctly. Moon felt the boat move, just a little push against the current. He stood and shifted. Something's in the water. River and Chime both flowed rapidly into their other forms. Rora gripped the steering lever. Callum turned to survey the water, and Magrim reached for the small fire weapon tucked under the bench. Chime pointed suddenly. "Right there, something under the surf." A dark shape broke the surface only a few paces from the rail. Water sprayed and the boat rocked. Moon caught the scent and flung out his arms. "Stop, it's stone." Magrim whistled in relief and lowered the fire weapon.
Can he give us some warning next time?
River sat down on the bench and pinched the bridge of his nose. Chime turned to Moon.
"If I'd been in groundling form, I would have pissed myself." "Some of us were in groundling form,"
Rora muttered sourly, taking the weapon from Magrim and stowing it back under the bench. The water churned as Stone shifted out of his winged form. Then he surfaced and caught hold of the rail. He looked up at Moon's expression, then glanced around at the others. "Too close to the boat?" "Too close," Moon said, giving him a hand up. "Sorry." Stone heaved himself over the side and stood on the deck, dripping. "There's a lot of sand in the current down here, and it's hard to see." "It's fine," Moon said. "Did you find anything?" "They're here all right." Stone jerked his chin toward the southeast. Chime was right.
"I was?"
Chime looked gratified.
"They're using the gleaners?"
They were. I found pieces of dead gleaners floating all through here. Stone took a seat on the bench, his wet clothes forming a pool of salt water. As soon as I got close, I caught foul stench, so I had a general direction. I went into the water to try to get a better idea of where they are, and their stench is in the current, too. I followed it about as close as I could without them knowing I was there. Moon let his breath out. It was a relief that they were right. He gave Chime a nudge to the shoulder. "You saved us a lot of time searching." Chime's spines flicked in pleasure.
"Now we just need to figure out a way to get close and see how many there are."
"That's not going to be easy," River said. That was a vast understatement. Moon had no idea how they could do it out here on the open sea without being seen. But the Fel already knew they were here. He wasn't sure how revealing that the Raxura knew where the flight was located would be giving away any vital information. He was about to say so when Rora said,
"Can the Fel detect scent in the water the way you can?"
"It's not scent in the water," Stone said. "It's carried in the air just above the water. But Fel aren't great scent hunters, no." Rora hesitated.
"I could do it."
Moon stared at her. Right. Rora's a sealing. He had almost forgotten. You can still breathe underwater? Dealin had said that she had been altered to allow her to stay on land, and Moon had assumed it would make her unable to breathe water.
"I can't go down to the depths anymore,"
Rora said.
And I'm slower than I used to be, but I could handle this.
The faint wrinkles on Magram's brow deepened in worry.
Rora, are you sure?
Callum added. You don't have to. Just because you're a sealing... He hesitated, clearly not sure what to say. Well, you don't have to. She made a faint, amused noise.
No, but I can get close enough to see them without them seeing me.
Unless there's a kettle in the water, River pointed out. Rora didn't appear concerned, though Moon was fairly sure she was. She said,
I came from a sea that has many large predators. I'm good at avoiding them.
You sure you want to do this? Moon said. He didn't want Rora to die, and he especially didn't want to be the one to get her killed. He could imagine too many things that might go wrong. She let out a gusty breath.
Someone will have to do it. It's safer from the sea than the air.
There's Jade and Balm, River said suddenly, pointing. Moon turned to look and spotted two shapes flying toward them from the direction of the islands.
Not foul?
Magram said uneasily, shading his eyes to look. Rora and the Kishin probably couldn't see anything yet. Not foul. I can see the color of their scales, Moon told them. Chime waved. Jade and Balm approached rapidly. As they neared the boat, they banked and circled above it. First Balm, then Jade, dropped down to light on the railing, then stepped down onto the deck.
Good news,
Jade told them as she furled her wings.
We found the fell.
So did we, Moon told her. He didn't understand why Jade and Balm had changed their plan to search, or why they had gone so far to the south. In the sea that way? Stone pointed. Jade frowned, and Balm looked baffled.
No,
Jade said.
On the second island that way.
She pointed at a right angle to the direction Stone was pointing. Chime turned to Rora. Could the current do that? Make it seem like the fell were in the open water when they were actually on an island? Moon remembered the map, the way Rora had drawn the current's path with her hand, and he didn't think so. Rora confirmed it, saying,
No, not this current. Not from the second island.
Then there's two of them, River said, turning to Jade. 2 flights. Moon let out his breath. He hated to say it, but River was right. Stone rubbed his face. Of course there are. Jade hissed in exasperation.
That's all we need.
Moon asked Jade, Did you get close enough to see them?
Yes, they probably spotted us, but they didn't try to come after us. They were dug in under an old ruin, and we only saw 2 kettle.
Did the ruin look like it might have been part of the city, made by the same people? Callum asked. Balm glanced at Jade and spread her hands. It was a structure made out of coral, looked fairly old.
How many were in the flight you saw?
Jade asked. We didn't see them yet. Moon looked at Rora, wondering if she was still willing to carry out their plan. Stone picked up their stench in the current.
I'm going to go take a look now.
Rora sat down on the bench and started to unlace her boots.
And yes, I'm sure.
Moon saw Jade's confusion. Then her expression cleared as she remembered what Rora was. She said,
If we get you killed, Callum Cal isn't going to like it.
Rora glanced up, her smile thin.
Callum Cal knows me too well.
She pulled her first boot off, and Moon saw her fins for the first time, folded and pinched together to make a rough foot shape to fill the boot. They were dark with bruises and scar tissue. It looked so painful, it made Moon's spines twitch in distress. Callum said,
Rora's careful. She won't get hurt.
It sounded like a combination of loyal support and fervent hope to Moon. Moon was trying to think of all the possibilities. Rora's scent wouldn't matter in the water. The fell wouldn't be able to detect it there like a sealing would. How fast can you swim? Rora pulled off her other boot. On that leg, the fins were missing, the limb ending in a rounded stump of scar tissue.
Not as fast as you can fly, so don't expect me back immediately.
Moon turned to Jade. We need to get her closer to where Stone scented the fell. Otherwise, she'll have to search for them and it will give them more time to find her first. Aurora stripped off her shirt and started to unbuckle her pants. The skin of her torso had only faintly visible scale patterns, but there were wide gill slits on either side of her chest. Magram and Callum both looked away. The Kishan, at least the Kish Gendera, appeared to have a mild nudity taboo. That was probably another reason they had so much trouble getting used to Raxura. Jade glanced at Stone.
Can you take her?
Sure. Stone saw Aurora's dubious expression and said, I won't drop you from too high.
Lovely.
Aurora grimaced. She glanced around, saw Callum and Magram were still studiously looking away, and held out a hand to Moon.
I need help standing.
He shifted to his groundling form to keep from accidentally poking her, stepped in, and put an arm around her to help her stand. She looked at Stone.
How do we do this?
Stone eyed her appraisingly, then smiled just a little. Jump in, but stay on the surface. I'll scoop you up.
What a comforting thought,
Aurora said, and jerked her head toward the rail. Moon helped her limp over to it. Balm stepped up to take her hand and steady her from the other side. Aurora breathed. Thank you. Then she leaned forward and flipped over the rail and into the water. Her body slipped through the low waves, fast and sleek, even with the missing fins. Stone waited until she was about 50 paces away, then stepped up onto the rail and dove off the boat. He shifted before he hit the water and slid smoothly onto the surface. Confused, Callum said,
I thought he was going to fly.
Watching with narrowed eyes, Jade said,
He's building up speed.
Moon could see it too. The rapidly moving line of ripples just below the surface, angling away from the boat and Aurora. Then the ripples disappeared. Chime said, I think he's going to. The big, dark body broke the surface with a powerful flap of wings and launched itself upward. Callum and Magram gasped. Stone caught the wind with the second flap and lifted smoothly into the air. Spray showered the boat. That was impressive, Balm admitted. There was. Moon wasn't sure he would be able to do it. Stone gained some height, water still sliding off his wings, then banked around. I can't see him, Callum said, rubbing his eyes in frustration. I mean, I can see him, but I can't make out detail. He nodded toward the other Raxura. I can see all of you fine. I can't see him either, Moon said. He had always just considered it something that happened to line grandfathers. No one else had ever remarked on it. He asked Chime, why is that? I don't know. Chime shrugged his spines. There isn't a lot of mentor lore on line grandfathers. For one thing, they're rare, and for another, he gestured towards Stone. They don't like to answer questions. Stone lined up for a dive toward Aurora. He flew low over the water, one clawed hand reaching down for her. It had to be frightening from Aurora's perspective, even though she knew what was about to happen. Stone's hand folded gently around her and pulled her out of the water. He tucked her against his chest, tilted up again, and banked around toward the direction where he had detected the fell stench. Jade sighed and glanced around the little boat.
Well, we have a wait.
They waited most of the afternoon. Moon had flown a little distance away and gone fishing, both because he needed to stretch his wings after the injury and because the dried fish from the Sunsailor stores hadn't been very satisfying. Magram had admitted that the settlement he came from in Kish liked their fish raw too. He got involved with showing Callum how to slice one up and pick out the best bits. After they ate, the Raxura took turns napping, curling up on the warm deck. By unspoken consensus, they were getting ready for what could be another violent night. At one point, while the others were resting, Jade told Moon,
Song apologized to me.
That's good. Moon could tell she meant a real apology, where she and Song had actually talked it over, and not just that Song had stopped arguing because Jade was the queen. Was something bothering her? Jade shrugged her spines a little.
She's been more aggressive lately. It's just a sign she's growing up, wanting a more important place in the court. She'll settle down.
Jade flicked a fish scale at Balm, sleeping nearby.
Balm was like that.
Balm opened her eyes, glared sleepily, and brushed the scale off her nose. When the light started to shade into evening, Magram began to make worried comments about trying to sail back in the dark. We can wait longer, Moon told Jade. They were curled up in a corner together, Chime sitting nearby, and River napping beneath the bench on the opposite side of the deck. Balm was taking a turn at watch, sitting on the railing.
If we have to go back after dark, we can tell him which direction to sail in.
Raxura, with an inborn knowledge of where south was, didn't need compasses.
Yes, but there are rocky patches and reefs through here,
Jade said.
We could see them as we were flying over. It might be more than tricky if...
Then Balm said,
I see Stone.
Stone slung himself up onto the rail and held down a hand for Rora. He said, help her. She's not in good shape.
Is she hurt?
Jade said, moving Moon aside. She leaned over the rail, caught Rora around the waist, and heaved her up and onto the boat. Rora slid down to a sitting position on the deck. Her face was drawn and gray with exhaustion, and her body was racked with hard shivers. Just tired and cold. Stone swung himself onto the deck. Moon knew being carried by Stone at high speed in a strong wind was not a pleasant experience. He said, Callum, is there something to dry her off with? Callum opened one of the supply boxes and dug out a drying cloth that might be used to clean the deck. But it was good enough for an emergency. Moon took it and crouched in front of Rora, holding it up. She nodded, her teeth still chattering, and Moon started to dry her arms and legs. Above his head, Stone said, we have a problem.
An additional problem?
Jade said.
Because if it's two different flights of Fel...
Rora saw a half-Raxaran Fel. A queen. Everyone went silent. Moon froze for an instant. Then Rora shivered again under his hands, and he went back to drying her legs. Get her clothes, he said. Callum moved first, bringing Rora's shirt, jacket, and pants. Jade said finally,
You're sure? You saw it too?
Stone said, no, just Rora. But she described it, and it can't be anything else. Jade hissed out a curse. Balm said,
Did she see any others? If there's Mentor Dacty...
That was the only one she saw, Stone said. Moon thought, one's enough. Especially if it was a female Fel ruler with the abilities of a Raxaran queen. Stone continued, like we thought. The Fel were on a floating platform thing, like the hive the Gleaners built. Most of them were inside, and she didn't get a chance to count them or see if there were any others that didn't look like Fel. Moon guided Rora's arms into her shirt, then put the rest of her clothes over her legs like a blanket. Rora said in a choked voice,
Apparently, ceilings don't fly well.
I don't know. It sounds like you did great, Moon told her. Chime, River, come here and sit on either side of her. Raxaran bodies were the best heat source on the boat right now. Chime moved over to sit by the rail, squeezing in next to Rora. River, startled by Stone's revelation, didn't argue, just shifted to his groundling form and moved to crouch down on her other side. Callum and Magram had been hovering nearby, watching Rora worriedly. Callum said,
We should start back now. We need to get around the islands before dark.
Jade told him.
Yes, as fast as the boat can go.
Balm asked,
Should I scout ahead?
Stone still sat on the rail, scanning the horizon. I didn't see anything up there. And if they followed us, we don't want anybody in the air to give away our location. Jade told Balm.
Wait till we get past the islands.
Magram turned to go to the steering lever and get the boat moving. Chime, chafing Rora's wrist, said, I wish we had some tea to give her.
I'm all right.
Rora's voice was still a harsh croak, but she was only shivering a little now, and her color was better.
I need to tell you what I saw. Stone says it's important.
Jade stepped over and sat down on the deck next to Moon.
Tell us.
The boat swayed as Magram turned it. Rora took a deep breath.
Stone put me down in the water some distance from where we believed the fell were. I swam for perhaps 2 hours before I found them. As we thought, they had forced the gleaners to build a platform for them. It was large, nearly as big as our ship, with the dome shelters atop it. There was a great deal of floating debris around it, some plant matter, and also pieces of what I thought must be gleaners' corpses, and bits of the platform itself, as if parts of it had collapsed at some point.
She pulled her shirt more tightly around her.
They didn't see me. I can see through water to the surface better than most beings. My eyes are designed for it. I floated just slightly under the surface with the flotsam and watched them. Dacty were perched on top, perhaps keeping watch, about 30 or so of them. I saw one Kethel sleeping on an open section of the platform, perhaps smaller than those that attacked last night.
She coughed, and Callum handed her a water flask. After a drink, she continued.
I watched for some time. I was hoping to see more Kethel or something to tell me how many there were. Then finally, 3 fell came out onto the platform where the Kethel slept. I described them to Stone later, and he said 2 were rulers in groundling form.
She looked at Moon.
They looked like you, but their skin was very pale, with no color to it at all, and their hair was...
She made a helpless gesture.
Different. I might have mistaken them for Raxura if I hadn't seen Raxura before.
Moon nodded grimly. Chai muttered, "We get that a lot." Rora continued.
I didn't have a good angle of view, but they seemed smaller, about root size. The third being was larger, female, with scales that were dark like yours and wings, but the textures were different. Her head had a heavy crest like the ruler's, but she also had those things.
She pointed to Jade's back.
She spoke to the rulers, though of course I could hear nothing. Several Dacty came out to listen too. She patted one on the head.
River made a noise of disgust.
Then the Kethel woke and slid into the water suddenly. I was afraid.
She hesitated.
Terrified, actually, that they had sensed me somehow and sent it after me. I stopped resisting the current and let it carry me away from the platform until I thought I was far enough away. Then I swam back to where Stone was waiting for me.
There was silence for a moment. Moon bit his lip and said finally, "It could have been a half-fell, half-Raxuran warrior."
Would the rulers have listened to a warrior?
Jade sat back and shook her head.
And why keep a crossbreed warrior? It would just be an inferior kind of ruler to them.
Stone said, "That's what I thought. It's got to be a ruler queen." Moon met his gaze, and Stone looked away toward the sky again. What might be in the city was bad enough, Moon thought. This is worse. Callum had been quiet, listening carefully all through Rora's description. He said now,
"You're saying that Raxura and Fel can interbreed. Is that because you're both descended from Forerunners?"
"Probably," Moon said.
"Does Dealin know about this?"
Callum asked. Moon looked at Jade. If someone had to make the decision whether or not to reveal to the Kishin that a crossbreed Raxura might be able to open a sealed Forerunner city, it wasn't going to be him. Jade looked tired. She said,
"Yes, but I want to wait to talk about this until we return to the others."
In Raxuran, River said, "If it's a queen, we're in trouble." It was a vast understatement. The last half-fell, half-Raxuran queen they had encountered had a queen's ability to keep Raxura from shifting. It had taken both Jade and Pearl to kill her. Her voice dry, Jade replied in Raxuran.
"Really? You think so?"
River snarled. "Somebody had to say the obvious, and Root isn't here." Baum snorted a laugh and tried to turn it into a cough. Callum said, uncertainly,
"What are you saying?"
"We're talking about how much trouble we're in," Moon said. Chime's expression was drawn in thought. "So, are these two different flights then? And not one flight nesting in two places? And if they are, which one attacked us last night?"
"Good questions,"
Jade said. She pushed to her feet and faced the bow, every line of her body radiating impatience.
"We need to get back."
Chapter 16. The wind had changed slightly, so it took longer to get back than Moon had hoped. It was full dark by the time they spotted the lights of the Sun Sailor. The stench of dead Kethel, coming from the corpse left on the beach after last night's battle, tainted the air. There hadn't been much to do on the way back except take turns scouting and listen to Chime, Jade, Baum, and even River speculate about the Fell's plans and purpose. It wasn't as bad as listening to the Arbora do it, but Moon found it annoying enough. Stone must have too, because he retired to the back of the boat to talk with Magrim. Rora felt well enough to stand up and finish dressing, and to get her boots back on. Then she fell asleep. Moon mostly answered Callum's worried questions and tried not to overthink everything. The fact that this flight had at least one Raxaran crossbreed with them was just more confirmation that their and Dealin's speculation had been right all along. The Fell must be certain it was a Forerunner city, even if the Kishin weren't. Though the Fell who had managed to open the underwater Forerunner city had specifically needed a half-Fell, half-Raxaran consort, as close to what a Forerunner looked like as they could come. The question that Moon most wanted the answer to was whether the reason the Fell hadn't managed to get into this city yet was because they couldn't find the doorway, or because the crossbreed queen wasn't close enough to a Forerunner to make it open.
"I wonder what court she's related to,"
Jade had said, frowning into the distance as the sky and sea darkened around them.
"Some eastern colony that was overwhelmed and destroyed."
Baum's shoulders twitched in an involuntary shudder. That thought was too close to home for Moon. But unlike Opal Knight's Eastern Court, there hadn't been a Malachite to search for survivors and retrieve their half-Fell children. Moon didn't want to think what life would have been like for Shade and Lithe and the others if they hadn't been found and brought to the Reaches.
"You think there's a progenitor still? Back in that hive somewhere?"
Chime asked uneasily. A progenitor voluntarily sharing power over the rulers with a part Raxaran queen? Stone snorted. I doubt it. It was a relief when they came within range of the Sun Sailor, and one of its distance lights crossed the bow. Rora waved, and the Kishin on guard on the deck waved back.
"Doesn't look like there's been another attack,"
Baum said. She was in groundling form, and the cool wind lifted the curling strands of her hair.
"They must be waiting until tonight."
Chime said. Merritt said he was going to try scrying again, but I guess Bramble wouldn't have much to do unless the Kishin let her help with something. Stone made a humph noise.
"What?"
Jade asked him.
"She didn't have much to do on the flying boat either."
Stone said, There's a lot more trouble to get into here than there was on the flying boat. Magrim maneuvered their craft alongside the Sun Sailor's hull, and Moon and the others caught the lines tossed down by the crew and tied them off at Rora's direction. 2 ladders dropped down, and everyone started to scramble up the side. Callum Cal waited on deck, saying, Were you successful? We've made a great discovery here.
"A discovery?"
Callum asked, eyes alight with excitement.
"The city?"
Moon swung over the railing, realizing Callum Cal looked and sounded more excited than Moon had ever seen him. He hadn't seemed this agitated when the Fell had attacked. Beside him, Chime muttered, Uh-oh. Callum Cal said, Dylan discovered the location of the doorway.
"Oh,"
Jade managed, after what Moon was sure was a moment of stunned dismay. because that was what he was feeling. She added,
How? Dealin was able to interpret some clues, but it was Bramble who really made the breakthrough.
Callum Cal was obviously proud to deliver this good news.
We couldn't have done it without her.
Balm, River, and Chime all looked at Jade, wide-eyed. Jade somehow kept her spines from lifting and said,
I'm sure you couldn't.
Of course not, Moon thought. Stone said, I told you so.
We didn't mean to find it.
Bramble sat on the floor in the cabin they had been given.
Things just got out of hand.
Dealin had been absently combing his beard.
It's not their fault. I had no idea we were so close. I meant to delay.
Both Arbora looked tired, and Bramble in particular smelled strongly of salt water and sea wrack.
He said to stop digging, but I had water in my ears and I didn't hear.
Merritt, who had withdrawn across the room and was pointedly sitting near Jade, said,
I told her not to do it.
Moon buried his face in his hands. Briar, Root, and Song perched on the bench, all being very quiet. Balm and River had been told to go out on the top deck to watch for Fell, and had seemed glad to do it. Moon didn't even think Jade was angry at the warriors. Warriors just weren't used to telling Arbora what to do, especially younger warriors like Briar, Root, and Song, when faced with a mature Arbora like Bramble. Moon would have been happy to tell her what to do, along with Stone, and also Balm, who was used to relaying Jade's orders and anticipating what those orders were going to be. River probably wouldn't have been bad at it either, and Chime, having been an Arbora himself, would have been even more effective, but none of them had been here. Bramble, glaring at Merritt, said,
That's not helpful.
Jade flicked her spines in a way that signaled everyone really needed to shut up now. She said,
Dealin, tell us what happened.
Dealin sighed.
I had been thinking about the possibility that the entrance was underwater, placed there either as a protective measure or because the sea did not yet reach the foot of the escarpment when it was built. This morning, I proposed to Cal and Cal that I take a rowing boat back over to the ancient dock and look at the carvings again. Bramble was bored with idleness, and Merritt's help was not needed with those wounded last night, so they came with me, along with 2 Kishin to manage the boat.
Jade looked at the warriors. Song said,
We were guarding the boat, and we took turns flying over to the dock to keep watch on them.
Briar and Root nodded, and Root added, plaintively,
It's the way we keep watch on the Arbor at home.
Jade just gestured for Dealin to continue. He said,
As we examined the carvings at the base of the escarpment, the wind had died, and the water was much calmer. Bramble decided to try to explore the steps in the area below the dock that Stone had briefly examined.
He spread his hands.
I suggested it might be dangerous, but she was confident of her abilities.
I imagine she was,
Jade said, her voice dry. Bramble was finding something absolutely absorbing in the loose threads on the tail of her shirt.
So she began to dive down to the sand at the base of the dock structure.
Dealin added,
She can hold her breath for an inordinate amount of time. I knew her capabilities by that point, so I was unsurprised, but the Kishin were impressed.
And what did Merritt do? Moon had to ask. He didn't want Bramble taking all the blame. Merritt bit his lip and squinched his eyes nearly shut, as if trying to recall. Dealin said,
He took clumps of sea wrack and made them glow, to illuminate the area underwater where Bramble was searching.
He gestured to Bramble.
You should explain the rest.
It was these symbols in the carvings on 4 of the pillars,
Bramble said.
They weren't anywhere else we had seen so far. They looked decorative, but maybe they weren't. Maybe they were a symbol for opening or pathway. I looked underwater in the sand between each of those 4 pillars, and I found broken rock, like there was a causeway.
Bramble continued.
But whatever that causeway led to isn't there anymore. But then I went back up onto the docks, and I started to look on the wall of the escarpment, above the carvings the Kishin had already found. I saw a spot fairly far up, where just the shape of the rock looked curved. It looked like a larger version of that symbol was there, and that the rock was on top of it somehow. So we swam over to the escarpment and climbed up about 20 paces toward the spot I saw, and then part of the rock came off in my hand.
It turns out it's not rock, not that section of the cliff. It just looks like it.
Merritt put in.
It's like coral. It's all drilled through with tiny little worm tunnels. Some plant or plant-animal grew up the wall of the escarpment at some point, and then died. And it left this coating that weathered to look just like rock. It's still very hard down at the bottom where the Kishin were searching, but it was more breakable further up the wall.
And we kept knocking it off, Bramble finished. And we found the symbols. And a seam.
Jade was leaning forward now, absorbed in the story.
A seam for an opening?
A big one.
Bramble waved her arms.
There's a huge door in the cliff. We didn't mean to find it, and it wasn't Dylan's fault. He started yelling and waving at us, but we were so interested we didn't hear him.
I thought he was cheering us on,
Merritt said with another wince.
The Kishin on our boat saw it, and then a big section fell off, and everybody saw it. It's a really big door. Big enough to sail this boat through.
They stopped then, so the door is not completely exposed,
Dylan said.
and we still are not certain of how to open it, but...
But now there's a door,
Jade concluded.
and all the Kishin know about it.
Dylan conceded.
Yes.
Chime said.
And the Fel will know, as soon as they see it in daylight.
He turned and gave Merritt a shove to the shoulder.
Ow,
Merritt protested. Jade said,
Merritt, I thought you were going to scry while we were gone.
Merritt looked at the floor, lifting one shoulder in a not-quite shrug. He suddenly looked very young.
I tried, but I didn't get anything,
he admitted reluctantly.
I thought maybe if I stopped for a while and helped Bramble and Dylan. I don't know what's wrong. I should be seeing something about what the Fel are doing now, or the city, but I just get images of water.
There was an uncomfortable silence. Maybe he's trying too hard, Moon thought. But Merritt usually did his best work when he was trying too hard. Frowning, Chime said slowly,
Maybe there's just too much going on right now.
Stone groaned, leaning his head back against the wall. Watching Jade anxiously, Bramble said,
I'm sorry we found the door. Is it really that bad?
They didn't know about today's discovery yet. Moon glanced at Jade and got a nod. He told them,
We found the Fel,
nesting in 2 different places.
Rora got close to one group
and saw a crossbreed queen. Bramble's mouth dropped open. Merritt made a choking noise. Even the usually unflappable Dylan looked alarmed. He said,
You think they will attack again tonight?
We're sure of it, Stone said. He pushed to his feet. We need to get out there. Jade was up and sweeping out the door before anyone else moved. As the warriors followed, Bramble leaned forward and caught Moon's arm.
Tell her we're sorry, Moon.
She looked miserable, and Merritt didn't look much better.
She knows you are.
It's all right, Moon told her, trying to sound reassuring. Jade was under a terrible amount of pressure, and she probably blamed herself for this. She needed a little time to just be angry. Moon didn't think it was necessarily anybody's fault for Arbora acting like Arbora and doing a thorough job of anything they put their minds to.
You're all idiots,
Stone said, gave Bramble a shove to the head, and walked out. Bramble slumped and sighed in relief.
Stone still loves us.
Just get some rest, Moon told them, and followed Stone out. Stone and Chime were waiting for him down the corridor by the door to the deck. Chime whispered,
How much trouble do you think we're in?
A lot, Moon said honestly. Stone growled under his breath and stepped outside. Moon sat up on the roof of the cabin on the topmost deck, the metal still warm from the day's heat. The thin sliver of moonlight slid in and out of the clouds, casting an occasional silver illumination on the waves washing up onto the beach, or the tops of the broadleaf trees. The wind tugged at his spines and frills and danced across his scales. Chime, sitting behind him and facing the west, said, "Jade's right. You should be inside." As a consort, Moon was a prime target for a fell flight who had successfully produced crossbreed fell Raxura. He was also tired of being reminded of it every other heartbeat. If there was anybody here supremely conscious of that fact, it was him. He said, "Can we stop talking about that?" He heard Chime twitch uneasily, scales scraping on the cabin roof. "Sorry, it's just, I'm worried." "All right, I'm not worried. I'm terrified." "Everyone's terrified. If anyone on this boat isn't terrified right now, there's something wrong with them," Moon said. Two of the Kishin distance lights pointed up at the sky and moved in slow patterns, watching for Fel. There were more lights, but Vendoyne had said they lasted only for a limited time before they needed to be rested, and their use had to be rationed. "I don't know." Chime sounded weary. "The Kishin think their weapons are going to hold off the Fel because they did last night. I wish I thought so." It was far more likely that last night had been a test of the Kishin's defenses, and a successful attempt to destroy the flying boats and cripple the Kishin's ability to escape quickly. Moon said, "I don't wish I thought so. It's better not to be surprised." "If you're trying to reassure me, it's not," Chime began. At that moment, Stone said from the deck below, "Do you smell that?" Moon stood and tasted the air. It held salt water and sand, the green scent of the trees and the heavy ground cover that cloaked the dunes on the other side of the island. And something else, just a trace that smelled of the sea bottom brought to the surface. Decaying mud and dead shellfish. He said, "Something came up off the bottom. Something big." Stone said, "That's what I was afraid of. They're driving something toward us." Chime groaned in dismay, and Moon hissed under his breath. It was a trick they had seen before, where an attacker would take control of some large being that was normally harmless and use it as a battering ram. Moon said, "Chime, go warn the others." Chime jumped down to the deck. His voice drifted back as he hurried away. "I didn't think there was anything that big out here." Moon hadn't either. The sea all through this area was shallow, and he hadn't seen anything bigger than an arbora swimming through it. Can you tell the direction? Moon knew it was coming toward them from downwind, but that was it. Stone swung up on top of the cabin. "It's behind the island." Moon listened, trying to separate out the wind, the waves washing against the beach, the running footsteps and growing agitation on the ship below. They didn't know how the Fel could control other beings, but they knew it would have to be a ruler, and that ruler would have to be in physical contact to do it. The instance Moon had seen from far too close had been a ruler mounted on a cloudwalker's back, protected by a sac made from a Kethel's secretions. The wind carried the sound of a rushing torrent, the sound of something large moving through water. Moon said, "Do you hear that?" Stone said, "I'm going to take a look. Stay here." He stepped to the edge of the cabin and leapt out into the wind. Moon ducked as Stone's large form flowed into being. Stone fell toward the water, then caught the wind and soared upward. The distance lights pointed toward the island now, moving along its shore, past the abandoned camp and the wrecked pieces of the flying boat, already coated with wind-blown sand. There was no movement there. Moon went to the opposite edge of the cabin and crouched down. One of the distance lights was mounted on the lower deck, a big barrel with the light pouring out the fluted end. It steamed in the damp air and made ominous clicking noises. All the lights were lit now, and Moon hoped they lasted through the night. He called down to the Jandari, standing beside it. "Hey, can you point it east of the island at the open water?" The Jandari glanced around, clearly not sure who had called to her, but seized the big lever and swung the light to the east. Moon stood again to look, but the light only revealed an empty stretch of water. "Moon!" It was Jade's voice. Moon jumped down to the deck below. Jade stood there with Callum Cal and Rora. Jade said,
Stone couldn't tell what it was?
Moon moved his spines in a negative.
It's behind the island in the water coming this way.
He turned to Rora.
Can you move the boat?
Rora nodded and looked at Callum Cal. Callum Cal said,
You think they mean to trap us against the rocks of the...
Then Jade snarled. She was facing out toward the sea, and Moon whipped around. Caught in the glow from the distance light were two dark shapes, each almost as tall as the ship itself. They were rounded at the top, and Moon had the impression that something moved along the sides like tendrils or feelers. More shapes formed out of the darkness. Moon's spines prickled with fear and dismay. There were 3 more, 5 more. Callum Cal swung around to Rora.
Tell the captain, get us underway.
Rora waved an assent, already limping rapidly toward the hatchway that led to the nearest stairwell.
Do you know what those are?
Jade asked tightly. Callum Cal shook his head, his horrified gaze on the approaching ceilings.
There should be little in the way of large sea life in this area, especially carnivorous sea life.
They don't have to be carnivorous. They just have to be able to swamp the boat, Moon said. From the stern, someone bellowed orders to release the anchor lines. Jade said to Callum Cal,
Can you?
The hull moved under Moon's feet, then it suddenly jerked upward. His claws slipped on the wood as water and wet sand flooded over the rail. He slid down the deck toward the opposite side. The distance lights swung crazily. Groundlings screamed. Moon slammed into the rail and held on despite the torrent of water, realized the tight grip around his waist was Jade's arm. He shook his soaked frills out of his face and saw Jade gripped Callum Cal's arm, keeping him from being washed over the side. Moon was the only one with a free hand to hold onto the rail. Looming over the deck was a dark shape, rounded on top, a long, flowing fin along its edge. There was no sign of eyes, but a narrow lip across its belly poured out seawater. At least it's not a carnivore, Moon thought, not reassured. It must be something that normally lay flat on the seafloor, drawing in water and sand through some other orifice and pushing it out through this one, filtering out everything that had fallen to the bottom. Something metallic screeched from the stern. Callum Cal, shielding his face against Jade's shoulder, sputtered and gasped.
The anchor lines! They're holding us!
Keeping this thing from turning the boat over, Moon thought, struggling to push himself off the rail. When the other ceilings got here, the lines wouldn't be enough. Or this one would pour enough water into the Sunsailor to sink it in place. He tried to plant his claws in the deck and push himself upright. Then another dark shape loomed up over the ceiling. Moon's heart stuttered for an instant because he thought it was a Kethel. Then it buried jaws and claws in the top of the ceiling, and he realized it was stone. The torrent of water stopped, and Jade choked and spit out a mouthful.
Finally!
She gasped, then yelled, Balm! Briar! Where the shit are you? From the stern, Balm yelled, Jade! Moon braced himself as Stone reared back, dragging the ceiling with him. The hull swung back to rock toward the ceiling, and Moon tightened his grip, holding onto the railing to keep all 3 of them from falling into the creature's maw. With a crunch, Stone ripped the ceiling away from the boat, taking a chunk of the opposite railing with it. Jade let go of Moon and Callum Cal, and they staggered on the rocking deck. Callum Cal recovered and ran down the deck toward the stern, shouting for the crew. Jade said,
We need to keep them off until the boat can move,
and leapt to the top of the cabin. Moon followed her to the cabin roof and jumped from it to the upper section. He caught a glimpse through the large windows of the steering cabin, saw the flying boat navigator Isenkel and 2 Jandaren pulling levers and turning wheels and shouting at each other. Callum Cal was just climbing up the stairs from below. Moon leapt down to the stern deck where Jade had found Balm, Briar, and River. There were Kishin on the overhanging deck working the distance lights and the weapons, and another group huddling over the winch attached to the anchor line. But there was one person Moon didn't see. Chime was heading here, he thought, sudden fear tightening his chest. Where is he? But then Chime, with Song and Root behind him, slammed out of the nearest hatch. Chime staggered on a buckled deck plate and said, "Sorry, we got stuck inside when the ship went sideways. What happened?" Moon turned him around to face the island, where the shapes of the ceilings were visible in the shafts of the distance lights. Chime made a strangled noise. Jade said, "Balm, Briar, Song, get in the air and try to see where the Fel are. River, Root, and Chime, get back up on the cabins. Watch this deck. Don't let anything get inside." The warriors took flight from the deck. Moon started to follow, and Jade grabbed his frills and jerked him to a halt. "You stay with me," she said. Moon bounced impatiently, thought about protesting, and decided it would make him sound too much like Root. Then he saw Stone bank through the air and come in low over the top cabin roof. "There's Stone," he said. Jade hissed, "Come on," and went up the wall onto the next deck. Stone shifted, dropped down to the cabin roof, and landed on his feet in his groundling form. He swung down to their deck and said, "Where's Callum Cal?" "This way." Moon turned to the nearest hatchway. It opened into a corridor with two stairwells, one up and one down. From the watery, rushing noises and yelling, the down one led to something important, probably the motivator. Moon took the upper one and climbed rapidly, rounded a corner, and up again into the steering cabin. It was a wide cabin with windows all around, like the steering cabin of the Kishin flying boat. The wall below the front window had a number of levers and wheels and long tubes with horns on the end, which, from how Isenkel and the other two were using them, were apparently for yelling at people in other parts of the Sun Sailor. Vendoyne was there with Callum Cal, and Kalimdar clutched one of the fabric maps. Rora held the steering lever, her weight braced against it to keep it in place. They looked up as Moon stepped aside to let Jade and Stone get into the room. Callum Cal started to speak, and Stone interrupted. "They're coming in from the east and the west. There's no way to go." Rora swore in another language. Callum Cal and Vendoyne just stared. Kalimdar said, "But," and stopped, as if he had no idea how to finish that sentence. "The sacks." Jade turned to Stone. "If we can rip open the sacks on some of the ceilings, maybe just enough for the Sun Sailor to get past the others." Stone said, "I couldn't see any sacks, and no rulers. The Fel are controlling the ceilings some other way." Moon hissed in disbelief. He felt unexpected sympathy with Kalimdar. He wanted to say, "But that's impossible." He heard footsteps on the stairs behind them and saw Deelin climbing up. He looked a little shaky, and Moon stepped out to give him a hand up. Moon had forgotten he was in scaled form, but Deelin closed his soft-skinned hand around Moon's scaled palm and claws with no hesitation. His face etched into worried lines, Deelin said,
"Oh, this has not turned out so well."
Moon steadied him on the landing. Figuring he might as well get the worst out of the way, he told Deelin, "They've got us trapped between the island and the escarpment." Deelin nodded grimly as he stepped into the steering cabin.
"I thought as much."
Callum Cal was saying, "We'll fight them. We still have our weapons." Jade's tail flicked continuously, a sign of her racing thoughts. "How long? Do your weapons run out?" "Yes," Kalimdar said, his voice thready. "They will function for some hours, but the mosses need to rejuvenate. They need sunlight." Then Deelin said,
"We must try to open the city."
Moon and everyone else turned to stare. Deelin said,
"We can retreat to it, take shelter, if we can open it."
Jade recovered first. Speaking Raxaran, she said, "I thought it would take a crossbreed Fel Raxara to open it, someone who looks like a forerunner. We saw the Fel have a half-Raxaran queen."
"That was our theory, and may be what the Fel believe,"
Deelin replied in the same language.
"but we do not know if that is so. There may be another way." If it is a Foundation Builder's city and not Forerunner at all, there is certainly another way.
Callum Cal found his voice.
Please speak Altanic. Do you know how to open it?
Dealin spread his hands.
Bramble, Merritt, and I accomplished much today. We found the door. We can find the way to open it.
Can you do it in time? Vendoyne asked.
That is a good question,
Dealin said.
Perhaps the Fel and their sealing battering rams will be driven away by our weapons, and it won't matter.
Stone made a skeptical noise, and Dealin added,
I agree.
Callum Cal looked at Vendoyne and Kalimdar, then Jade. He said,
He's right. We have to try. Even if the city holds some danger, there is no other option. We can send Dealin and the others over in the small boat if your people will guard them.
Rora gestured toward the railing.
Both the small boats were hulled when that thing tried to overturn us.
She was right. The mast of the boat that had been tied off there was still visible above the rail, but it sat at an acute angle that didn't bode well for the rest of it. The Kishin had those little rowing boats, but they would take too long.
We can fly them over,
Moon said. He thought it was a bad idea. He also thought it was the only idea. Jade's tail lashed in frustration, but she snarled,
We don't have a choice.
She turned and flung herself out the door and down the steps. Stone caught Moon before he could follow. Stone said, Tell Jade I'm going to try to hold them off as long as I can.
Right,
Moon said. He wanted to say a lot of other things, but there was no time right now, and no real point. Dealin tapped his arm.
Your assistance?
Sure. Moon lifted Dealin up and carried him down the stairs, then outside and over the rail down to the lower deck. There, River and Chime waited with Jade. She must have told them how bad things were. River looked the way he usually did, except maybe less sullen, but Chime's spines and tail twitched nervously. As Moon landed, Root came out of the hatch with Bramble and Merritt. Moon sat Dealin on his feet and told Jade,
Stone's going to try to hold them off.
Jade flicked her spines in assent. She said,
The Arbor will go with Dealin to try to open the city. Root, River, Chime, and Moon will fly them over. I'm going to join the others.
Overhead, Stone launched into the air, his shifted form skirting the distance lights and diving toward the oncoming ceilings. Bramble nodded tensely. She and Merritt were in their scaled forms, spines and tails twitching in anticipation and nerves. She said, We could use Chime's help. Merritt seconded that.
He's done this before. Sort of, Chime corrected, but he didn't object.
Whatever you have to do to get that door open. Jade hesitated, then grabbed Moon's shoulder and nipped his ear.
Be careful, she whispered, and take care of them.
Moon's throat went tight. She didn't mean just the Arbora. He thought of their clutch again, but he said,
I will.
Just come back. Jade stepped away, jumped to the railing, and then into the air. Moon took a deep breath.
Everybody grab someone, he told the warriors. I'll take Dealin.
Root obligingly picked up Bramble.
What are we doing?
He said,
Because I missed that part.
We're going to open the city,
Moon said, lifting Dealin up. It sounded far too optimistic.
Oh.
Root's spines drooped. I was hoping it wasn't that. Moon asked Chime,
Are you going to be all right?
Chime moved his spines in an assent that wasn't quite as confident as Moon would have liked.
The wind's better than it was before. I can do it.
River snarled.
Let's just get it over with,
and picked up Merritt. Moon decided to let that go and leapt off the deck into the wind. He caught the strong current and banked to turn back toward the escarpment. As the others followed, Dealin gripped his collar flange and gasped.
One of the creatures nears the ship.
Behind Moon, Kishin yelled warnings and he heard something strike the ship's metal hull. Moon hissed and concentrated on his flying. The wind had died down a little when the sun had set earlier, but this was still going to be tricky. He let the wind carry him toward the escarpment, then pulled up at the last instant and let it shove him toward the wall. He caught hold of the rock with his free hand and his foot claws. Dealin, whose head was a hand's breadth from the stone, whistled in admiration. Moon twisted to look over his shoulder. Chime hit the wall several paces below him and slid a little. River and Root landed with less velocity, Bramble freeing one hand to help Root hold on. But the Sun Sailor wasn't doing so well. Moon couldn't see the ceilings, but there must be at least one or more, possibly underwater or just above the surface. They were pushing the Sun Sailor slowly toward the escarpment. The wind carried the sound of a straining rumble, the motivator that drove the Sun Sailor fighting the pressure.
The ship?
Dealin gasped. You need to hurry. Hold on, I'm going to climb down. Dealin gripped his collar flange so Moon could use both hands to climb down to the ledge. Bramble and Merritt had already spread out over the wall, pounding and clawing the obscuring coral rock off the surface. Moon set Dealin down in front of the carvings at the base. He started to say, "Do you need any help?" when River shouted, "Dacty!" Moon twisted around, spotted the shapes outlined against the Sun Sailor's lights. He snarled, "Chime, stay here. River, Root, get in the air." Moon launched himself off the wall, veered away as River did the same. Root went too low and almost ended up in the water, then flapped his way to an unsteady recovery at the last moment. Moon flapped upward. The first group of Dacty shot toward River and Root. Their night vision must be dazzled by the distance lights, and they hadn't seen Moon, his dark scales fading into the night. He waited until they bunched up, nearly on top of River, and then hit them from above. Dacty shrieked and tried to scatter as Moon tore through them and slashed their wings, slapping them out of the air. River slammed through a knot of survivors who tried to regroup, and Root came up from below to tear through 3 stragglers. Chasing stray Dacty, keeping them away from the escarpment, Moon rapidly lost track of time. Suddenly he was circling, looking for prey and finding none in sight. The Sun Sailor still held its own, closer to the escarpment than it had been, but not impaled on any rocks. The Kishin had managed to turn one of their weapons to point down over the side. The fire bundles thumped down into the water, glowed under the waves like some strange sea creature, then went out. But it was working. The huge ceilings who had managed to get close stayed back from the hull, thrashing angrily in the water. Moon gained some more altitude, trying to get a look at the situation further out. He saw Jade and the female warriors circling, driving off or killing the Dacty who darted at them. A small number of Dacty were the only ones trying to get to the Sun Sailor, because most of the other fell were attacking each other. Moon stared, trying to make sense of it. He saw distinct swarms of Dacty striking at each other and falling back. Rulers flicked back and forth, darting at each other. Near the beach, 3 Kethel fought in a confusing mass of wings and tails. Another dead one lay in the waves, next to the one that had been killed last night. Taking advantage of the situation, Stone dove on one of the ceilings, snatched it up in his claws, and flung it away across the water. What the shit is going on? Moon thought. Movement in the water caught his eye, and he swung around, but it was Bramble, just pulling herself up onto the docking platform. She ran over to the pillars, studying them in the light of a glowing seaweed clump Merritt must have made for her. Moon growled under his breath at the danger she was putting herself in. But he realized that while Dealin and Chime and Merritt had all made extensive drawings of the symbols, it was all sitting back on the ship, because Moon and Jade hadn't given them any time to go get it. Bramble must have needed to check on what exactly was carved into the pillars. A group of Dacty came in low over the water, past the bow of the Sun Sailor, and River and Root dove for them. Moon hung back, waiting to see if it was a distraction. But the fell fighting with each other near the island couldn't be a distraction. Not unless it was the dumbest distraction anyone had ever thought of in the long and varied history of the 3 worlds. Then Moon saw a dark shape swoop on Bramble. He dove, pulled in his wings, and arrowed down. Closer, he saw it was a ruler, and it had her pinned to the dock platform. Moon had never been blind with rage, the way he had heard some groundlings describe it. He had been so consumed with killing that it blotted out all rational thought, and that was what he was now. He snapped out his wings at the last moment to retain control over the strike and slammed into the ruler. He knocked the ruler away from Bramble and down onto the stone dock. They slid a good 20 paces, the ruler on the bottom. Moon reached to tear the stunned ruler's throat out. Then a voice behind him called, "Let him go!" He twisted around. Another ruler gripped Bramble's shoulders. Then he saw it wasn't a ruler. It was the half-fell queen. She had the fell crest and the Raxarin's spines like shade, Moon's half-fell, half-clutchmate, and her scales were matte black like a ruler, like a Raxarin consort. The light from the ship caught a reflection off a web pattern of contrasting scales like a queen's. Her voice harsh, speaking Altanic, she said, "You let him go! I let her go!" Moon, now terrified as well as enraged, was paralyzed for an instant. "If I let him go, he'll kill me, and she'll kill Bramble. You couldn't bargain like this with Fel. You couldn't. Fel lied like it was breathing. They didn't see any other living thing as sentient." Then the Fel Queen pushed Bramble away. Bramble staggered, then scrambled out of reach toward Moon. Moon, almost by reflex, dragged the ruler upright and shoved him away. The ruler staggered, then ran to the queen. Bramble reached Moon's side, panting, wild-eyed. The queen caught the ruler around the waist and leapt into the air. Moon shoved Bramble behind him and spun to watch the queen, certain it was a trick. But she spread her wings, caught the wind, and vanished into the night. Chapter 17. Bramble choked on her first attempt to speak, then managed to gasp. "So what was that?" "I don't know. Are you all right?" Gripping her shoulder, Moon could feel her trembling. "Sure." Bramble wiped an arm across her face. "I need to get back to Dealin and Merritt." "Why'd you come over here?" Moon picked her up, and she clung to his collar flanges. "For the symbols?" "Yes." She tightened her grip as Moon leapt into the air. "Dealin didn't have a chance to bring his notes, and he couldn't remember the different ways they were all pointing, and I wasn't sure which ones he was trying to remember." Moon landed on the top of the pillar and gauged the distance to the cliff wall. From this angle, he saw Merritt and Dealin huddled on the ledge, examining something. Merritt had made several clumps of vegetation and sea wrack glow, and there was just enough light to make out their shapes. Chime had climbed up about 30 paces and clung to the wall. Moon crouched low, and Bramble tucked her head down. He pushed off as hard as he could, flapped once for stability and distance, and hit the side of the cliff. He slid down a little, getting a close look at the coral substance covering the rock as it cracked and fragmented under his weight. His claws caught hold, and he started to climb toward Chime. As Moon reached him, Chime scraped at the rock, exposing more carved symbols in the light of a clump of moss he had jammed into a crevice. "Any luck?" Moon asked. "Not so far." Chime peered at him. "You've got Bramble?" "I almost got eaten by Fel," Bramble informed him. "I'm climbing down. I need to tell Dealin which symbols." "What?" Distracted, Chime stared at her as she transferred her grip from Moon to the rock face and started down. "The half-elf queen is out here," Moon said. From the yelling below at Bramble's reappearance, it was obvious that her decision to jump in the water and swim to the dock hadn't been approved by Merritt or Dealin. Chime groaned with dismay and went back to scraping at the coral growth. Moon half-twisted around so he could watch their backs, holding on with one hand. From the sun sailor, he heard metal creak and groan under the strain. He asked, "What are you looking for?" It was a vague question under the circumstances, but Chime answered. "Merritt said there was a good chance the door doesn't open from the outside, because when the city was alive, somebody would always be there to open it for visitors. They wouldn't want just anybody to be able to get in." Moon saw movement in the air near the sun sailor. A dark shape, more than one dark shape, just on the edge of the light. Then a blue figure flashed past and hit the dark shape in midair. He gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to fling himself off the rock and join the fight. That's not encouraging.
No, but Bramble said nobody leaves a place like this and thinks they aren't coming back, like the colony tree. So if there wasn't already a way to open it from the outside, they would have made one.
Maybe they just used magic, Moon said. Looking past the bow of the Sun Sailor, he saw the distance lights fall on a row of giant ceilings, the massive bodies curving in toward them. A Kishin weapon fired, light blossomed in the air, and a Kethel screamed. It was a chance, he thought. We had to take it. But they weren't going to figure this out in time, if there was a way to figure it out at all. Some of the warriors and the Arbora might escape if they could get to the island and dig in. Exasperated, Chime was saying,
Well, Moon, that's a possibility, of course, but there's absolutely no point in assuming that.
Then Merritt yelled,
It's here!
Chime hissed and half climbed and half slid down the wall. Moon dropped after him. Dealin and the two Arbora crouched on the ledge. Merritt held up a clump of wet sea-wrack spelled for light, illuminating some still barely visible chipped and cracked carvings. Moon swung down beside Chime on the ledge. He had no idea what they were all staring at. He said,
How do you know that's it?
Merritt said breathlessly,
It's the same symbols on those pillars. The ones we think meant opening. They're around this hole, and we think it's like the hole in the center of the flower thing at the Forerunner City.
Bramble turned to him, her expression elated.
There's old damage, like turns ago someone dug at it, trying to get in.
Dealin urgently motioned Chime closer.
Chime, you try it. You know about it from the other city.
Moon thought they had all lost their minds. It didn't look anything like the flower thing that had guarded the entrance to the underwater Forerunner City. It looked like a hole in the rock face, possibly dug by one of the worm-like coral creatures who had infested the cliff wall. Chime slipped past Merritt and Bramble, splashing in the water lapping over the ledge. He tried to peer into the hole.
Can't see anything. And there's no way to get a light down there without blocking it. Anybody have a stick? Or do we have to send someone to the boat?
Dealin dug through the satchel slung over his shoulder.
Try this.
He handed Chime a long, thin metal rod with a hook at the end.
I confess I brought it with this possibility in mind.
Moon hissed under his breath. The ceilings were closer to the Sun Sailor, and he couldn't see any Raxora in the air. He couldn't see any Fel in the air either, which could be fear of the Kishin weapons, or the knowledge that the ceilings were about to do their work for them. Chime took the rod and inserted it into the hole. Moon held his breath. After a long moment, Chime hissed and pulled the rod out.
There's no catch in there.
Dealin took the rod back. Chime planted both hands on either side of the hole and leaned on the rock, muttering,
This has to be it.
It didn't have to be it. This was a very old city, and they had always known it might have nothing to do with the Forerunners. That Callum Cal might be wrong, and Vendoyne right. That it was a foundation builder city. Even if it had been Forerunner, that didn't mean it would open the same way as the other city. And there were 2 Arbora and a groundling here, and Moon and Chime could only save 2 of them when the Sun Sailor sank. And he had no idea where Jade and Stone and the others were. Then Chime leaned into the wall, pressing his cheek against it. He said,
Oh, wait, I hear something.
Here or here?
Bramble asked, her claws flexing nervously.
It's like...
Chime's voice was barely audible over the wind and the growing rush of ceilings moving through the water.
breaking rock. Something breaking. I don't think it's Forerunner. I think it's something else.
The Arbora froze. Moon stared, then realized Chime's left hand was half atop one of the symbols. There was a duplicate of that symbol on the other side. Moon nudged Merritt and pointed. Merritt twitched in realization and carefully reached to move Chime's left hand all the way onto the symbol. His claws clicked against the rock.
The Fel are wrong,
Chime said clearly. Merritt waved urgently at Bramble. Her teeth bared. She gently moved Chime's right hand all the way onto the symbol on that side. Then Chime said,
"Oh, Moon was right. It is magic."
The cliff cracked and shuddered underfoot. Moon clung to the rock with his claws and caught Merritt before he fell backward off the ledge. Bramble grabbed Dealin. Broken rock and coral fragments rained down on their heads, and the water below the ledge dropped with a gurgling whoosh. Then the cliff slowly, ponderously, started to swing inward. Moon clung to the rock and to Merritt, equal parts astonished and appalled. It wasn't the whole cliff. It was a large section of it, at least 100 paces wide and almost as tall. Bramble had said the door was big enough to get the Sunsailor through, but Moon hadn't thought it would be this big. The door swung in toward a great dark tunnel in the escarpment, a channel in the bottom rapidly filling with water from the sea. Inside it was as dark as an underground cavern, the air flowing out of it stale and tinged with salt and a faint scent of plant rot.
"The Sunsailor,"
Dealin said, his voice faint. He stared into the darkness, wide-eyed.
"They must come in before the Fel—"
Moon had never seen Dealin this overcome before, and he was fairly sure he didn't like it. Bramble said,
"Chime, can you close it? Once we get the groundlings inside?"
Chime gasped.
"I could barely hold it open, so yes, I think I can close it."
"Stay here," Moon told them all. He made sure Merritt had a good grip on the rock, then moved down the ledge and leapt upward. The wind caught him and almost sent him right through the open doorway. Moon flapped frantically, rolled, and managed to get himself under control. He flew toward the Sunsailor, careful to circle around it and stay out of the distance lights in case any of the Kishin were a little too quick to fire. He spotted Callum Cal out on the upper deck directing the weapons. And there was Jade, circling above the Sunsailor, with Briar and Balm flanking her. Further out, Stone swept past. He drew near Jade and shouted, "The door's open! Chime's holding it open!" She circled around, and her spines flared as she saw it. She called to the warriors.
"Briar, go get Root and River. Balm, you and Song go to the Arbora."
As the warriors shot away, Jade dropped toward the Sunsailor. Moon waited to make sure Stone was headed back this way, and then followed Jade down. They landed on the steering cabin roof. Jade said,
"Tell them I'll keep watch."
Moon dropped to his knees and leaned down to see through the window. Rora held the steering lever, grimacing with the effort of keeping it steady. He knocked on the glass. She flinched, then glared at him. He pointed emphatically toward the escarpment. She leaned sideways to see around him, and her eyes widened. She mouthed something that wasn't in Altanic, and then turned back to the steering lever. Moon pushed to his feet.
"Are the Fel fighting each other out there, or am I hallucinating?"
Jade said grimly,
"If you're hallucinating, then we're all doing it with you."
Stone passed overhead, then abruptly doubled back. Moon and Jade ducked as he came in low. He shifted and dropped down onto the cabin roof. He staggered, and Jade caught his arm to steady him. Stone said, "That gets a little harder every time." Moon swayed as the Sunsailor jerked sideways. Metal groaned as it started to turn toward the escarpment. Hopefully, the Fel hadn't realized that the door in the escarpment was open. The distance lights were pointed toward the sky and the island, and it would be hard to see the door in the dark from where most of the Fel were still flying. Hopefully, all the Dacty who had managed to get close were dead. He asked Stone,
"Could you tell what the Fel were doing?"
Stone didn't take his gaze off the dark sky.
"It has to be 2 different flights.
Look out." Moon spun around and spotted the shapes streaking past overhead. Rulers, at least 5 of them, aiming for the city's doorway. Moon jumped straight up into the air, almost into the chest of the first ruler. It grabbed at him, and Moon ripped upward with his disemboweling claws. Jade shot past him and tore into the rulers above. Then, a wash of displaced air told Moon that Stone was aloft. The rulers scattered. Moon twisted in the air, ripping his claws free of the ruler's stomach and shoving it away from him. It flapped unsteadily and turned back toward the island, but he didn't have time to finish it off. He caught the wind and looked for the remaining rulers. They were about 100 paces off the stern of the Sunsailor, near the stone platform with the pillars, trying to regroup. Jade swept down toward them, and Moon tilted his wings to get above her. Then they both dove in tandem. Jade hit one and drove it straight into the ruler flying below it. Moon swerved at the last instant to land on top of another and rip its wing webbing. Stone slammed through again, knocking the 3 remaining rulers out of the sky. Then Moon felt the air change and knew something was about to slam into him from behind. He flared his spines. A weight struck him, jolted him hard enough for his wings to lose the wind. He snapped them in and rolled, and heard a distinctive Dacty shriek right in his ear. He felt the tug on his spines and realized the stupid, miserable thing had impaled itself so deeply it couldn't pull free. Moon snarled and spun again, and its claws scrabbled at his back, trying to get past his spines and scales. He was going to have to take it down to the stone platform and scrape it off. As he dove for the platform, the Dacty apparently gave up on survival and yanked itself further down on his spines, reaching for his head. Moon slapped claws away from his eyes and cupped his wings, hoping the platform was where he thought it was. Then suddenly, the weight was jerked away and the Dacty's angry shriek abruptly cut off. Moon tumbled, snapped his wings in at the last instant, slammed into the stone dock, and rolled. He landed in an awkward crouch and looked up. The half-fell queen stood on the edge of the dock, holding the bleeding Dacty by the neck. She tossed it into the water. Moon sprang backward and almost rammed into a pillar. Then Jade landed between them. For a long heartbeat, they were all frozen, crouching, ready to attack or flee. Then the fell queen said,
You saw what I did.
She was speaking to Jade. Jade said,
I saw. That's why you still have your head.
The fell queen flicked her tail, an oddly Raxoran gesture. Teeth gritted, trying not to breathe too loudly and upset the fragile balance of the situation. Moon wondered if she had much control over her spines, if she used them to express emotion and communicate, or if she didn't know how. The fell queen eased to a standing position, and Jade copied her, the two moving in time with each other. The fell queen said,
I want to talk.
She spoke Raxoran, but her pronunciation was oddly accented. Jade said,
How did you control the ceilings?
Yes, Moon thought. Keep her distracted. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the stern of the Sunsailor moving toward the doorway. The fell queen answered,
That was the other flight. The ceilings aren't under control. The progenitor asked them to attack you. She found their spawning ground. Now they have to do what she says.
So they were right. It wasn't one flight nesting in 2 different places, but 2 flights. That doesn't necessarily help, Moon thought. The fell queen stepped to the side, tilting her head as if trying to see Moon better.
I don't want to fight.
Jade's spines flicked.
You know, that's what all fells say. So unless you have something more interesting to add... We chased away the other flight. You've seen it.
Jade said,
So you don't want to share your prey. How does that not surprise me?
I don't want prey. I want your help.
We've heard all this before. You're hardly the first to try this.
Moon, his senses hyper-alert, felt something change in the water lapping over his claws. It might just be a wake from the Sunsailor's passage, but the angle and the force of it was wrong. Jade hadn't given any indication she had noticed. The Fell Queen tilted her head, another Raxaran mannerism.
The other flight wanted something in the city. Let us come in with you.
Jade laughed.
We're going into the city to get away from you. Surely you noticed that.
But you don't know what's inside. We know what the other flight told us.
Then tell me. Prove I should listen to you.
The Fell Queen hesitated, and the moment stretched. For a heartbeat, Moon actually thought she was going to tell them something important, something real. Then she bared her fangs in a gesture more Raxaran than Fell, and said,
You don't want to listen. I told you.
Water fountained up beside the platform as Stone lunged across it at the half-Fell Queen. Jade leapt to the top of the pillar, and Moon scrambled up beside her, just in time to see the Fell Queen fling herself into the air. She tumbled across the water, flapping frantically, then managed to get enough height to catch the wind. Stone stood up, spreading his wings, but the Fell Queen turned away, arrowing off toward the island. Jade growled, quivering with the urge to give chase. Moon glanced back toward the door to see the stern of the Sunsailor was all the way inside. Jade, we need to go. She hissed in reluctant agreement and shouted, Stone, the door! Stone launched into the air. Jade leapt upward and Moon followed, letting the wind catch him and push him toward the Sunsailor. He saw Bramble and Dealin waiting on the deck with half a dozen armed Kishin. River, Root, and Briar were up on the cabin roof. He couldn't see Balm and Song, but Chime must still be down on the door ledge. And where was Merritt? Jade dropped onto the stern deck first and furled her wings in to give Moon room to land. Moon skidded across the deck and stopped himself on the rail. He saw with relief that Chime and Merritt were both down on the ledge with Balm and Song beside them. Above him, Stone snapped his wings in and shifted to his groundling form and landed beside him in a crouch. Callum ran toward them.
You made it. We were afraid.
So were we, Moon admitted. Bramble flung herself at him so hard, he staggered back a step. Stone straightened up and let his breath out in a hiss. Bramble let go of Moon and flung herself at Stone. The Sunsailor's stern cleared the door, and Jade shouted, Chime, let it close! Merritt tugged on Chime's arm and pulled him away from the wall. Chime staggered and almost went into the water. Balm caught him, lifted him off his feet, and leapt him to the railing. Moon reached up and she dropped Chime into his arms, then stepped off the rail. Annoyed, Chime said, You can put me down. I'm fine. Moon's heart thumped in relief as he set Chime on his feet. Chime seemed ruffled and tired, but not hurt. Song arrived with Merritt and jumped down from the railing. Nerve-wrackingly slow, the great door started to swing backward, moving to shut off the opening. The Kishin distance lights focused on it. This side was a smooth stone of mottled browns and grays, gleaming damply in the light. Watching the door, Jade said,
Careful, if one gets in.
The door was almost shut when a Dacty slipped through the narrow opening. It froze in the light, clinging to the door, staring at them, as if it hadn't expected them to be watching. A Gendari fired her weapon, and fire blossomed in its chest. It collapsed and fell into the dark water. The door shut with a rumbling thump that seemed to go on for a long time. Moon leaned on the railing. His wings were a heavy weight, and he wanted to shift to groundling, but he was afraid if he did, he would just collapse on the deck and not be able to get up. Jade didn't need a collapsed consort right now.
That was close.
Chime gripped the railing so tightly, the scales over his knuckles were swelling. It was still close. They hadn't escaped, just changed the level of danger. Moon hoped it was a little less, at least at the moment. The distance lights moved across a high-curved ceiling, down to huge arched doorways that led off into empty, echoing halls. The scents were all dank stone and salt water and rotting vegetation. The thrum of the Sunsailor's motivator sounded oddly loud. It was punctuated by the Kishans' hurried footsteps and their shouts as they checked for wounded and made sure no one had fallen off or been snatched away by Fel at the last moment. Moon squinted into the darkness. It still didn't look anything like the Forerunner City, which was a relief. The stone was a light gray. The sides of the archways carved to form pillars made to look like giant twisted skeins of rope or vine. The curved ceiling was emblazoned with interlocking squares. Staring upward at it was making Moon dizzy. He swayed and leaned on the railing again.
What do we do now?
Root said, his voice small and hushed. Jade looked around at the warriors. They had gathered around on the deck, and everyone had scrapes and claw slashes and probably some impressive bruises under their scales. She focused on River, who had claw rips across his chest and was dripping blood on the deck.
Merritt, take River inside and do something about that. Balm, I saw you run into that ruler. You go with them.
Balm, who had one hand pressed to her head and was grimacing in pain, protested.
I'm fine.
Sure you are. Merritt took her wrist and towed her toward the hatch. Come on, River. River limped painfully after him. Jade said,
Stone, why don't you go with them?
Stone glanced around at the empty darkness of the hall. Nah, I'll just stay here. He sat down on the deck with a wince and a partially suppressed groan. Jade hissed in exasperation.
I know I made that a question, but what I actually meant was...
Callum Cal strode out of the hatchway, Van Doyne and Kalimdar hurrying after him. Callum Cal gripped Callum's shoulder in relief and looked around at the Raxura, asking,
You are all well? Everyone made it inside?
Giving up on Stone, Jade turned to him.
We're well. Is your crew all right?
We've accounted for everyone, and there were no serious injuries. Sounding overwhelmed, Callum Cal said,
We need to talk about what to do next.
He looked around, taking in the size of the entrance passage.
For so long we wanted to get inside this place, and now we have to get out.
Dealin, leaning on Bramble, said,
Cities seldom have one entrance. There must be another way out, even if it is concealed.
Moon thought that was probably true, but they would still have to get past the Fel. From the grim atmosphere, that aspect of the situation had occurred to everyone. Then Callum Cal said,
How did you open the door?
Jade glanced at Chime.
That's a good question.
Chime hesitated, and Bramble gave him a poke.
He said it was magic.
No. Yes, it was magic. No, nothing told me what to do.
Chime's spines shrugged tiredly.
There was no scarily persuasive voice.
That's good, Moon pointed out. That's really good. The Kishin were listening with various expressions of confusion and dismay. Scarily persuasive voice? Van Doyne glanced at Dealin. Her armor patches glistened damply, and her dress was dripping onto the deck. She must have been near a window when the ceiling had started pouring salt water into the Sunsailor. Like the one that drew the Fel to the Forerunner City?
Right. There wasn't one.
Chime was distracted, obviously trying to find the right words.
It just felt right to touch those symbols. And I didn't feel anything until I was right in front of them, so if Dealin and Bramble and Merritt hadn't figured out they were the ones we should be looking for, we'd still be outside with the Fel. Before that, it was all just a big dead seamount.
Chime looked around at everyone.
I don't know why.
Dealin interposed.
We are all tired, and some of us are very old. We should rest while we talk.
Stone punctuated this by stretching out on the deck and apparently falling instantly asleep. Reminded of his other responsibilities, Kalimdar said,
Yes,
The crew need rest and food as well. He started off down the deck toward the distance light operators on the nearest balcony. As Callum Cal and Dealin turned to go back inside, Moon told Jade, "I'll stay out here with Stone." He understood Stone's reasoning for remaining on deck. If something attacked the boat, he could shift instantly to deal with it. There were 4 Kishin crew posted along the stern railing, holding fire weapons and worriedly watching the darkness past the range of the lights, but Moon figured they could use the help. "I'll stay too," Chime added. Possibly, he wanted to avoid further unanswerable questions from Vendoyne. In Chime's place, Moon knew he would have. Jade's spines indicated reluctant agreement. She said,
Everyone else inside for now.
The warriors and Bramble started to make their way toward the hatch, Root stumbling a little with weariness. Moon went over to Stone and sat down heavily. Chime followed, sitting on his heels to eye Moon worriedly. "Are you all right?" "Just sore." Moon shifted to groundling and managed not to hiss from relief as the weight of his wings melted away. The next moment, the pain of every strained muscle and bruise and claw scratch doubled in intensity, and he managed not to hiss again. He rubbed his eyes, tried to focus. "When you touched the symbols, you said you didn't think it was Forerunner." Chime shifted to groundling, muttered, "Oof, ow." He half fell over, supporting himself with one arm. "Yes, but now I can't think why I thought that. Maybe just a different feel? I know at the time it seemed clear, but it's just slipped away." That's probably a good sign, Moon thought. It seemed more likely all the time that this was a Foundation Builder city. The motivator thrummed into life again, and the boat started to move slowly forward. Eason Kell came out of the hatch, a fire weapon slung over her shoulder, and stood by the railing. She made a soft exclamation of awe as one of the distance lights swept upward over the great blocks on the ceiling. Moon asked her, "Do we know where we're going?"
No, they thought it was better to move forward, away from the door, in case the Fel get it open.
She turned away from the rail and lifted her hands in a gesture of uncertainty. They sat in the quiet darkness for some time, watching the Kishin go back and forth from the hatchway and the steps that led to the upper decks, checking over the Sun Sailor for damage, shining their lights on the city's walls, and remarking softly on the carving. Moon didn't mean to sleep, but he nodded off at some point. He woke, lying on the deck next to Stone, with Bramble leaning over him. Moon could feel through the deck that the ship wasn't moving. Raxura could sense the position of the sun, even when they couldn't see it, and he knew that outside it was near dawn. Everything was quiet except for dripping water and the faint movements of the crew. The distance lights still played over the cavernous space and the water. He cleared his dry throat and said, "We stopped." Bramble nodded.
"They decided that we've come as far as we can without scouting. There's been no sign of the Fel. We're not that far from the door, and we'd hear it open. Everybody's been taking turns sleeping, except Vendoyne and Kalimdar. They're out there on the docks copying a bunch of the inscriptions and symbols."
Moon sat up on his elbow. "Docks?" Chime lay curled on his side a couple of paces away, still asleep. 3 Kishin were on guard at the stern railing, but Eason Kell had gone. He heaved himself to his feet and went to the rail for a better look at their surroundings. They were now in an even larger cavern, in what might be a harbor basin. The rope-like pillars supported archways and sheltered broad stone platforms that did look like docks. There were 3 to the left of the Sun Sailor, and 2 to the right, on either side of a wide canal that led farther into the city. Ramps stretched up from the docks into the shadow, past the distance lights, to openings he could barely see as dark outlines. Vendoyne, Kalimdar, and several Kishin stood on one of the docks on this side with a smaller distance light. Kalimdar was adjusting it to shine on another section of the side of the archway, while Vendoin wrote hastily on a slate. The other Kishan, Moon was glad to see, were all armed with fire weapons and were warily keeping their gaze on the ramps and the water. Bramble said,
Vendoin thinks she might be able to translate the writing.
Moon frowned at the archway, brightly lit now by the distance light Kalimdar directed at it. What writing?
We can't see it,
Bramble explained.
It's in colors we can't see, but Vendoin can see it. And so can some of the Kishan, just not all of them. She said it's rare, but they've found it on some of the old Foundation Builder ruins in Kish.
Huh. They had encountered a species they hadn't been able to see once, but never colors. Or at least Moon hadn't thought so. If you couldn't see something, and no one who could mentioned it, you weren't likely to know about it. Can Dealin see it? Bramble snorted.
No, and he's madder than a headless fell about it too.
Stone, who was apparently awake, said,
Ha.
Moon turned away from the railing. Where's Jade?
Up in the front, talking with Cal.
Did she ever sleep?
They had all slept a little in the small boat on the way back to the escarpment, but the fighting and difficult flying through most of the night had been draining.
She said she was going to.
Bramble got to her feet.
Are you hungry?
Moon looked down at himself. There was blood spotted on his clothes, his own and fell blood. The scratches on his arms had closed up, but the bruises were still all there. He felt like someone had punched him all over his body. Not really. How are Bomb and River?
Merritt put them both in a healing sleep. Everyone else just needed simples. You should have some tea.
She nudged Stone with her foot.
Come on, Line Grandfather.
Ugh, Stone said, or something similar, but let Bramble prod him to his feet. What did Jade and Cal decide to do? Moon asked. Bramble pushed him and Stone toward the hatch.
We know we have to look for a way out, but that's it so far. That's why you need to eat. Go past that room they gave us to the middle part of the ship, then up a level. There's a big common room. Some of the others are there. I'll bring Chime.
Moon found the way down the corridor and up a set of stairs, Stone trailing behind him. There were food odors in the air, cooked fish and waterweed and roots. The stairs opened up to a big room with windows on both sides, with seats built around the walls and more benches fastened to the floor. There was a square kitchen stove in the center of the room, with a pot on the metal frame top, emitting fragrant steam. Merritt and Dealin were there, along with Callum and Rora, sitting around on the benches and looking weary and worried. Bomb and River were stretched out on two padded benches at the far end of the room. From their breathing, they were still deep in healing sleep. Moon tasted the air and caught a little blood scent, but no sickness or infection. How are they? River's wounds are healing well, Merritt told him. He got up and started to fill a couple of metal cups from the pot. I'm going to wake Bomb in a little and check on her. Moon sat down on a bench. His back muscles twinged. Stone plopped down next to him and yawned. Merritt handed them both cups. It's Kishan tea, he explained. Stone sniffed it and winced.
It's not as good as yours,
Callum offered.
but we have a lot more of it.
Moon downed half the cup. It had a dark, smoky flavor that wasn't unpleasant. How's the boat? He asked Rora. She sighed. She had a darkening bruise on her forehead, and the skin under her eyes looked swollen.
The steering is pulling to the right, but we're still floating.
She added dryly.
We'll be comfortable until the food and water run out.
Callum said,
The Sun Sailor had just filled its water tanks from the spring on the island, so...
He looked around at everyone and shrugged a little.
That won't be a problem for a while.
Dealin stirred. It was hard to tell past the weathered gold of his skin, but Moon thought his face looked a little sunken. He gestured toward the windows.
When we search the city, we will surely find a way out.
Rora said,
But we have to find it before the Fel get in. And this place is very large. It must fill the entire escarpment.
Dealin nodded.
That is a succinct description of our problem.
Bramble came in with a yawning, bleary-eyed Chime. They were followed by Song and Root carrying wooden trays and accompanied by a strong scent of food. Moon tried to get up to help, but was still moving so slowly that they had set their burdens down on the benches by the time he was on his feet. Song began to pass out bowls, saying apologetically,
"It's all cooked. You're supposed to eat it with these little scoop things."
It was a thick broth with fish, crunchy white and red roots, something green and leafy that tasted like salty sea-wrack, and a thick piece of bread in the bottom. The sight of it woke Moon's stomach, and he finished off 3 bowls before he took another breath. Food had been a good idea. He already felt much less bleary and slow. All 3 groundlings were still on their first bowl. Dealin was unsurprised, but Callum and Rora had initially looked puzzled at the number of bowls. After watching the Raxora eat, they evidently understood. With Stone on his 5th bowl, Callum asked,
"Do you want me to get some more?"
Stone, still eating, shook his head. Moon said, "No, this should be enough." It was enough, for now, mostly because everyone had been catching fish off and on during the day. But if they were trapped here for longer than a few days, flying around searching this place and expending energy, it was going to become a problem. Jade walked in, trailed by Briar. She stopped to check Balm and River, then sat down next to Moon. He said, "Did you eat?" She began,
"I don't need—"
and Moon handed her a bowl. She looked down at it for a moment, then reached for the scoop. Briar took a bowl from the tray.
We've been talking about searching for the way out,
she said, while Jade's mouth was full. Jade nodded, swallowed, and added,
"We need to start as soon as you're ready."
She watched Moon for a moment.
"Are you ready?"
He was a lot more ready now than he had been before the food. Sure. Bramble was refilling everyone's cups with tea.
About that, you need to let me help you.
Merritt seconded that, collecting empty bowls to pile back on the tray. Bramble figured out which symbols to look for to get in here, and you might need her help figuring out other things. Dealin said,
I will help as well.
You don't look so good, Chime told him, before Moon could. I think you need to stay here and rest.
I will look worse if I am eaten by Fel,
Dealin countered. Jade eyed them and finished chewing.
Well, you're right. We'll take Bramble and Dealin.
With Callum Cal watching worriedly, the Raxora leapt from the deck down onto the nearest dock. The party was Moon, Jade, Stone, Song, and Briar, with Root and Chime carrying Bramble and Dealin. Rora was a last-moment addition and was traveling under her own power, with one of the flying packs salvaged from the wreck of the flying boat. As Moon landed, his spines wanted to shiver, and he refused to let them. It was too easy to imagine something waiting in that dark, watching them. The warriors set Bramble and Dealin down so they could get their lights out, and so everyone could stare warily around at the immense shadowy space. Rora had a small version of a distance light mounted on the shoulder of her pack, and it cut sharply through the darkness. Merritt had spelled a collection of the metal cups, and the Kishin had contributed some net bags of glowing moss. Bramble whispered,
It's scarier without the groundling boat.
And Briar hushed her.
I think I agree,
Rora murmured, tugging the strap of her pack. Rora was here because Kalimdar and Vendoin had seemed to want a member of the Kishin party to go along, and Callum Cal had given in to placate them. Moon thought they were more suspicious of Dealin than the Raxora, not wanting a rival scholar to have a chance at any discoveries. Callum had volunteered to go, but in the face of Callum Cal's obvious fear for his safety, Rora had offered to go instead. This was actually helpful, since if they found anything underwater that needed exploring, it would be easier for her to do it. Merritt had stayed behind with Balm and River to give them time to recover fully in their healing sleep. He also intended to scry. Moon had heard him tell Bramble, "You go find some more doors you shouldn't, and I'll stay here and fail to scry anything worth knowing." On the far side of the boat, Vendoyne, Kelimdar, and their guards were lifting into the air with their flying packs, going to copy the writings on the walls above the other docks. Though Vendoyne had told Jade,
"From what I see so far, these inscriptions may be standard greeting texts we've seen before, in the Builder ruins in Kish. But it's that inscription—"
She had nodded up toward the broad arch above the central hall, her armor plates cracking with her excitement.
"That may truly prove the most valuable. It's in a prominent spot, and I am sure I have never seen it before."
Stone was in his winged form, and had paced a short distance down the dock to the ramp. Jade said,
"Forward first."
It was obvious that the likeliest spot for another opening was at the opposite side of the escarpment from this one. If they were lucky, the canal leading away from the basin would cut straight through the city to another hidden doorway. Of course, the Fell were bound to think of that too.
"Bramble, you go with Stone."
Bramble shouldered one of the moss-light bags and went to Stone. He held out his hand, and she scrambled up his scales to a secure position next to his collar flange. Stone leapt up to the first pillar along the edge of the canal, and then to the next, just out of range of the sun sailor's lights. Bramble's lighted net swung wildly, then stilled as she steadied it. Moon squinted to see, but couldn't spot anything but the carved surface of the pillar and the water stretching beyond.
"Ready?"
Jade said. Moon glanced back at Deelin and Chime. Rora tugged at the strap on her pack, and it pulled her upward, her boots hovering a few inches above the pavement. "Here we go again," Chime muttered as he picked up Deelin. Jade sprang into flight, and Moon leapt after her with the others. Chapter 18. Moon took the last position in the group, wanting Chime and Deelin to be closer to Jade and Stone, and wanting to keep an eye on Rora in case her pack failed, and to make sure nothing came out of the dark to snatch anyone away. After several jumps from pillar to pillar, the light from the sun sailor faded, making the hall ahead look like a dark and slowly shrinking tunnel. The rest of Moon's senses could tell they were still moving through a cavernous space. The lap of water against rock, the click of claws finding purchase on the stone, an occasional half-heard sound from the ship behind them, all struck faint echoes from distant walls. Then, Bramble's light jerked and Stone hissed. Moon froze, his claws gripping the edge of a pillar. Everyone stopped, carrying Deelin. Chime had landed just above Moon. Rora maneuvered her pack close to his shoulder. After a moment, Moon heard what must have alerted Stone. Claws scrabbled on rock below them, near the edge of the canal. Jade, on the pillar just ahead, turned back and tapped the spell light hooked around her pack, and then pointed toward Rora. Interpreting this, Moon whispered,
"She wants you to use your light and try to see what it is."
Rora hovered closer, gripping the light mounted on the shoulder of her flying pack. Her voice low, she said,
"Where is it?"
Holding on with one hand, Moon pointed to where he thought the scrabble had come from. Rora angled the light and squeezed it, and the illumination suddenly doubled. It formed a thin shaft, throwing light down onto the edge of the canal. It showed only empty pavement and lapping water, but movement just on the edge of the darkness made Rora twitch the light over. Something huddled on the pavement, something at least the size of a small warrior. It had multiple spiky limbs and a protective shell in bright-colored stripes, red, yellow, blue. So many antennae stood out from the head that Moon couldn't see any features, if it had eyes or a mouth. two curved claws, so sharp the light glinted off their edges, shot out from the tangle of limbs. Then the creature slid off the pavement into the water. Rora moved her light around, searching for more. But as far as they could see, there was no movement. That still left a lot of dark space down there that they couldn't see.
Well, we're not alone in here,
Chime muttered.
No swimming,
Moon agreed. They hadn't seen any waterlings like that around the island. So the creatures might live in the city. All this water was coming in from the open sea some way, probably through channels buried deep in the rock.
Seen anything like that before?
He asked Rora. Eyeing the dark water, she said,
No, not that large. There's a tiny version, something like it in the shallows near Vesely, that can snip your fingers off if it gets the chance. I would think a large creature with claws like that would be extremely deadly.
Moon thought so too. Ahead, Jade hissed a command, and they continued on. They passed a long section where there were no archways leading off into the depths of the city, just the supporting pillars and the ledge running along the side of the canal. Moon could tell the hall wasn't quite straight, but curved gently toward the left and the eastern end of the escarpment. Then, Bramble's light jerked up suddenly and stopped. As Moon drew closer, he saw stone had landed on a bridge or gallery stretching across the hall. The canal extended below it, but seemed to open up into a large space. I really hope this doesn't dead end into another basin, Moon thought. But this city was huge. Surely it couldn't function with just one entrance. The others caught up one by one, and Moon reached them and landed beside Chime and Dealin. It wasn't just a bridge. It was a junction. Standing on Stone's shoulder, Bramble held her net light up as high as she could, revealing a giant seven-sided space with tall doorways in each wall. Chime set Dealin on his feet and stepped over to a large oblong of crystal set into the floor. He crouched to peer down through it.
So, does the main canal split into 7 branches, and one of these hallways follows each branch?
Jade flicked a spine in Root and Song's direction, and they both jumped over the edge of the bridge. After a few moments, they climbed back up, and Song reported,
7 canals, each right below one of these doors. They aren't nearly as tall and wide as the hall we just came up, and it would be tricky to fly along them. They all look big enough for the groundling boat, though.
Jade said grimly.
Yes, but which one do we follow?
She turned to look at the doors.
There isn't a middle one. That would have been helpful.
There were a few dismayed hisses as the realization penetrated. All the doors were set at angles. None, obviously a continuation of the main hall. Rora stepped to the edge of the bridge to look down at the canal, angling her light to let her see the sides.
If the halls parallel each canal all the way along, that's easier than having to trace them by water, particularly if the canals are inhabited by those waterlings. It's just a matter of picking the right one.
Just a matter?
Dealin echoed.
I didn't say it was an easy matter,
Rora admitted, stepping back. Jade showed her fangs in a brief grimace.
So we may have to follow each one to see if there's an outer door at the end.
Moon didn't think the task was that enormous. The city's tall, but it isn't that wide. It would take, what, maybe a couple of hours to cross the top? The outside walls taper in, but not that much. So searching each canal shouldn't take that long.
They might connect to each other,
Chime added.
That should help too.
Jade paced away.
It would still be better if we picked the right one first.
With Bramble on his shoulder, Stone moved to the first door, letting the light fall down it a little. It was a hallway, on a smaller scale than the big one that led here, with carvings on the arching walls and maybe pillars farther down. Stone moved to check each door, but the halls seemed all the same. There were bands of carving around the doors, but they were all the same size, and nothing seemed to indicate one door was more important than the others. Bramble reported.
I don't see any of the symbols we found on the entrance.
She added wryly.
That would have been handy.
Maybe we should have brought Vendoin to see the writing,
Root said.
I mean, if there's writing.
Deelin stood near a pillar, examining the carving.
She would still have to translate it, which takes time. And the Heian interpretation of Foundation Builder language is greatly disputed.
His voice dry, he added,
I heard a great deal about that on the way to the Reaches.
He looked around again, squinting in the dim light.
The designs are asymmetrical, and the entrance was toward the eastern end of the escarpment, not in its center. There is less room for the canals on the eastern side.
Jade's tail lashed slowly as she considered it.
So it's more likely some of these canals dead end or get smaller.
Briar said uncertainly.
There's enough of us. We could split up to search each. That would take less time.
Bramble snorted.
There's stories that start that way, and they all end, and then they were eaten.
Stone grunted in agreement. Everyone was looking at Jade, waiting for a decision. Trying to give her some breathing room, Moon said,
Do you want to go back and wait for Merritt to scry?
He didn't expect her to say yes, considering how badly Merritt's attempts to scry had been going.
There's no telling how long that will take.
Jade hesitated, her tail still moving slowly.
Chime, which hall should we start with?
Moments like these were when Moon felt Chime's former life as a mentor came in handy. A warrior would have balked at taking the responsibility. At this point, Moon would have picked a door at random. Chime moved forward, studying each doorway intently.
Asymmetrical,
he murmured.
And the gate into the city was toward the east. And a lot of these carved designs have a focal point toward the left.
Moon, with Jade, Stone, Rora, and the warriors, turned to stare at the nearest carvings. Bramble and Deelin just nodded. Once it was pointed out, Moon could see that many of the carvings seemed to look better if you tilted your head to the left, but he had no idea what that meant. Chime finished.
So I'm guessing we should try that door first.
He pointed to the one third from the left. He turned to consult Bramble and Deelin. Bramble said,
It could be that one, or the one to its right, but yes, I think we should start with it.
Deelin nodded agreement.
Your theory is sound, Chime.
What just happened?
Rora asked Moon. He said, I have no idea. The hall wasn't tall or wide enough to make flying or leaping feasible, and while a bounding gate would cover ground faster, it wasn't a good way to travel through a place as strange and potentially dangerous as this. So they walked. Moon was worried this might be hard on Deelin and Rora, but Deelin seemed more interested in trying to study the wall carvings their lights revealed, and Rora didn't seem fatigued. Moon still meant to remind Jade to call for a rest sooner than she normally would need to. Every 50 paces or so, there was another oblong crystal inset in the floor. The glass was cloudy with age, but still allowed a dim view down to the canal below, just enough to see Rora's distance light glinting off the water. With the others, Moon kept tasting the air, but all he could detect was saltwater, rock, nervous Raxura, nervous ceiling, and Deelin. Keeping his voice low, Chime said,
This isn't the worst place we've ever explored. If it wasn't for the possibility of a monster locked up in here somewhere, this wouldn't be so bad.
He was clearly trying to keep his spirits up, because even as he said it, his spines twitched uneasily. Walking ahead of them, Briar added,
And that we might starve to death if we can't get past the fell.
Right. I forgot about that one, Chime said sourly. Thanks for reminding me.
Remember the Foundation Builder writing?
Deelin said.
This place is probably not of the Forerunners, unless they took control of it somehow, before or after the Foundation Builders departed.
Then why did it let Chime open it? Bramble asked.
Good question.
Dealin said wryly. Ahead, Stone stopped, and Bramble held up the netlight. A staircase twisted up a pillar, leading up through an open shaft in the ceiling. Across the hall, an opening showed another set of steps curling down to the canal below. Moon ducked around Stone's big furled wing to see the steps. Each was broad and flat across the middle, with two raised sections to either side, one a little higher than the other. Dealin and Rora moved up beside him, and Rora said,
More than 2 legs? Or just decorative?
I don't know.
Dealin leaned into the stairwell, holding his light.
Odd.
Stone set Bramble down, then shifted to his groundling form. Rora flinched away from the abrupt transformation, but Dealin just stepped closer to take advantage of the unobstructed view. Bramble's frills brushed Moon's scales as she pushed between him and Chime to see. Briar, Song, and Root looked down the other set of stairs, trying to angle their lights to see more. Thinking of the size of the escarpment, Moon said, I wonder if the city really fills the whole mountain. It's a long walk up to the top, and we saw buildings through the glass up there.
We can't get the boat upstairs.
Come on, Jade said, not patiently. The others stepped away reluctantly. Moon had to admit, it was intriguing. He wanted to see the top of the city, wanted a better look at the shadow shapes sealed under the glass. With a long look at the stairs, as if he was reluctant to leave them as well, Stone said, We're coming. Root added,
It's not like anyone wants to find the monster.
Stone gave Root a nudge to the head, then shifted back to his winged form. They moved through the darkness with their lights throwing shadows on the walls and the graceful lines of the off-center carvings. Some distance along, Rora stopped to drink from her water flask and made Dealin take a drink as well. Moon and Chime stopped with them, just in case something terrible chose that moment to leap out of the shadows. Ahead, Jade noticed and slowed the group's pace so she could keep them in sight. Rora stoppered the flask and put it back in her pack, saying,
You really think it's too dangerous to split up? It seems so empty.
Moon twitched his spines uneasily. It's too dangerous. Chime told her. The creature in the Forerunner City made us and the Fell see things that weren't there. As they started walking again, she said,
But we don't think one is here now, do we? This is so different from the city you described.
The creepiness is the same, Chime said. Sometime later, Moon saw Root catch up with Jade. He asked her something in a plaintive tone. She stopped and pulled affectionately on one of his frills. She turned back and said,
We'll stop for a moment. Root's hungry.
Stone set Bramble down and shifted to groundling while she dug in her pack for the food she had brought along. They had some bread and some of the dried seaweed that the Kishans swore was almost as good as eating meat. Moon turned to ask Rora and Dealin if they wanted any, when Rora swayed and caught Dealin's shoulder.
Sorry,
she said, and put a hand to her head.
I feel ill.
Moon stepped over to take her arm to steady her, and caught the scent of blood. Are you bleeding? She frowned at him.
No.
He looked down and saw a dark spot just below her left knee, above the top of her boot. Yes.
What?
She stared at it, uncomprehending.
Sit down here,
Dealin urged her, and he and Moon helped ease her down. Sitting on the floor, Rora let out a breath and admitted,
That feels better.
Moon helped her unbuckle the boot and ease it away from the cloth of her pants. Where the fabric and leather had rubbed against her skin, there was a bleeding sore. Rora swore in Kedaic and said,
This happens sometimes when I have to walk all day, but I didn't feel it until just now.
She touched it carefully and winced.
And we haven't been walking that long.
It must have been there a while. Now that it was in the open, Moon could catch a scent of infection off it. Except that he was sure it hadn't been there when Rora had removed her clothes and boots to swim in the sea only yesterday. Chime and Bramble shouldered Moon aside at that point, both proffering medical advice and bandages and simples. Moon left Rora to accept their help or fend them off, and went over to Jade.
"What's wrong?"
she asked.
"She has a wound. She must have gotten cut during the battle,"
Moon said. That was the only explanation he could think of, except he didn't know how Rora could have been hurt without it tearing the tough material of her clothes. And it had looked like a chafing sore. Is Root all right?
"Just hungry,"
Jade said, frowning absently. Still chewing a seaweed cake, Root had gone over to help Bramble hold her pack open. She and Chime were putting together a quick simple for Rora. Bramble had been carrying extra supplies for Merritt, and it was coming in handy. It wouldn't have the same effect as a simple made with Mentor's magic, but the combination of herbs and distilled oils still helped healing.
I'm hungry too,
Briar said, keeping watch on the darkness ahead.
and thirsty.
"So am I."
Moon rubbed his eyes. He felt grit at the edges of the membranes under his eyelids, but that was probably because of the sand in the air outside. Now that everyone was talking about it, he realized his stomach felt empty and his throat was dry. Briar said,
We ate before we left. It's only been an hour or so.
She flicked her spines, suddenly uneasy.
Hasn't it? My wings feel heavy, like I've been walking forever.
With relief, Song said,
"I thought it was just me."
Moon stared at them, then met Jade's gaze. He knew they were sharing a near-identical expression of disbelief. Moon tried to sense where the sun was outside the rock of the escarpment and felt nothing. Uh-oh, he thought. Slowly, as if dreading the answer, Jade said,
"Stone, how long have we been in this corridor?"
Stone, who had been staring absently down the dark cavern of the hall, turned and ambled back to them. About an hour. He saw their expressions. What? Moon said, We're all hungry and tired, like we've been walking for more than a day, and Rora has a chafing sore on her leg that wasn't there earlier, and it's already infected. Stone took that in. Then he groaned. Shit. Dealin stepped up beside Moon and said quietly,
I fear you are right.
He rubbed his neck below his beard.
I shaved while we were preparing to leave, not knowing when I would have the chance again. I am not a young man to bristle with hair after barely an hour's time.
"So, when did it happen?"
Jade said. Her voice was even, but she was holding her spines neutral with effort.
"After we picked this corridor?"
Briar's spines twitched in agitation, and she turned to Song.
Do you remember how many stairwells we've seen? I was going to count them just to make sure we could find our way back if there was another branch in the hall. Bone is always going on about the warriors not paying enough attention to tracking, but somehow I didn't count them.
Song shook her head.
"I didn't think of that."
Stone said, Bramble, get over here. He hadn't raised his voice, but something in his tone made Bramble cross the distance in a single bound. Chime, helping Rora fasten the bandage, turned to stare, startled. Stone asked Bramble, How many stairwells?
She blinked. "I thought I was counting them, but I can't remember."
She looked around, spines lifting in suspicion.
"How long since we've seen one? Or one of those insets in the floor?"
Song said,
"I know I was checking those, and so was Root, to make sure we were still above the canal."
She tasted the air.
I can smell the salt water, so it's still below us.
"Enough.
Jade held up her hands, claws spread.
We know what's happened. We know what we think happened. How do we fix it?"
I just don't think we should move anymore, Chime said wearily. We don't know where we are. Moon nodded grim agreement. They had shifted to groundling to conserve their strength when they had started back down the hall. But after walking for some time, they hadn't even reached the last stairwell again. That was assuming the stairwells were real. and not part of this trap. The unchanging darkness, and no sound except for their own movements and breathing, was beginning to weigh on everyone. Moon found himself wondering how long Merritt's spells on the moss bundle and the cups would work, if they would be trapped here long enough for their lights to fade. Chime had been more upset than anyone else, blaming his erratic extra senses for not warning them, though Root had pointed out,
You thought it was creepy. Everyone did. Maybe you just couldn't tell the difference between ordinary creepy and this.
whatever this was, Chime had said, miserably.
Maybe that's why I picked this hall.
Moon had squelched that quickly. Whichever one we picked, this would probably still have happened. Jade added,
Yes, there's no point in a trap like this if there are 6 ways to avoid it.
Now Stone turned to Jade and said in frustration, Maybe I should go on alone, try to get ahead of it. Moon thought that was a terrible idea. We don't know what it is. Jade flicked her spines in a negative.
I don't want us to split up. You might be still stuck like this, but unable to find us again.
It sounded all too possible to Moon, and it must have to everyone else too, because Root edged nearer to Song, Bramble tucked Stone's arm under hers, and Briar gently herded Dealin and Rora closer to the middle of the group. Chime, already standing shoulder to shoulder with Moon, said,
Yes, it's too big a risk.
Stone half snarled, but said, I know. Jade stood there a moment, her gaze on the shadow at the edge of their lights.
So, trying to go back didn't work.
We don't know that we are even moving,
Dealin pointed out.
We may be walking in place.
Rora added,
At least we know we're actually walking. If we were lying on the floor dreaming this, we might get hungry, but I wouldn't have gotten a sore.
With a simple, plus a feather-soft stretch of cloth Bramble had brought, Rora's skin was now protected. Chime had suggested she float along with the flying pack, but she wanted to conserve it, since they weren't certain how long they would be stuck here, and the moss that made its spells work wouldn't last forever.
So we know we're standing up and walking, even if we aren't making any progress,
Jade said. Her gaze fell on Bramble, who was bouncing a little, stifling impatience. Jade said wryly,
Go ahead.
Bramble said,
It's just, I know it sometimes bothers all of you when I get out of hand.
Moon said, Bramble, this is just the kind of situation where we need you to get out of hand. All the Arbora liked stories, and making up stories, and speculating on everything from the motivation of rival courts to every type of intrigue that existed. Bramble was particularly good at it, often to excess. Stone gave her an encouraging nudge forward, and she said,
First thing I thought of was that spell you all were trapped in that time in the city in the Mountain Thorn.
Everyone nodded, and Chime started to object, but Bramble continued.
Of course, this isn't the same. Here, time is clearly passing. Our bodies feel it passing. We're hungry and tired. It's just that something keeps confusing our heads, making us think we haven't been here that long. But it's not something affecting our memories, because of course otherwise we wouldn't remember that we had realized something was wrong.
Bramble paused for breath, then continued.
So I think this is protective, to keep people from getting any further into this city. And I think it started after we passed that last set of stairwells and the last window down into the canal channel, because since then, nothing has changed. The corridor looks the same. I've been trying to see if the carvings are changing, but a lot of them are just repeating patterns, and the light's too bad to tell.
That's good,
Chime said, startled. Song poked him in the arm.
Don't sound so surprised.
Moon said, It means Jade's right. Splitting up won't help. He wanted to make sure everyone understood that part. A situation where anyone who had separated from the group was still trapped, but alone and unable to find the others, was a nightmare he didn't intend to participate in. Dealin had his fingers tangled in his beard, staring into the distance, deep in thought.
I feel your reasoning is sound, Bramble. If we are some short distance after the last stairwell, What do you think it was that triggered this trap? Was it merely that we stepped over some line imperceptible to us? Or was there some object?
There wasn't anything on the floor, Chime said.
So if it was an object, it had to be on the walls.
Stone turned away, looking up.
So if we're in a short stretch of hallway, walking it over and over again, we might be between two of Bramble's objects, both mounted on the walls. They aren't my objects,
Bramble protested.
No, not your objects, and we don't know that they're actually there.
Jade studied the walls.
But if they are, we can't get out from between them by going forward or backward. We need to try going up,
Moon finished. This city isn't designed for people who fly. They may not have thought about that when they made the trap. They all looked up. The glow from their lights only went up so far, the dark stretching up beyond. Moon felt a prickle down his spines. The darkness seemed to take up more space than it had before, as if the ceiling was higher.
If you're right,
Bramble said.
It means this city definitely wasn't built by our Forerunners, and it also wasn't built by people who were enemies of our Forerunners. If they were trying to trap people who could fly, they'd have put a top on the trap.
The other thing Arbora liked were sweeping conclusions. Moon wasn't sure Bramble was right about what it meant, but it would be interesting to find out.
A point to think about,
Chime said, his spines twitching uneasily.
We might end up in a situation where we're climbing endlessly instead of just walking endlessly.
The other warriors stared at him, appalled. Stone grimaced. Dealin said,
One of you will be carrying me. It will be your decision.
We'll risk it,
Jade said.
Root, take Dealin.
We need to hurry.
Stone stepped away and shifted. Bramble hung the net light on one of Stone's claws, and Stone started up the wall. Jade leapt up next, Bramble starting up behind her. Root followed with Dealin, then Song, then Rora used her flying pack, staying close to the wall. Then Moon started up with Chime and Briar. They stayed together in a tight group, furled wings just brushing, Stone's tail hanging down to curl up just below them. Moon glanced down and saw darkness seem to fill the space below them like muddy water poured into a bowl. He thought about dropping one of the lighted cups to see if the floor was still there. But if they were stuck here much longer, they might regret the loss of any light source.
We should be getting close to where the ceiling curves,
Chime whispered. Moon squinted, trying to see it above them, but the net light bounced around too much as Stone climbed. Under his scales, his skin itched with nerves. They climbed past a carving of something that might be a stylized sun, the rays streaming off to the upper left, and Moon was sure they must be near the curved ceiling, but he couldn't see anything but wall above. He was looking up when Stone's form suddenly rippled, as if Moon saw him through a haze of heat. The ripple flowed downward over the others, then Moon's body went numb. The wall spun, and there was a roar in his ears, inside his head. His claws slipped on the stone. Above, Jade shouted,
Keep climbing! Don't stop!
Moon scrabbled to keep his grip on the wall. He couldn't feel anything, couldn't tell where his claws were or how hard to grip. Beside him, Chime started to slip down the wall, and Moon grabbed his shoulder and gave him a shove upward. Briar, near to sliding helplessly herself, grabbed Chime's wrist and tried to pull him up with her. Bramble skittered down the wall almost on top of Moon, and he caught her by the frills and shoved her up again. Then Rora grabbed Briar and jerked her up, dragging Chime along with her. Chime's tail slapped Moon in the face, and Moon grabbed it, and was pulled straight up the wall with them. His ears popped, and the world was suddenly right side up again. There was a ledge just above his head, and Jade leaned down from it, grabbed his collar flange, and hauled him up and over. Moon braced himself on the floor, still shaken. A quick glance around showed him that the others were all here, in various states of disarray, and that this wasn't a ledge, but a large space, a gallery looking down on the hall below. The walls he could see were carved with the same sort of designs, the ceiling also curved. It hadn't been here before. He was certain of it. Whenever Stone had held the light up, it had reflected off a solid, curved ceiling. He said, "We were right." Jade squeezed his wrist and stood. "Bramble, remind me to thank Bone for insisting you come along." Bramble clambered to her feet and lifted the net light.
"You would have gotten here eventually. I just shortened the trip a little," she said.
But her spines flicked in pleasure. Chime crawled to the edge of the gallery and looked down.
"I can't see the hall we were in, but it must be down there."
Rora pushed to her feet, swaying as she got her balance.
"There's one of those stairwells going down. The last we passed, perhaps?"
She took a step nearer, peering into the dark, and pointed toward the far end of the room.
"And there's one going up."
Careful.
Dealin said, as Bramble gave him a hand up.
Do not get too close to the downward stairs. We know the trap extended up some distance.
Moon got to his feet, giving Chime and Root a hand up. Briar and Song were already standing, looking around the room cautiously. Stone hooked the net light around a claw and took a quick turn around the big room. Then he shifted down to his groundling form.
"There's no way out of here but those stairwells."
Jade considered the stairwell that led downward warily.
"I don't think we can risk it. It must go straight down to the hall we just left."
Back into the trap.
Dealin agreed.
"I don't want to do that again,"
Root said fervently. There were murmurs and spine twitches of agreement all around. As the others talked, Moon took one of the lights and went to the wall, following it all around the room. Briar and Song trailed behind him. There was nothing that indicated any secret ways out, not even a crack. At the opposite side, Stone met him with a dry expression.
"I tried that already."
"I know." Moon controlled a spine twitch of frustration. He lowered his voice. Briar and Song were standing close and watching worriedly. The chances of what's up there being another terrible prisoner, another creature so dangerous a whole city had to be abandoned to imprison it, and whoever might have left it here wasn't nearly as good at making impenetrable prisons as the Forerunners.
"Yeah, there's a chance."
Stone looked away.
"I wish they'd just killed the damn things."
There had to be some reason they didn't, Moon thought.
"So the trap must have been there to protect that stairwell,"
Chime was saying, his scaled brow furrowed. With a growl in her voice, Jade said,
"I suppose there's no way to tell the trap that all we want is to get our boat out of this damn city?"
Rora shook her head in frustration.
"No, they clearly thought anyone who came in here after the city was deserted would be searching for whatever is up there."
"We have to go up, don't we?"
Root said, with a bleak droop of his spines.
"What if there's another trap?"
"We can't stay here."
Jade turned to the stairwell.
"We've already been gone too long."
Bramble's expression was grim.
"The others will come after us. They'll follow our scent right up that hall."
Moon exchanged a look with Stone. Then Jade said what they were both thinking.
"I just hope they haven't already. I hope Merritt was able to scry this."
Merritt had felt the sun cross the sky high above the seamount. He and everyone else on board had gone from impatience for the Raxura to return to the certainty that something was badly wrong. His scrying was more frustrating than ever, and had yielded nothing but flashes of darkness.
"I have to get closer,"
he thought. He glared at Balm and River.
"Whether some people like it or not."
The two warriors had both woken up angry, and after nearly a full day of increasingly anxious waiting, they wanted to kill each other. After listening to them argue, Merritt wanted to let them.
"I can move faster alone,"
Balm said to River, her spines lifted dangerously.
"I don't need to be slowed down."
Balm wanted to go after Jade and the others by herself, which might have seemed sensible on the surface. If everyone who went into the city disappeared, reducing the number of people going in might be a good idea. But Merritt didn't think it was practical. What if she needed to send someone back for help? What if she ended up trapped somewhere because there wasn't anyone to help her at the right moment? It was why Raxora never traveled alone. River's reasons for objecting were entirely different. "You don't trust me," he growled. "What do you think I'll do? Rip your throat out and leave you somewhere?" Balm eyed him coldly. "Why don't you try it now so I can kill you and get on with finding them?" Merritt hissed, annoyed. "Balm, you don't really think that." He had expected Balm to be half out of her mind with fear for Jade and Moon and the others. But River was almost as bad, and neither wanted to admit it. They both ignored him. River said, "I don't want to fight you. You're the one who wants that, because you think it'll erase what happened to you, how the Fel used you. I'm not the only one who remembers that, Balm." Balm's spines went rigid with fury. Merritt agreed that it was too close to home, and also an unfair strike. Merritt said, "River, that's not helping." Stupid warriors, he thought. He needed to be more sympathetic to Chime's situation. It must be agony to be like this now after living all your previous life as a sensible Arbora. Again, they both ignored him. Callum stood in the doorway, watching anxiously. Callum Cal had been in and out as they waited, increasingly worried, trying to make his own plans with the other groundlings. He said grimly,
"At least we know the Fel can't get in, or they would have been on us by now."
Unable to wait for the Raxora to return, a group of Kishan were getting ready to take their flying packs and try to follow the canal to find a way out. Balm stepped deliberately close to River, and he bristled. Balm said,
"You made sure everyone remembered it. You took advantage of what it did to me, treated me like nothing to prove to your idiot followers how strong you were." River sneered. "You let me." It wasn't doing Merritt any good to think what Jade, Moon, or Stone would do in this situation. If they were here, this wouldn't be happening. He asked himself what Flower would do. As Balm's claws flexed, Merritt shoved in between them. He was in his groundling form, small and vulnerable. Balm was wearing a copper bead necklace, and River a bronze armband Pearl had given him. Merritt slammed a hand on Balm's chest and grabbed River's arm. He didn't quite hit his targets, but he got close enough. Both yelped and flinched violently away from him. Balm ripped her necklace away over her head, and River clawed his armband off. Both stared at Merritt. "What?" Balm began. "You—" River started. Merritt said, "Don't make me do it again." There was a moment of stunned silence. River touched his armband where it lay on the floor and jerked his hand away. Balm muttered, "I didn't know you'd do it in the first place." "You've never been idiot enough to make me," Merritt said. Warriors tended to forget that rocks and cups weren't the only thing mentors could spell for heat. "I know you're afraid for Jade and the others, but that's no excuse. This is what we're going to do. The three of us will go look for them. I need to be closer to them on the route they took so I can scry about what happened. Now get your packs and get ready to leave." Balm and River exchanged a look. Merritt held his breath, afraid they might comment on his recent lack of success in scrying. But they both turned away, too angry with each other to think of it. Callum said, "I want to go with you. My father will let me take one of the levitation harnesses, so I won't slow you down." River had gone to get his pack, his movements stiff with offended pride. Balm picked up hers, threw a wary glance at Merritt, and told Callum, "If you can't track by scent, there's no way you can help us." Callum wasn't deterred. "Some of the Sun Sailor's crew are suspicious because the other Raxora didn't come back. They think they're searching the city with Rora and Dealin, looking for artifacts instead of the way out. If I go with you, it'll show them my father still trusts you." Balm grimaced. "Oh." Filling his water skin from the cask against the wall, River shook his head. "That's stupid. What artifacts? We don't know anything about this place." "They think Dealin does." Callum waited for further objections, then said, "I'll go get my harness."
Baum hesitated and glanced at Merritt.
Should we take him?
Merritt wished for an instant he hadn't seized control of the search party in such a dramatic fashion. It was a little daunting, but he didn't suppose Baum and River would remain subdued for long, and Callum had been friendly to them during the whole trip.
Merritt didn't see any reason they shouldn't trust him. He might be able to help.
River made a skeptical noise, but didn't argue. Within a few moments, they were out on the deck, Baum and River having quickly assembled their supplies, and Merritt making sure he had his simples and anything else he might need. They had taken some more of the little metal cups, and Merritt spelled them for light. The little glows of illumination seemed ridiculously inadequate next to the dark well just beyond the kitchen lights. But it was all they had. Merritt wished he could spell the huge walls for light, but that was far beyond his abilities. Callum appeared with Callum Cal, trailed by Vendoyne, Kellamdar, and some other Kishan. He was pulling on the harness that went with the flying pack, and had a belt with tools and pouches strapped around his waist. Vendoyne was fitting a harness over her armor patches.
Vendoyne wants to come with us,
Callum explained. Merritt hesitated and looked at Baum. Baum lifted a brow, the tilt of her spines clearly saying, "You decided you were in charge." River's expression was sour. Merritt controlled the urge to snarl at both of them. Vendoyne had a flying pack, so it wasn't any extra burden. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any time for her to ask him annoying questions and act surprised at his answers. And if it made the Kishan happy and made it easier for Callum Cal, so much the better. He said,
"Yes, she can come."
Callum Cal seemed gratified, and Kellamdar surprised. Callum Cal said, "Take care." He squeezed Callum's shoulder. As the groundlings got ready, Merritt heard Vendoyne speak to Callum in Cadaic, saying, "Once we leave, they will send some crew members in packs up the canal. They don't trust the Raxura." Tightening a last buckle, Callum didn't look up. "They didn't betray us. Something's wrong." "At least we all agree on that," Baum said in Raxuran, in Merritt's ear. She lifted him, and they took flight into the dark. Chapter 19. The stairs just kept going up, which at first was terrifying. Moon was certain they had escaped the never-ending hallway just to be trapped in the never-ending stairwell. Rora gave Deelin a lift on her harness, and the Raxura used their claws to climb. Stone, stuck in his groundling form while the stairwell was this narrow, was the only one who was relatively slow. The uneven steps and the way they made you want to lean to the left didn't help either. Ahead, Moon could see Jade's spines getting even more rigid as she tried not to betray any emotion. Then her spines twitched, and she said,
"There's a landing."
Moon hissed with relief. It meant they weren't, or probably weren't, in another trap. Moon crowded up onto the open space with Stone. It was a landing, with the stairs continuing to curve up on the far side. To the right was a large, crystal-filled window, more than 12 paces wide and nearly taking up the whole wall.
"This looks like a door that was filled in,"
Jade said, tapping her claws on the crystal. The glass was murky and clouded. Moon stepped up and pressed his light against it, trying to see what was on the other side. Chime leaned past him and chipped at the mortar on the edge with a claw. Rora, taking advantage of her flying pack, hovered up over everyone else's head just to see. Just enough light permeated the glass to let Moon get a murky view of a larger room with a stairwell going down. There was a doorway, too, leading into darkness. He said, "You're right, it was a door."
"The edges aren't smooth," Chime reported. "It's not like those other crystal panels, the windows down to the canal."
Moon thought of the crystal that enclosed the top of the city. Maybe that had been added later as well, an extreme measure to protect against attack. Deelin squeezed in around his arm to examine the glass and said,
They wanted to block access to something in this part of the city, so it may only be approached from this stairwell.
It means they thought they might come back, that they might need whatever they left up here, Moon thought. It meant there might not be a dangerous creature trapped in an eternal prison, but something that had been useful, something to be protected. It might also mean the builders or whoever had already returned at some point in the dim past and retrieved it, and just not bothered to disarm the magical trap protecting it. Moon found himself hoping for the latter. It would be easier to deal with. Jade made a fist and struck the glass. It made a dull thump.
Stone, can you break this?
Stone glanced around the space and grimaced. I'll try. Everybody out of the way. Jade turned toward the stairs leading up.
Come on.
It gave them a chance to rest, sitting around on the steps while Stone shifted and tried to first push the glass out, then to dig at the wall around it. After the first moments of hope, Moon could tell it wasn't going to work. Rora said tiredly,
I think the Kish might have tools that could get through there. Of course, they're all back on the Sun Sailor.
Stone shifted back to Groundling and hissed in annoyance, tucking his hands under his armpits. Can't budge it. Moon hopped back down the stairs.
Are you all right?
Just broke a claw, Stone said.
Let me see,
Moon insisted. Growling, Stone showed him. He had broken 3 claws, the wound showing on his groundling form as bleeding from under the fingernails. His knuckles were darkening with bruises. He glared over Moon's shoulder as the others crowded around. Not everyone needs to see. Bramble dug another cloth out of her pack and said, Quiet, Line Grandfather. Somebody hold the light for me. Chime got the healing symbols out again, and Bramble wrapped Stone's hand while Stone hissed impatiently. Moon exchanged a look with Jade. There wasn't going to be another way out. They would have to follow these stairs to wherever they led. They continued upward, moving faster now that they had some confirmation that this wasn't another trap. Climbing beside Moon, Chime said,
I don't know why I'm not hearing or feeling anything. I should have some idea about this place, this magic that's here. Not that I'm complaining about not being able to hear any frightening voices, for example, but if my stupid ability was ever going to be any help, you'd think now would be a good time.
You would think that, Moon said.
It's got to mean something.
Perhaps,
Deelin said, holding to Rora's harness as she hovered behind them.
You sense magics which are inimical or simply strange. Is that it? You don't feel it when Merit scries or heals, do you?
Chime told him.
Right. It's always something very different. Sometimes harmful, sometimes just different.
Perhaps this is not different,
Deelin said.
Yes, but...
Chime went silent, considering it.
It would be nice if these people left some carvings of themselves behind,
Song grumbled.
Then at least we'd know if they were like us or not.
I don't think they were like us,
Briar told her, hooking her claws around a wall carving to pull herself up.
If they were, they had very odd taste in stairs.
Merritt held on to Balm as they leapt from pillar to pillar, River following, and Callum and Vendoyne using their flying packs. They found the junction of 7 canals quickly enough. As Balm set Merritt down on the ledge, he tasted the air deeply. He didn't catch any scent but traces of Raxura, Sealing, and Groundling. But there was something about this place he didn't like.
They could just be lost,
Callum said, as he maneuvered his pack down to the floor. He sounded more hopeful than Merritt felt the situation warranted.
This place may be a maze past this point.
If they weren't sure which way to go, they could have followed their own scent trail back here,
Balm told him.
And we can't be confused about direction. We always know where south is.
Are you certain?
Vendoyne directed her light up at the carvings.
This place seems very confusing. And these designs, they're so intriguing.
Ignoring them all, Merritt sat down on the pavement, shifted to Groundling, and pulled his pack around.
I need to scry.
Can we tell which door they took? River was already casting back and forth between the doorways. He stopped in front of one to the left and said, "They took this one. With that ceiling with them, they might as well paint arrows on the floor." "Everybody be quiet so Merritt can scry," Baum said, more pointedly than necessary. Out of the corner of Merritt's eye, he saw Van Doyne start to speak and Callum shush her. You could scry using a variety of things, shapes and patterns and movement in water, air, blood. It was all up to the individual mentor. Flower had liked to use wind shear, and birds in flight if possible. You could also focus on individual objects, and Merritt felt he was particularly good at that. This time, he was scrying on a place, on this junction and the doorway the others had chosen. This place knew what had happened next. His sense of his own body, of the cool, damp air in his lungs, all the scents of salt and familiar Raxura and unfamiliar groundlings, the texture of the layer of cloth between his groundling's skin and the chill stone, went away. The visions came between his eyes and the view of the dark doorways, the scraps of carving and the dust motes visible in the spell lights and kitchen lamps. Baum sat with Callum. River was a little distance away, his head drooping as he dozed. Van Doyne had taken out a small book in a leather wrap and was writing in it. Merritt felt the mental drift of scrying and a sensation like a wall crumbling, as if something had stood between him and the visions and had now dissolved. As he slipped into the space where the images lay, ghosts of color crawled across the walls. The painted designs and writing only Van Doyne could see. Not warnings, but a last message. "It lies here. Take care. You know our reasons." Merritt twitched, aware he had just spoken. Baum sat up straight. River flinched awake, and the groundlings watched him wide-eyed. "What did I say?" Merritt demanded, his voice coming out in a dry croak. The words were still floating around in his head, and he didn't think there was time for them to settle so he could recall them himself. Baum told him, "You said, Bramble's wrong. It's not a trap. It wants them to find it." "Right." Merritt shook his head, trying to wake himself up. "Something was there, blocking me. But it's gone now." He scrambled to his feet and shifted. The others stood, confused, hopeful. Merritt shook his spines out and asked, "How long was I scrying?" River answered, "Maybe an hour, a little longer." "You know where they are?" Merritt nodded. "They had to go up. We just have to figure out where they're coming down." This was going to take more scrying, but at least he knew he was on the right track. Moon and the others kept climbing, passing more landings, all with blocked-off doors. They tested each one, more carefully this time, just to make sure none of the crystal barriers had been inserted badly and were weak enough to dislodge. Moon was frustrated, almost beyond bearing, and he knew Jade was as well. This stupid trap had herded them right into the place it was supposed to be protecting. "Do you think the Sun Sailor is still where we left it?" Chime said wearily when they paused to rest. "I hope they haven't done anything stupid with it," Rora replied. She was sitting on a step, making sure the bandages cushioning the top of her boots were still in place. "They must be searching for us by now, and for the way out." Dealin sighed, stretching his back.
They may think we have betrayed them and are searching for artifacts.
Moon had already thought of that earlier. The trust between the Raxura and most of the Kishin was still fragile, and this wouldn't help. But apparently, Rora hadn't. She stared, surprised and offended. "Why would I betray them?" "Because they're so obsessed with getting answers to their questions, they can't imagine anyone feels different," Moon said. Rora shook her head, still upset. "I have worked with Callum Cal since I came to Kish." Obviously trying to console her, Root said.
Maybe they think we killed you instead.
I'd like to kill every wall in this stupid city,
Jade muttered.
Come on, we need to keep moving.
They kept going up, and Moon started to wonder if they would reach the top, find an empty room, and have to start back down and try to defeat the never-ending hallway again anyway. They were hoping there was a way into a different part of the city through here somewhere, but there was no guarantee of that. He thought mentioning this out loud would be more than Jade's temper could take at the moment. So he didn't. And he just hoped Root didn't think of it and blurted out. Then he caught a scent of something different. Cooler air, maybe a trace more salt. Ahead, Jade's spines flicked as she caught it too. She said,
There's another landing up here. I think it might.
Then she leapt ahead. Stone took the last 3 stairs in one step. Lunging after them, Moon jumped up onto a landing that opened into a passage with a curved ceiling. The others crowded up behind him. It was such a shock to see something different, they all just stood there. The glow of the spell lights didn't reach very far, but Aurora directed her distance light around, revealing more carved walls and a dark space at the end of the passage. Jade started forward cautiously. Moon tasted the air and caught more salt. There was something different, not quite fresh, but not as heavy with rock and stale water. There was a draft coming from somewhere ahead. Moon felt the tension he had been holding in his back and shoulders ease a little. Whatever happened, at least they weren't in a box trap at the top of the stairs.
How far up are we?
Dealin asked softly. Bramble answered.
Not near the top. We're well above the sea, though.
And deep inside the rock,
Chime added. His spines twitched uncomfortably.
The city's heart?
Bramble drew breath, and Jade said,
Let's not speculate.
She started forward.
Chime, if you get any sense of something, I'll say so right away,
Chime assured her.
Feel free to yell,
Moon murmured. Chime moved a spine in assent. As they moved through the passage, the lights revealed stone shelves built out from the walls, though their placement seemed random, and they were all empty. So did they store things here? Moon wondered. Again, it was hard to know what something might be meant for when you didn't know what the people who had built it looked like. The lights started to reveal glimpses of the chamber ahead. Moon was expecting carved stones and emptiness. It was all they had seen so far, but the lights glinted off broken ceramic and smashed fragments of stone. Aurora pulled the distance light off her shoulder strap and held it up. Jade said,
So, something else got here before we did.
The chamber had apparently held a number of objects on carved stone plinths of various heights. The plinths had been overturned and most smashed, and all that was left of the objects was a mix of intriguing debris. Broken crystal and pottery of all different colors, stained with mud and mold, and small, scattered pieces of bright metal. Dealin groaned.
This is disappointing.
He sighed heavily.
I will hate to tell Calamcal of this.
Stone stepped forward, picked his way carefully through the room. Moon followed with the others. Aurora's light showed a doorway on the far side, so hopefully they could keep going until they found a stairwell down, or the source of that draft. His foot brushed something soft, and he nudged it cautiously with his claws. It was a pile of some disintegrating substance, with folds as thin as an insect's wing.
This was fabric, maybe?
Chime crouched over another moldy pile, studying it closely, holding his spell-lighted cup almost on top of it.
I see incised markings. I think these were books.
Dealin made a pained noise and clapped a hand over his eyes. Moon sympathized, and they didn't even have anyone like Vendoyne here to tell them if there was writing on the walls that explained what these ruined objects were for. Stone had almost reached the doorway. Normally, Stone liked to poke through remnants like these, the abandoned remains of strange people. But now, the path ahead seemed to hold all his attention. This isn't good. This is salt mud. It came from the sea bottom. That stopped Moon in his tracks. It couldn't be a flood, not so far up in the escarpment. So what's it doing all the way up here? Odd. Bramble twitched, shedding nervous energy.
There wasn't any mud in the stairwell.
Yes,
Rora pivoted, shining her light over the walls.
something got in here. But the mud is all dry, I think, so it wasn't recent.
Bramble nodded agreement.
And that's a relief. Rue, what have you got?
Moon turned. Root stood near the center of the chamber, holding something of dull, silver-colored metal that was shaped like a cage, or a frame for a piece of glass or crystal inside. Root said,
This is pretty. We should take it.
There was a moment of startled silence. Moon felt his spines prickle uneasily. They had no reason to suspect anything was wrong, but Moon thought something was very wrong. It was like the air in the room had changed. Chime said, I don't feel anything, but I feel something, Stone said, and his tone made all the warriors twitch. Though Root seemed not to notice. I feel anger. Root, put it down.
But the groundlings are going to take things,
Root said, not looking up.
Why can't we take this?
Watching warily, Dealin said,
I would not recommend it. If it is a compulsion like the call that drew groundlings and fell to the Forerunner City. Root, put the object down.
Root ignored him, an extremely un-Root-like thing to do. Frustration and fear in her voice. Song said,
Root, you heard Stone, put it down!
Moon took a step closer, wondering if he could knock the object out of Root's hands without touching it.
Root,
Jade said, and Moon felt the tug on his own heart. It was the Queen's power, the connection between her and all the court. He knew he must only be sensing the edge of it. All Jade's concentration, sharpened by fear for his safety, was directed at Root.
Root, put it down.
Root's head jerked up and he stared at her, startled, his spines drooping. Then he looked at the thing in his hands and set it on the nearest broken plinth. He said,
That was weird. Why did I want that?
Moon hissed in relief. There was a nervous flutter of spines around the room. Stone's body still radiated tension. Jade said,
Root, come here. Everyone out. Come on, this way.
Root took a step forward, and Moon moved, hooked his arm, and pulled him away from the plinth. Chime and Song hurried to reach Jade and Stone, with Bramble taking a wide path around the plinth. Rora, ever practical, used her pack to lift off the floor, picked up Dealin, and navigated them both over the debris and down to the door beside Jade. Briar came last, shepherding Bramble ahead of her. The passage past the room was wider but longer, and Moon could feel more moving air. He was still holding onto Root's arm, and Root whispered,
Moon, I don't know what happened. Am I in trouble?
Yes, Chime snapped. If that was the thing the trap was protecting, it's dangerous.
I'm talking to the consort, not you,
Root said, sounding more like his normal self. No more trouble than usual, Moon said. He hoped so. They might have just averted a disaster.
Do we tell Cal and Cal about this?
Rora asked Dealin. Moon noted she hadn't switched to Kadaic, which meant she didn't care if the Raxura understood her.
If it's dangerous, I'm reluctant.
Dealin said,
First, we must escape the city and the fell. Perhaps they have followed the Kish to this city, believing it to be Forerunner, and will leave it when we do. If so, Callum Cal and the others will wish to return and examine this place in more detail. I also...
He hesitated, and then sighed.
This is a long-winded way of saying, I don't know.
Moon didn't know either. The silver and crystal object was the only thing in the shattered room that had stood out, and it had been near the plinth left of the center. Whatever had destroyed the books and other objects hadn't taken it. But then maybe whatever had dragged that sea-bottom mud up here wasn't sentient and had just been looking for food, if that thing is what the Fel want. The Fel Queen had seemed to imply that it was something specific, that the Fel weren't just chasing rumors of power associated with ancient ruined cities. But then how did they know it was in here? Unless Cal and the other Kishin had known, and had kept the knowledge from Rora, and the Fel had discovered it from them somehow. There's dried mud on this floor, Stone said. Moon could feel it underfoot, but just as a slight, gritty texture. Stone was in his groundling form, and the skin on the bottoms of Raxarin feet was tough, but still more sensitive than scales. Bramble stopped to examine the mud on her foot claws.
It's got to be turns old, doesn't it?
Doesn't mean what brought it in isn't still here, Stone said.
We know waterlings can get in here,
Moon said. You would think they would stay in the lower part of the city, in the canals, but maybe some had gotten curious.
If they can get in, we can get out.
The passage slanted toward the left, and they passed several smaller rooms, the floors covered in layers of dried mud, but empty of debris. Chime said,
I'm still afraid we're going to turn a corner and there's going to be one of those things. I think if we were going to find one, it was going to be in that room,
Jade said. She glanced back, and Root's spines drooped again. Then Stone said, Wait. Everyone stopped. Moon tasted the air and caught a trace of rotting sea-wrack. Stone turned to Jade. It's close. She tilted her head to listen. Moon couldn't hear anything from ahead, but the draft felt stronger. Jade said,
Stay here.
Moon stepped past Chime and Bramble just as Stone drew breath to speak. Jade said,
I was talking to the consorts, too.
Stone subsided with an annoyed hiss. Moon managed not to object as Jade started ahead down the passage, a single spell light to guide her. As the passage curved to the left, her light disappeared. Stone tasted the air again, his head tilted to listen. Moon glanced back at the others, their worried expressions and the tired angle of everyone's spines. Dealin's face was drawn, and Rora seemed more gray than she had before. He didn't think it was a good sign. Chime leaned against the wall. Bramble rested her head on Song's shoulder, her eyes half closed. Briar was last behind Root and Song, keeping a wary watch back down the passage. They needed rest and more substantial food than the rations in their packs. They needed to not be trapped in this endless maze. The movement of air in the passage was the only thing to signal Jade's return. She had shoved her light into her pack. Moon saw her expression and the grim set of her spines and knew things had just gotten even worse. Her voice low, she said to Moon and Stone,
Something is getting in and out of this place, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to.
Lying on his belly, Moon looked over the edge of the air shaft. He swallowed back a hiss. Yes, it's worse. They had left the others, and he and Stone had followed Jade as the passage narrowed and they began to see faint natural light ahead. The passage met a large vertical shaft, with a little light falling down it that must originate at the top of the escarpment and the crystal-sealed portion of the city. From the quality and scent of the air, it wasn't open to the outside. But below this level, the shaft was occupied. The inhabitants clung to the sides of the shaft, and at first, Moon could only see thick, rough, scaled bodies of silver and blue, glowing with prickles of blue light, like burning coals buried in their flesh, and claws, like the kind crabs and shellfish had, big, bulky, razor-sharp things on the ends of their limbs. And there were a lot of limbs. some with hand-like structures with smaller claws, which they used to hook themselves to the wall. As Moon watched, an eyeless head lifted up and yawned, and revealed that the distended jaw was full of a myriad of needle-like teeth. These must be the creatures who had explored these rooms, destroyed the objects left behind. Fortunately, they all seemed to be asleep or drowsing. The few who were moving were languid and seemed barely aware. Moon wriggled silently back from the edge to where Jade and Stone waited. They retreated farther down the passage, out of earshot of the airshaft's occupants, and Moon said softly, "At least we know there's no never-ending hallway trap at the bottom of that shaft. They have to be eating something." Stone said, "They're probably from the ocean. Eyeless waterlings don't live in seas this shallow." Moon nodded. "They must have washed up here in storms and got in through the passages that are letting the water in. They probably only go out at night." Jade hissed impatiently. "I really don't care how they got in or what they do when they aren't blocking our way out. How do we get down past them?" "We don't," Stone told her. "We go up. If there's one air shaft, there's more. Before they sealed off the top of the city, that's how they kept the air moving through here. We have to go while it's still daylight," Moon added. "They probably start moving around at dark. There's a chance they might clear out and go to some other part of the city or go outside, but we just can't risk it." "That makes sense." Jade dropped her spines in chagrin. "I should have thought of that." "That's why you have us," Moon said, and thought, "We really need to get out of here." They were all getting too exhausted to think straight. Jade had told the others to eat and rest while they were waiting, but that wasn't going to be enough. And it was never good to stay too long in enclosed spaces with no fresh air. If this place had been originally designed to be ventilated from the outside, then having all those openings closed off wasn't helping. Jade squeezed his wrist. "Right. I'll go up and see if I can find an opening to another level." "Let me do it," Moon said, keeping his voice casual. The image of Jade slipping and falling because she was too tired to climb made his chest constrict. "This is why you brought me." Jade said wryly, "I brought you for sex." Ha! It was good she could still joke, but he hoped it didn't mean she was getting loopy. "Sex and climbing walls." Stone said, "Jade, he's right. The warriors are exhausted, and if the connecting passages are this size, I can't fit into them. We can't risk losing the queen." Jade growled under her breath. "I don't care if he's right. I'm going. You two get ready, because if I wake the waterlings, it's not going to matter." Moon drew breath to argue, and Stone punched him in the chest. Jade, already turning to creep back to the edge of the shaft, didn't see. Rubbing the injured spot, Moon waited until she was out of earshot to whisper, "You said I was right." "She doesn't need an argument right now." "Neither do I," Stone said pointedly. "Fine. One reason to send someone ahead was that they needed to know if moving into the shaft would rouse the waterlings. If it did, it would be very, very bad. Why don't you go back to the others and get ready to die horribly when the waterlings swarm us?" "Why don't I?" Stone said, and turned back down the passage. Moving quietly, Moon went to the edge of the shaft. Jade had slipped out to cling to the side and cautiously moved upward. The rock was heavily pitted and made for easy climbing. It was just the sleeping waterlings that were the problem. Moon gripped the edge and leaned out, trying to see if there was an opening to another passage. The light from above was faint, but it was just enough to throw shadows. And there, about 50 paces up and on the far side of the shaft, was a door-sized square shadow. Jade had seen it too and climbed toward it slowly, obviously being careful not to make any noise louder than the gusty exhalations of the sleeping waterlings. Like sealings, they probably weren't scent hunters, and hopefully their senses weren't as acute out of the water as in it. Jade reached the door and swung inside, and Moon retreated back down the passage. He let his breath out in relief and scrubbed his face with the heels of his hands. Time passed excruciatingly slowly. Then Jade climbed back inside the passage so suddenly and silently, Moon flinched. She drew him further back and said quietly,
"That's it. It leads to an open hall with several stairwells heading down. There were other openings farther up, but the less time we spend in that shaft, the better."
It was good news, until Jade stumbled and caught Moon's arm to steady herself. When she pulled away, he caught her wrist and said, "On the boat, did you sleep? Don't lie." She bared her teeth, and he bared his back. Then she hissed, frustrated.
"The Sun Sailor's crew was starting to panic, and Cal and Cal needed help. They had to see we weren't afraid. They had to see. I slept for a little while."
Moon hesitated. He was trying to think how long that meant Jade had been awake. They had all napped in the boat on the way back from searching for the fell nest, but that hadn't exactly been undisturbed rest.
She said, "It was a mistake. I should have slept more. There's nothing I can do about it now,"
and pulled away from him. They followed the passage back to where the others waited. Moon's mind was racing for a solution. Anything to make it easier for Jade. They just couldn't afford to stop here longer. Not so close to the waterlings. I should have made sure she had a chance to rest, he thought, furious at himself. The terrible thought of returning to the colony and his clutch without Jade stopped his breath for a moment. He couldn't let that happen. Stone had already told the others about the airshaft and what was in it, while Jade described the climb and the potential way out. Moon crouched down beside Bramble.
"Do you still have some food? Jade hasn't eaten."
Bramble, far more expert than Moon at reading spines and expressions, went still for a moment, then pulled her pack around to dig through it.
"There's some of that dried seaweed, and Akama and the Sun Sailor said this bread stuff with the red flakes is supposed to be a stimulant, but I don't think it works on us."
Jade was saying,
"It's not a long climb, but we'll need to move fast."
Rora leaned forward.
"You all can't fly in that shaft, but I can. I can take you up one by one. It will perhaps be quieter."
Jade tilted her head in acknowledgement.
"We can start climbing, and you can come back for each of us in turn. That should cut down on the time. And the faster we get away from those waterlings, the better."
Deelin frowned in concern.
Will your pack last? The substance within will need to be renewed at some point.
Rora shifted around.
"Check the levels for me. We weren't long getting to the junction, so it should still be at least half full. It's a good thing I didn't try to use it in the endless corridor, or it would be empty."
As Deelin tugged at various things or peered into parts of the pack, Moon told Jade, "Eat something." Everyone else did. Jade grimaced, but didn't argue. She bit into the piece of dried seaweed Moon handed her and said to the others,
"Just be quiet and everything will be fine."
While Jade was chewing, Bramble turned to the others and said,
"Rora, you're going to have to take Stone."
Stone growled in annoyance, but didn't protest. With the passages too small to accommodate his shifted form, it was the best solution. Rora just nodded. Bramble added,
"And I think Jade should go first."
Thankfully, Jade let Bramble sort out the order everyone should go in. Moon figured as an Arbora she was the one in the group most likely to still be able to think straight. Arbora were stronger than groundlings or sealings, and didn't need nearly as much sleep as the Ariat. At least, he hoped this was the case. It would be nice to have someone in the group who could still think straight. Everyone put their lights away in their packs, and they moved quietly up the passage toward the opening. When Jade slipped out into the shaft, Moon felt every nerve in his body tense. Rora tugged on her pack's strap, lifted off the floor of the passage a little, and turned to Stone. His voice low, he said, "I'd rather you go out first, and then I'll jump to you." Rora whispered,
"Ha, no thank you."
They managed a very awkward embrace, and Rora ducked out into the shaft. Chime pulled Moon back a little and whispered, "Is something wrong with Jade?" "Just tired," Moon said, with a grim, "I'll tell you later" look. Chime winced, said, "Oh," and didn't ask anything further. Bramble, crouched at the opening, motioned for Root to go next, then for Chime to follow him. Moon let out the breath he had been holding when she signaled that Jade had reached the doorway successfully. Rora came back for Deelin, and Song and Briar moved forward for their turn. Below, the waterlings murmured in their sleep, and Bramble turned around to Moon and mouthed the words,
"This is terrifying."
Moon nodded. His nerves were so tight he thought his spines were going to snap. Song went next. Rora returned, and Moon pointed for her to take Bramble. Bramble glared, because her plan had included Moon going with Rora, but Moon wasn't going to leave an Arbora in this passage alone, even for a few moments. Once Rora and Bramble were moving upward through the shaft, Briar climbed out. Moon waited for her to get far enough away, then started his climb. The air in the shaft was heavy with the acrid scent of the waterlings, far more so than the passage. Moon realized it was their breath, rising in the cool, unmoving air, and his spines twitched involuntarily. He concentrated on not letting his claws slip on the pitted rock. Rora and Bramble floated up to the opening, and Stone reached out to take Bramble, then to pull Rora inside. Then Song reached the doorway and climbed in. With some way still to go, Briar climbed silently, her pack slung back over her shoulder so it wouldn't bump the wall. They made it around the curve of the shaft, and Briar was almost within reach of the doorway. Moon was about 10 paces behind her. Then, from below, something groaned. Moon flinched and froze. It was a low wail that rose in pitch as it rose in volume. It ended in a gasp, and Moon looked up at Briar. There was just enough light to see her wide-eyed expression. Our luck just ran out, Moon thought. He flicked his spines and tail, telling her to keep moving, and Briar resumed her climb, moving with less caution and more speed. Below, bodies slid over each other as the waterlings stirred. Another groan split the air, and it was answered by a chorus of breathy exhalations. Moon climbed, glancing down. Light glinted on the scaled forms as they stretched and uncurled, their claws clicked on the rock. Above, Briar swung into the opening, and then Rora suddenly dove out. She maneuvered down, level with Moon, and he flattened his spine so she could put an arm around his waist. Forcing himself to let go of the wall to grab onto her shoulders took an extra moment of effort he knew they couldn't afford. His weight made her sink down for a breathless heartbeat. Then her pack lifted them both up. Something seized Moon's lower leg. A weight dragged them down. Snarling, he looked down to see a waterling clung to the wall just below them. Rora must be looking down too, because the distance light on her shoulder shone down on the creature. Its upper half was vaguely groundling-shaped, with a blue-scaled torso and an oval, eyeless head. The two largest claws, one of which had closed around Moon's leg, were where a groundling's arms would be, but more limbs sprouted below them, and the lower body was much wider, extending out to accommodate 6 clawed segmented limbs. Moon raked the claws of his other foot across the creature's claw, but they glanced off the hard surface. He growled, "Rora, let go." Rora, struggling to support his weight, gasped, "No." There was no time to argue. Moon grabbed her shoulders and shoved out of her grip. The waterling yanked him down straight toward its mouth, its distended jaw opening wide, fangs gleaming. Moon flung his weight sideways and grabbed the clawed limb at the joint, then twisted it down. He fell and hung upside down, supported only by the creature's abused joint. The waterling screamed as its joint popped out, and Moon slammed into the wall, dangerously close to the creature's lower limbs. He jerked free of the slack claw and scrabbled away along the wall. More waterlings scrambled up the wall toward him, and he climbed rapidly up past the screaming injured one. It flailed at him with its remaining claw, then abruptly fell backward and down the shaft. Moon looked up and saw Jade on the wall just above where the creature had been, snarling in fury. "Go! I'm coming!" Moon yelled and climbed faster. Then Rora dropped down, and this time Moon let her grab him. As they lifted up, Jade turned and climbed toward the opening. Jade reached the edge and pulled herself inside. Rora lifted up even with it, and Jade caught Moon's arm and dragged him in. As Rora caught the edge to pull herself after him, a waterling rose up behind her, and claws snatched at her waist. Moon and Jade were off balance, in the wrong position, and even as Moon tried to lunge for Rora, he knew neither of them would be able to reach her. Then Stone stepped on him, flattened him to the floor, and leaned out the opening. He reached past Rora, seized the creature's head, and twisted sharply. The audible snap echoed off the walls, and the creature dropped, lifeless. Stone snatched Rora out of its grip. Jade grabbed Stone around the waist, and they all tumbled forward into the passage on top of Moon. Smushed on the bottom, Moon couldn't do anything but hold his breath as the weight was lifted. When Jade climbed off him, he gasped to fill his empty lungs and staggered to his feet. Chime grabbed his arm and pulled him down the passage. Jade was hissing, "Go, go, move, hurry!" Moon followed the others down the dark passage. Beside him, Rora muttered,
"I didn't know Stone could do that. Not as he is, not large."
"That's why we try not to argue with him," Chime told her, breathless with nerves. Behind them, Stone snorted derisively. Moon said to Rora, "He's got really good hearing, too." Light bloomed ahead as Song and Briar dug their lights out of their packs again. They were in a passage larger than the one below, and the others made way for Jade as she moved forward to lead them. Root glanced back, whispering,
"That wasn't fair. We did everything right. Nobody made any noise, and they know we're here anyway."
"This place is awful," Bramble agreed. "Keep moving," Moon urged them. Behind them, he could hear a sliding, scraping movement growing louder, closer. "They're following us." Something had woken the waterlings, but Moon would swear they hadn't made enough noise to wake a sleeping fledgling. Maybe the waterlings had felt faint vibrations through the rock, or maybe they were sensitive to Rora's distinctive scent and interpreted it as an attack. Jade led them past several dark doorways. Then the corridor suddenly opened up into a large chamber, and the welcome sight of an open stairwell leading down. Jade said, "We need to keep going. I don't want to risk this one."
You don't think we came far enough from the trap in the hall below?
Dealin clarified, breathing hard as he jogged after Bramble.
That we might enter it again if we go down now.
Rora directed her distance light across the space, and they saw it was only the first of several large chambers.
"She's right. We should keep going. There are more stairwells ahead."
"Faster," Stone said. "They're not far behind us." Then he shifted. Rora used her pack to lift up and shoot forward to scoop up Dealin. The warriors and Bramble started to bound, covering 10 to 12 paces in a single jump, and Stone was careful not to outpace them. The combination of stronger flying muscles and fear could have let Moon outpace all of them, but he stayed in the rear, making sure the rest didn't fall behind. He was sure Jade would have objected to this, but fortunately, she was a little too busy at the moment. They crossed 2 large halls, their lights revealing half-seen carvings and shapes. In the second, Bramble yelped a warning and they slid to a halt. Rora's light swung around to catch a giant face looming from the end of the hall, but it was made of stone.
"Statue,"
Jade said.
"Keep moving."
They surged forward again, and Moon was left with an impression of a smooth triangular head, No visible nose, with small eyes to either side. It might have been a sculpture of a builder, or maybe just something from a story. And now he could hear the rasp of claws on the stone floor, the swift slide of heavy bodies. "They're in the first hall," he said aloud. They could hide the lights, look for a doorway to another route, but the chances of being trapped in one of these dead-end passages or rooms was far too great. Ahead, Jade reached the next stairwell. She called out, "Down, down this way, it's got to be far enough." Moon threw a glance back and saw roiling movement in the shadows. It had to be far enough, because the waterlings moved too fast. With Dealin still holding on to her, Rora dropped down. Bramble, Chime, and Root dove after her. Jade motioned for Song and Briar to follow. From below, Bramble called,
"Stone, the stairs turn down here and it's too narrow for you."
Stone snarled and shifted to his groundling form, saying, "This shitting place." Jade caught Moon's arm and half-shoved him down the stairs. She grabbed Stone and jumped after him. Moon hit the first landing in a crouch, waited for Jade, then dove down the next set of stairs with her. The lights flashed sporadically as the Raxora jumped and dove and scrambled and jumped again. Rora's distance light was mostly steady, Dealin directing it toward the stairs so they at least had some idea where they were going. This would be a bad time for someone to run into a wall and stun themselves. Moon heard the rush of movement above them, the scaled bodies slapping into the walls, claws scraping as the waterlings flowed down the stairwell like water. An acrid stench of rot and fish filled the air. Below, Bramble took a tumble down the stairs, but rolled to her feet at the bottom and kept going. The waterlings were gaining on them. "We're going to have to stop and fight to give the warriors a chance," Moon thought. Then Rora shouted, "Light ahead! Someone's down there!" "I hope it's someone we know." Moon hit 2 more landings, as ahead, Song missed and catapulted herself shoulder first into the stairs. Root stopped and half started back. Briar yelled, "Keep going!" and scooped Song up and jumped down to the next landing. 2 more landings, and there was just enough light for Moon to glimpse a familiar scaled face looking up at them from the bottom of the stairwell. That was Balm, he thought. He wondered if he was hallucinating. How did they find us? And it really didn't matter, because even if River and Merritt were with her, 3 more Raxora weren't going to be much help against what was after them. Beside him, Jade gasped.
No, no, not them two.
Rora and Bramble yelled warnings, and Balm's voice echoed up.
Come on, it's all right, just hurry.
Maybe they had a plan. Moon hit the next landing with Jade and said, "Just trust her." Stone gritted out, "Listen to him." Jade growled in despair, and they jumped for the last landing. The others reached the bottom and bolted through a tall archway out into a hall. Moon spotted Balm, Merritt, and Callum, braced just outside the door, holding a Kishan fire weapon that was almost bigger than he was. River was braced behind him, ready to steady him when he fired the weapon. Moon and Jade dove down the stairs together, Moon breaking left and Jade to the right. She let go of Stone as they rolled across the pavement of a broad hall, and Stone came to his feet, already shifting into his scaled form. Moon landed hard and rolled into a half-crouch. Still by the doorway, Balm looked up the stairwell. Merritt stood a short distance away, doing a hasty headcount of warriors, arbora, sealings, and groundlings.
They're all here,
he called.
Wait, wait,
Balm said. Then,
now.
She leapt back from the doorway. The waterlings flooded down the stairwell, claws hooked into the rock, their jaws open to reveal maws filled with spiny teeth. Callum pulled the lever back on the weapon and released it. Little wooden discs shot out of the tubes below the big barrel and struck the stairwell and the first group of waterlings. As they surged forward, the weapon erupted in a bolt of fire. It washed up the stairwell, and waterlings shrieked in agony. The stench of burned fish filled the air. The force of it shoved Callum backward, and River caught him, keeping him on his feet. Vendoyne was suddenly standing over Moon, saying, "Quick, quick, this way." Moon shoved to his feet, yelling, "Jade, this way!" Jade started to drag warriors upright.
Come on, that way, follow Vendoyne.
Rora, still floating on her pack with Dylan, came toward them.
Where are we?
In that hall, where the trap was, but further on, a good distance past it,
Vendoyne said. She started away, flashing her distance light into the darkness ahead.
Merritt had a vision.
The warriors and Bramble staggered up and after Vendoyne and Rora, Merritt urging them on. The waterlings retreated up the stairs, away from the bodies caught in the blast. The fire lit up the stairwell. The sticky substance of the bolt, still burning in scattered clumps, stuck to the walls.
Again?
Callum asked over the screaming waterlings.
I have 3 more shots. No, let's go,
Baum said, waving him away. River helped Callum lift the weapon and sling it over his shoulder. Then Callum used his flying pack to lift off and head down the hall. Moon motioned for River to follow the others and fell into step with Baum and Jade as they started to run. Stone guarded their retreat, backing away from the stairwell and keeping his bulk between it and the Raxora. They bounded down the hall, following the others' lights, and Moon hoped it wasn't far. Behind him, Stone growled, and he knew it meant the waterlings were still coming, though hopefully far more slowly. Ahead, lights swung around and started to disappear down another stairwell. Moon, Jade, and Baum reached it to find Callum and River waiting. Callum asked,
Should I shoot again from here? No, the boat's not far,
Baum said, with a glance at Jade.
We'd have to wait for those things to catch up.
Jade's spines signaled agreement.
Keep going. Maybe they won't follow us to the boat.
Maybe, though Moon doubted it. But Baum was right that this wasn't a good place to make another stand. The stairwell was much wider, and the waterlings could spread out across it and avoid Callum's weapon. They started down the uneven stairs, Baum telling Jade,
You were right about this hall being the way through the city, but you have to go along the canal to avoid the trap. There's a lock, though, and the Kishin are trying to get through it. The other canals are connected, but they all dead end. Merritt scried all this?
Jade asked as they hit the next landing.
Not all of it. We thought it would be Fell chasing you,
Baum said. Moon hissed as he cleared the next set of stairs. He hoped Merritt hadn't actually scried Fell inside the city. They had about all they could handle now. They reached the archway at the base of the stairs and found Vendoyne already there, waiting with 4 Jandari, all armed with smaller versions of the fire weapons.
Are those creatures still coming?
Vendoyne called as the Raxora spilled out onto the pavement. They were on a walkway, paralleling a canal, and Moon's sense of direction said it was the one they had tried to follow from the hall above. That had certainly seemed like a good idea at the time.
They're still coming, but not as quickly,
Jade answered. The Raxora gathered around, breathing hard from exertion, spines twitching. Rora and Dylan hovered nearby. To the watching Kishin crew, they probably seemed unmoved. To Moon, everyone looked exhausted and half-shattered by nerves. Jade shook her spines out.
Where's the boat?
It's up this canal, not far.
Baum glanced at her, obviously worried.
We need to hurry,
Callum said.
They said if they get the lock open before we get there, they'll go on without us.
Your father is going to leave you behind here?
Jade asked, startled and skeptical. Moon found the idea unlikely too.
Well, no,
Callum admitted.
But I don't want him to have to go against everyone.
Fair enough,
Jade said.
Let's go.
Chapter 20. It was a long walk before they saw the Sunsailor's lights. If the waterlings had made a serious effort to catch them, they would probably have all been eaten, because Moon wasn't sure they could have moved fast enough, even with the Kishin weapons as cover. Stone shifted to groundling about halfway along and said quietly to Moon,
They're following us, but they're up there, in that hall above us.
He jerked his chin up.
Why?
Moon wondered. Are they just that territorial? Or hungry? Stone hissed under his breath. That's a good question. The lights grew brighter until Moon could see the battered sunsailor floating in the canal. It faced a huge, mold-covered metal door stretched across the hall, blocking the way. From the curving pillars on each end, and the huge gears built into the sides, it looked as if it was meant to raise up to let boats pass below. But it was so old, the dark patina glinting under the lights, and it looked like the mold might be eating it.
Oh, that's perfect,
Chime said, weary and sour.
And the other canals are blocked?
Moon asked, glancing back at the others. Sounding irritated, River answered, Yes, they all stop further back. This is a stupid city. For once, Moon agreed with him. The Jandarin on guard on the deck saw them and called out. A group was on the walkway, examining or working on one of the pillars. Lights flashed as they turned, and Moon spotted Callum Cal. He came toward them, relief plain on his face.
We thought you were lost in this place. We knew where we were, we just couldn't get back,
Jade told him. Moon could hear an edge of irritated defensiveness in the husky quality of her voice, though he was fairly sure the Kishan couldn't. A ramp had been stretched from a break in the boat's railing to the walkway. Moon was glad to see it, since he wasn't sure most of them could have made the jump right now. His calf and knee, where the waterlings had grabbed him, was one solid ache. As Rora and Callum told Callum Cal about the waterlings, Moon trudged up the ramp with the others to the deck. Kalimdar was there, sorting through a pile of tools with two Jandarin. He seemed unflatteringly startled to see them. You returned. We thought... He let that trail off. Bramble plopped down on the deck and said,
What? You thought we'd decided to live here?
This part of the deck was brightly lit and littered with metal tools of obscure purpose and coils of various sizes of line and several jars of the moss. The Kishan had obviously been working on the lock for a while. At least we won't starve now, Moon thought wearily. He just hoped the waterlings tasted good. The others followed them up the ramp, and a Jandari woman started to help Rora take off her harness. Dealin staggered toward the hatchway, and Merritt hurried to help him. Callum Cal stood with his arm around Callum's shoulders, obviously nearly overcome with relief that he was alive. He said,
What did you find? Was Merritt right about the trap?
Jade turned to answer, though her spines were drooping, and she had clearly used up every ounce of energy she had left. Moon decided he was going to take drastic action. He stumbled a little, then shifted to his groundling form and collapsed. Jade caught him with a startled hiss, and Moon went limp. It wasn't difficult. Losing the weight of his wings after all this time made him dizzy, and every muscle ache acquired in all the previous hours increased tenfold. He heard Callum Cal, Callum, and Vendoyne make exclamations of concern and dismay, and Jade said,
I need to...
Of course,
go on,
Callum Cal urged her. Jade lifted Moon, and he heard the hatch swing open. The light visible through his eyelids faded, and he felt the change in the air as she carried him inside. He heard the others trailing after her. Then Chime asked worriedly,
Is he all right?
Yes, Jade said, her voice tired but dry.
I was particularly impressed by how he rolled his eyes back in his head before he fell over.
It worked, didn't it? Moon said under his breath. They turned into a cabin, and a moment later, Jade deposited him on one of the padded benches. He opened his eyes and caught her arm. She shifted to her arbor form, and he drew her down next to him. She curled around him, said,
Mom, wake me if something happens,
and fell instantly asleep. Baum smiled in relief.
I will.
She squeezed Moon's shoulder and left the cabin. Stone and Chime had followed them in. Now Chime said,
I think I'll be right here.
and pulled a cushion down to curl up on the floor. He shifted to his groundling form and groaned. Bramble ducked in, glanced around as if counting them, and then ducked out again. Moon wasn't sure where the others had ended up and had to resist the knee-jerk urge to get up and check on them. Stone leaned over for a close look at Jade. Satisfied, he said, "I'm going to go collapse dramatically on Rora," and walked out. "I think Stone likes her," Moon said, through a yawn. Already half asleep, Chime sighed.
"It wouldn't be the oddest thing that happened on this trip."
The next thing Moon knew, Merritt was leaning over him, saying,
"Are you awake?"
"No." Moon rubbed his face. To his relief, Jade was still curled around him, breathing heavily. He knew it was night outside the city again, that they had only been asleep for a few hours. The bright liquid lights hurt his eyes, and his throat felt raw. He managed to rasp.
"What?"
Merritt was in his groundling form, frowning with worry.
"The Kishin think they might be able to get the lock open. I have to talk to you and Jade before we leave the city."
From the floor, Chime said,
"Why do they call it a lock? Why would you build a river for a boat and then put a lock on it?"
He sounded woozy and half-conscious. Merritt ignored him.
"It's about my vision. I need Chime to hear this too. And Stone, but he's still asleep and I'm afraid to wake him."
Chime wondered.
"He's sleeping with Rora?"
Merritt's jaw set. Hold on. He turned around, leaned over Chime, and shook him hard.
All right,
Chime protested.
"Stop, I'm awake."
Chime sat up, his hair sticking out in all directions. He blinked and groaned.
"What were you saying?"
Moon carefully moved the arm Jade had around his chest and sat up a little.
"What about your vision?"
Merritt crouched beside the bench.
"You all thought that trap you ran into was meant to keep anyone from going up into that part of the city, right?"
Moon nodded. Jade stirred and muttered in her sleep. Scratching his head vigorously, Chime said,
"Mm-hmm. But instead, you realized you could climb or fly out of it. That only someone who could climb or fly like a Raxora could get out of it,"
Merritt said.
"From what I saw in the vision, it wasn't a trap, it was a trail sign. It was telling you where to go. But,"
Moon hesitated,
"it took us to a place where there was only one way to go. And once we were through it, there were open stairwells and halls."
"Go on."
"That's what I saw in my vision,"
Merritt said, his expression anxious.
"Any groundlings who walked into it would be stuck. I think there might be a way out for them, I'm not sure what it is. But if you knew to take one of the paths through the city, and you were told that at the right point, something would show you the way."
Chime was wide awake and staring.
"I didn't have any warning. I mean, my power, my sense, whatever it is, I didn't have any warning."
Merritt turned to him.
"Because it wasn't a trap. And I think maybe it was hiding from me, from my scrying. The closer we came to this city, the less I could see. It was like I'd forgotten how to scry. Once you all walked into that hall, suddenly my vision was back." "So you think it was meant for Raxora?"
Moon said. His skin was prickling with unease.
"Or Forerunners?"
Merritt shook his head and shrugged.
"Maybe the Foundation builders were their allies and something happened and the builders had to leave. But they left something here for the Forerunners, and left a way to show them where it was. Maybe what the tiles with Forerunners on them at the outside dock area were saying was, if you're a Forerunner, go down one of the halls above the canal and you'll find it."
Chime frowned, frustrated.
"But what was supposed to be up there? The Waterlings destroyed everything in that room we found, except that thing Root picked up."
Moon said. They all stared at each other. Jade said,
"This shitting city,"
and sat up.
"Are the Waterlings still out there?"
Merritt told her.
"Stone said they were in the hall above the boat. He's up on the roof of the top cabin, so he could listen to them while he slept."
Jade prodded Moon to move.
I have a bad feeling.
Moon had a bad feeling too. He sat up and moved over for her. This would explain why the waterlings had woken so suddenly, when they had done nothing to disturb them.
You think it made the waterlings come after us?
That whatever attracted Root to it
Also attracted them?
Jade climbed over him.
I think for an ancient object that had a magical trap guiding Raxora-like beings straight to it, it gave up way too easily when a Raxora picked it up.
They went to the upper deck common area, the one with the cooking stove, where the others had gone to rest. Balm and River had been keeping watch out on the deck, but the other warriors and Bramble were here. They were all mostly awake now, in their groundling forms and still bleary-eyed. Dealin was here too, awake and making notes in one of his books, half lying on a bench with his bare feet propped up on a cushion. A pot of water was heating on the stove, and there was a bowl of something that smelled like pickled melon that Bramble was trying to get the warriors to eat. First, Moon had gone up to the top deck of the ship to get Stone, who reluctantly rolled off the cabin roof, yawned, and stretched. "Now what?" he asked.
Are the waterlings still up there?
Moon asked.
Because we think we know why.
As Moon and Stone followed Jade and Merritt into the cabin, everyone looked up, and Bramble held out the bowl of melon. She said, "I'm making tea." Jade said,
Wait, we need to talk.
Chime hurried down the corridor with Balm and River behind him. Once they were all together, Jade slid the door shut, lowered her voice, and said,
In that room we found, where the waterlings had destroyed almost everything except the silver cage thing Root picked up.
Everyone nodded, except Balm and River, who must have only heard parts of what had happened. Root ducked his head and tried to look unobtrusive. Jade finished.
Did anyone else pick it up?
Moon looked around the room. In the dark, in the confusion, with everyone waving their lights around at random, it would have been easy for someone to slip the object into a pack, especially if compelled to by an influence that had made them immediately forget what they had done. Moon had already checked his own, Jade's, Chime's, and Stone's packs, which had been dumped in the cabin downstairs, even though he didn't think it was likely to be there. Moon had walked out with one hand around Root's arm, and the others had all been in the front part of the room, too far ahead to get back to where the object had lain without anyone else noticing. And Rora had been carrying Dealin, though he suspected the spell was like the trap, and had been aimed at Raxora, or a species related to Raxora. The warriors and Bramble stared at Jade, confused.
No,
Song said, a little hurt.
you said not to.
Why would we? Bramble began, then went still as the implications hit her. You think? Dealin sat up all the way, dislodging his cushion, alarmed.
You think the compulsion caused someone to take it?
Jade said,
Check your packs.
The packs had been dumped by the wall, and Briar got up to pass them over to the others. The packs didn't hold much, most of the warriors having only brought what they thought they might need on the search for the way out of the city, leaving the rest of their belongings on the Sun Sailor. Song turned hers out, revealing a still glowing cup, a nearly empty water skin, a crumpled spare shirt, a little pouch for flints, and some fragments of cloth waterproofed with mountain tree sap that had been wrapped around food. Bramble's and Root's packs all held variations on the same, though Root squeezed his eyes shut with trepidation before he dumped his out. Briar sat down, opened hers, and stared down at it.
Jade.
Moon stepped between Bramble and Root and crouched beside Briar. Inside her pack was the dull silver cage, the crystal gleaming faintly in its center. Briar's eyes were wide with horror.
I don't even remember.
Moon felt a surge of sympathy for her. He knew it hadn't been her fault, and he hated to see anyone singled out like this. He told Briar.
You couldn't help it. And you were right behind me, and I didn't see you.
He looked up at Jade.
This thing really wanted out of there. It's not your fault, Briar,
Jade said. Her jaw was set, as if it was taking a lot of effort not to hiss. Or maybe scream. Moon wanted to scream a little himself. They had been tricked into taking this object with them, and there just couldn't be anything good behind it. They had come here to prevent the Mentor's vision of a massive fell attack on the Reaches from coming true, and he had a bad feeling they had just made that vision more possible. Watching Briar's pack nervously, Song said,
You think it made those waterlings come after us?
Dealin climbed off the bench and limped over to look more closely at the object.
Possibly whatever influence it projects that drew us to it also drew them, as an unwanted side effect. It may explain their attraction to the city, why they came here from the ocean. Possibly it also drew the Fel.
He looked up at Jade and added bluntly,
You understand we will be accused by the Kishin of stealing this thing for our own purposes.
Jade grimaced.
We came here to prevent the Fel from getting inside the city, because we were afraid there was something dangerous inside it that they could use against us. That was our purpose. All I want to do is leave this thing here.
Can we put it back?
Balm asked, obviously thinking furiously.
We could get back up there, except for the waterlings.
Stone leaned against the wall, sighing wearily. It's too late for that. If the trap was meant to guide forerunners to this thing, it would work for the Fel too.
But what is it?
Chime asked helplessly.
What does it do?
No one had an answer for that. Moon said,
If we were forerunners, I guess we'd know,
or be able to figure it out. Chime stepped over to peer cautiously into the pack.
I wonder if the Fel know, or if they just think it's a weapon, like what the creature in the Forerunner City offered them.
Dealin's face, already wreathed with new lines from exhaustion, wrinkled further in consternation.
Perhaps this was what it meant to offer them.
There was a general moment of silent dismay. They couldn't just leave it in poor Briar's pack, so Moon started to reach for it.
No, better not to touch it,
Dealin said. Root rubbed his hands on his pants anxiously.
I touched it.
Briar winced.
I must have touched it too.
Well, nobody touch it anymore, Bramble said. Here.
She pulled a leather bag out of a supply pack.
Tip it into this.
Moon took the pack and managed to work the object out and into the bag Bramble held open without touching it. As Bramble laced the top down, Chime asked,
But what do we do with it? I know the Kishin will want it, or think they want it. But whatever it is or does, we can't let them have something that's going to attract Fel. They'll never get home alive with it.
Jade rubbed her temples.
I don't know. Unless we just drop it in this canal.
Moon didn't think that would work.
If the Fel get into this city when we get out, it might draw them to it, like it did the waterlings. And us.
We could drop it in the ocean.
Root looked up at Jade.
It's not far from here, is it?
Moon stared, then exchanged a look with Chime. Chime said,
That's not a bad idea.
The ocean's deep, right?
Root continued. He turned to Stone.
Deeper than the seamounts are tall, and there aren't any ceilings.
Jade's spines flicked thoughtfully. Stone stared absently into the distance, considering it. He said,
I've never heard of ceilings going into the ocean, or any talk of anything out there that had any interest in shallow sea dwellers or land dwellers, except to eat them.
He folded his arms, leaning back against the door.
It isn't a bad idea.
We don't even know what it is.
Dealin sounded depressed. He made his way back to the bench and sat down heavily.
There were carvings in that room. I should have stopped to record them. Or we should have brought Vendoyne to copy any writing on the walls that we were unable to see.
There wasn't time,
Bramble told him.
The waterlings destroyed the books that were in there. Those were probably important too, and all the other broken things in that room.
Moon added, "It might not even work like it's supposed to anymore." But he was thinking of the freshwater sea and the bridle that had been used to control the Leviathan there. It had still worked after all these turns, even though the magisters who had originally constructed it were long dead. Jade flicked her spine's indecision.
If we get out of here, if we get past the fell, we'll drop it in the ocean.
She glanced at Merritt.
Merritt can scry on it in the meantime. Maybe he can get some idea if that will work or not.
Merritt nodded, and he looked less alarmed at the prospect than he would have a turn or so ago. Merritt had gained a great deal in confidence since Moon had known him. Jade turned to Dealin.
From what you've said, I'm assuming you don't intend to tell Callum Cal?
Dealin's frown deepened a little.
I feel it is something that should be hidden and left alone. My passion is to know and describe living species. The past draws my curiosity, but it does not mean as much to me as it does to Callum Cal and Kalimdar and Vendoin. And as much as I would like to understand its purpose, this object was not meant for us. If Merritt is right, it is meant for people who are as dead and gone as those who built this city.
Everyone twitched a little in relief. Bramble said,
We don't tell Rora. I mean, she's a sealing. She might know things about the ocean, like where we should drop it.
Jade dipped her spines in a negative.
I don't want to ask her to choose between us and Callum Cal. Besides, she's known him a lot longer, and she might choose him.
Dealin nodded once in grim agreement. Moon didn't say anything. He had the uneasy feeling they were making a mistake, but he had no idea what the right course would be. Telling Callum Cal seemed to be asking for trouble, and leaving the object here in the city for the Fel to find was too dangerous. Still miserable, Briar said,
I'm sorry, Jade.
Jade sighed, but stepped over to sit on her heels in front of Briar.
No one is blaming you,
Jade told her.
We were stuck with this thing as soon as we walked into that trap. If it hadn't been you, it would have been someone else.
Moon caught the ironic expression in River's eyes, as if he was thinking of the reaction if he had been the one to pick up the object. He was probably right. Stone said quietly, Rora's coming. A moment later, Moon heard her steps in the corridor. Stone slid the door open, and Rora looked inside. She had changed her clothes, and her natural scent was overlaid by oil soap and something astringent. Probably a healing salve. Her face was still hollow-cheeked with exhaustion. She frowned at them all and said,
Is something wrong? We're just discussing the situation,
Jade said.
Is there any progress on the lock?
Rora's frown turned annoyed.
They're talking of blowing it up. I wanted to warn you.
Moon, Chime, and Stone followed Rora up to the bow, where they had a good view of the lock. They know this canal goes all the way to an outer door? Moon asked Rora. She jerked her chin toward the lock.
They explored using the levitation harnesses. Past this point, there's a short passage, then a basin that looked to them like a port, and another door in what must be the outer wall, like the one we came through.
Moon hoped they were right about it being the outer wall. Knowing the waterlings were out there somewhere in the dark made the shadows and empty spaces even more forbidding. It would be a relief to get out of here, even with their unwanted souvenir. Below them, on the pavement, a weary Magrum said,
The problem is that it isn't locked in place. It's just so old the gears have been eaten away, and it's too heavy to lift without them.
Several of the crew were gathered around the curved pillar that supported this half of the lock. The exposed bits of their dark skin stained green with mold. More Kish Gendera were stationed nearby with their fire weapons, guarding the workers. Callum Cal stood on the pavement with Jade. He was telling Kalimdar,
I don't want to bring this city down on top of us. Using this mixture in an enclosed space is But we have no choice,
Kalimdar said. He sounded weary, and his blue skin had flushed dark in spots.
We can't go back. There isn't enough power left in the moss reserves.
From this vantage point, Moon had a better chance to see the lock. In the glare of the distance lights, it looked thick and heavy, an insurmountable barrier. Beside him, Chime said around a yawn,
If we're going to be killed by the escarpment collapsing, I'm going back to sleep with the others.
Jade had told the warriors to get more rest while they were waiting. If the waterlings attacked, somebody had to be in good enough shape to fight them. Jade needed more rest too, but Moon thought the few hours of sleep had helped.
If we don't get crushed, the Fel will be on us as soon as we get out, Stone pointed out.
That rankled a bit.
We weren't much help with that,
Moon said. Finding the way out of the city quickly hadn't come to much, thanks to the trap. It would be nearing dawn outside.
If the door opens at all, Chime said. If it has that coral growth on it, it might be stuck. And that's if the mechanism is inside the rock like the other one, and not exposed to metal-eating mold like this.
You all are such a cheery bunch, Rora said.
Stone's voice was dry.
That means so much coming from you.
He only talks like that to people he likes, Moon said. Rora's frown turned a little alarmed. Below, some of the Kishin began to collect their tools and lights to carry back aboard. Others moved along the base of the pillar, placing something on it or next to it that Moon couldn't quite see. One lifted up in a flying pack to attach something higher up on the pillar. In the light from the boat's large lamps, it looked like the same stuff that came out of the bolts that the fire weapons used. Rora pushed away from the railing.
We're going to need to move backward. I should get up to the bridge to help.
Bridge? Chime asked, watching her go.
The steering cabin,
Moon translated. He wondered if they were going to shoot at the lock. The Kishin continued their work, and Callum came up the ramp carrying one of the moss containers. He asked Moon,
Are you well? When you collapsed, We were all very worried.
I just needed to rest,
Moon said, conquering a surge of guilt.
Thanks for helping Baum and Merritt save us.
Callum looked away, either uncomfortable with the praise or the situation or something. Possibly the smell. Moon knew he needed a bath and clean clothes very badly, but there hadn't been time. He eased back a step. Callum said,
I just did what anyone would do.
He seemed to realize he was still holding the moss container.
I need to put this up.
He hurried away down the deck.
Chime sighed heavily.
What? Moon asked him. Chime pointedly turned back toward the railing. Amused, Stone muttered, Kids. What? Moon asked again. He had no idea what was going on.
I'm starting to remember why I don't like Raxora.
Jade, Cal, and Kalimdar walked up the ramp back onto the deck, and the other Kishin followed with the last of the equipment.
We're nearly ready,
Cal said. Stone stood up straight, his head tilted, listening. Moon froze with the other Raxora, but he couldn't hear anything over the low noises of the boat. Stone said, You need to hurry. The waterlings are moving. Kalimdar said, Are you sure? But Cal strode immediately for the hatchway.
We need to move the ship back from the lock,
Cal called up to the Kishin on watch on the deck above.
Alcon, warn the fire guards.
Can you tell where they are?
Jade asked Stone.
Are they making for the canal?
Stone, his expression distant as he listened, said, Can't tell exactly. They're moving down out of the hall above us. If the waterlings got underneath the boat and attacked from there, it could be disaster. Moon told Chime,
Go warn the others.
Chime bolted toward the hatch. Moon moved along the railing, staring into the shadows past the Sunsailor's lights, trying to spot movement. The crew pulled up the ramp and slid a panel across the opening. The deck thrummed as the motivator started up again. Stone hissed.
I can't hear them through that.
It was possible to filter out some sounds, but the nearness of the stone walls concentrated the motivator's sound, until the thrumming was vibrating in Moon's bones and in all the delicate structures of the ear that made distance hearing possible. Stone shifted, his dark scaled form blooming into being as some of the cushion near the railing flinched away. Moon swayed as the boat jolted. A high-pitched noise joined the thrumming, and the sun sailor started to move backwards up the canal, away from the lock. The rest of the warriors spilled out onto the deck. Bramble and Merritt peered out of the hatch behind them, then retreated back into the corridor, when Jade twitched her spines pointedly.
Spread out along each side of the boat,
she told the warriors. Kalimdar shouted from the upper deck, "Crew, get back from the railing! The creatures are in the water!" The Kishin, still on the bow deck, ran to the hatch, and others on the first and second decks scrambled to get up to the lights and weapon balconies. Then Stone growled a warning, and the first waterlings came over the side. Stone tossed the first three off the boat and snapped a more persistent two in half. Fire weapons struck the ones climbing the sides. Then Moon's focus narrowed to the two trying to get past him into the hatch. He ducked snapping claws, wrenched waterling joints, and ripped open the upper part of a jaw that got far too close to his face. Another balanced on the railing, and Moon slammed it off the boat. He landed back on the temporarily clear deck to hear,
"They're dropping from above."
It was Briar, yelling the warning from down the port side. Stone leapt straight up. The deck rocked under Moon's feet, and one of the distance lights swung up to follow Stone. He landed on the arch directly above the boat and swept off the clump of waterlings climbing along it. A loud pop sounded from the lock pillars, echoing off the stone walls. Fire blossomed at the base of the pillar and shot upward. It struck the other patch of the explosive mixture, and someone on the deck above yelled something in another language. Moon suspected it meant, "Get down," and he flung himself flat. The blast blotted out his hearing, and the wood and metal beneath him rocked with the disturbed water. Moon had been expecting a hail of hot metal shards, but there was nothing. Ears ringing, Moon shoved himself upright. He let his breath out in a hiss. Oh no. The lights shone on the lock, still intact. Then the pillar creaked and groaned, and the gears started to move. Slowly, the panel blocking the canal began to move upward. The Kishin hadn't blown it up. They had just jolted it loose. Moon thought it was probably a better solution. Then, a waterling threw itself over the bow and swarmed up the front of the cabin, heading for the Jandarin operating the fire weapon and light on the deck above. It was Magrim, and he couldn't swing the fire weapon down far enough to shoot the waterling. He stepped back, trying to draw a smaller hand weapon from his belt. Moon leapt and hit the waterling's torso from behind, dug his claws into the join where its head met its short neck. He caught a glimpse of Magrim's startled expression as Moon threw his weight backward and yanked the creature off the railing. The problem with that tactic was that Moon landed flat on his back, the waterling on top of him. To buy himself time to recover, he bit the waterling in the neck and felt its scales crack under his teeth. It shrieked, decided to run, and tore itself off him and dove for the railing. Moon rolled to his feet and let it go, as it appeared to be the only waterling with any sense. The others were flinging themselves at the Sun Sailor and being shot by Kishin or mauled by Raxura. The panel was still in motion, high enough now for the boat to pass under it. The deck thrummed again as the boat surged forward. 3 more waterlings came over the bow, and Magrim's fire weapon killed one, wounded the second, and Moon dealt with the third. He danced around the deck, dodging claw snaps until he could close with it. As he slung its body back into the water, he realized they were out of the canal and entering some larger space. The Sun Sailor's lights flashed around a cavern, as big as the entry harbor on the far side of the city. Moon caught glimpses of pillars stretching up, huge dark hallways leading away from platforms extending out over the dark water. But he couldn't see the door. No, there it was, the outline of it incised into the far wall. But there was no platform alongside it, and no sign of the carvings or the mechanism to open it. Moon thought, we're in trouble. He hoped the builders hadn't removed it, that taking away the mechanism hadn't been an attempt to defend the city from whatever had caused them to abandon it. The Sun Sailor surged forward, and the deck swayed underfoot from suddenly choppy water. Moon dealt with another waterling and looked for the outer door again, still wondering how they were supposed to open it. Above, near the steering cabin, someone shouted in horror. The big distance light swung around and shone on the water in front of the door. The dark water swirled violently. Waves rocked the boat and crashed over the bow, spraying Moon with salt water. He shook it out of his frills and backed toward the hatchway. The deck jerked underfoot and suddenly became a slope, as the pressure of the water dragged it sharply down and pulled the vessel forward toward the whirlpool. Moon dug his foot claws in to stay upright. The water was full of waterlings, the lights reflecting flashes of their bright blue scales, but they were all caught in the suddenly rushing current. The deepening whirlpool pulled them down toward the center, just like the Sun Sailor. We're going to sink, Moon thought. They might have time to get at least some of the crew away. No, he had forgotten the flying packs. With those, they might have a chance to get everyone to safety. Moon started to turn, to head up onto the deck above to find Jade and Callum Cal. But then, the big light on the port side of the Sun Sailor made a slow sweep across the walls. They were covered in waterlings. The creatures fought their way out of the less violent current around the edge of the basin and streamed up the walls, clustered on the platforms on the floor of the hall. More appeared on terraces and balconies in the upper part of the chamber, climbing up, still trying to get above the boat. Moon stared in sick dismay. The chamber was alive with the creatures. If the Raxora and groundlings left the boat, there was nowhere to go.
Moon!
The shout was from overhead, and Moon snapped out of his horrified contemplation of the large hole forming in the churning water ahead. Magrum was yelling and pointing.
Close the hatch!
Right, or we'll die faster. Moon turned, climbed back up the steepening slope toward the hatchway. He snapped his claws through the strap holding the metal door open and slammed it shut. There was a lever on the outside and he gave it a turn, and felt a locking mechanism jolt inside. Water washed up from the bow and he leapt up, caught the wall over the hatch, and slung himself over the railing. Magrum braced there, staring wide-eyed at the water. He said,
I meant go inside and close the hatch.
I know, Moon told him. But there were still at least 3 Kishin out here at the fire weapons and lights, and he didn't want any desperate waterlings to jump onto the boat at the last minute and eat them, even if they were all about to drown.
Do you know what caused that?
Magrum grimaced, still staring at the whirlpool.
It must have been the lock. When the gears blew, they must have been connected to some opening in the bottom of the basin.
Probably. And it had obviously been an ill-considered decision. But as part of the group who had attracted the waterlings' attention, Moon wasn't going to point fingers. He said, just hold on, maybe it'll stop. He didn't think it was going to stop, but there was no point right now in saying so. He looked up toward the steering cabin, visible from this angle, and through the window saw Rora, Kelimdar, and 3 other Kishin shouting, gesturing, and wrestling with something that was probably the steering mechanism. He realized the background roar was the Sun Sailor's motivator, desperately fighting the current. Moon went to the edge of the railing and looked back along the boat, but couldn't see anyone out on the decks on this side, except the Jandari at the big fire weapon post on the 3rd deck. There was another Jandarin on the far side, grimly keeping a big distance light pointed toward the whirlpool. Moon hoped all the Raxora had gotten inside already, and that everyone was still alive. A thump on the deck above made him flinch, but it was only stone. now in his groundling form. He jumped down next to Moon and frowned at the whirlpool. So that looks pretty bad. Where's Jade and the others? Moon asked. He wrapped his claws around the railing. Despite the furious efforts in the steering cabin, the Sun Sailor drew closer to the circle of rushing water. The deck sloped more steeply. They're inside, on the lower deck. Waterlings were climbing up the stern, but they left when this started. Callum told everyone to get inside and lock the doors. Stone asked Magram, "You want to go inside?" Magram shook his head.
The crystal in the ports isn't made for this. It's going to break. If I'm going to drown, I'd rather do it out here than inside.
Moon would rather do it with the other Axera, but he wasn't sure there was time. Then Stone said, "Dealin doesn't think we're going to die." The Sun Sailor jerked sideways, and Moon gripped the railing as he nearly slammed into Stone. The motivator jittered and sputtered. He raised his voice over the roar of water. "Does he?" "He thinks this is happening for a reason," Stone explained. He ducked as a huge gout of water splashed up over the decks. He admitted it might not be a good reason. Then the bow dipped, and the boat surged forward, straight into the darkness at the center of the whirlpool. Chapter 21. Moon wrapped one arm around the railing and the other around Stone's waist. He saw Stone grip the railing and grab Magram's arm, and then water rushed up at them. After 5 heartbeats of nothing but salt water and blind terror, the wave passed. Moon was dripping wet, salt stinging in the cuts and abrasions in his scales from the waterling's claws. It was dark, and he was huddled against Stone's side, tucked under his arm. He blinked water out of his eyes and looked for Magram. He was still here too, tucked under Stone's other arm. The Sun Sailor's distance light swung wildly, allowing glimpses of dark curving walls, streaked with white mineral deposits and patches of mold. The light steadied, proving the operator had managed to survive, and swung to illuminate the way ahead. The Sun Sailor raced down a dark straight channel filled with water, which rose as the basin behind them emptied into it. Moon retrieved his scattered wits, flattened his spines to keep from cutting Stone's arm, and said, "Dealin thinks this is the way out?" It made a strange kind of sense, at least for this place. Only one boat could take it at a time, and the lock was there to prevent others from being pulled out of the canal while the water was draining into the opening. Forcing the lock to move must have made the passage open as well. "Right." Stone's voice was tight and strained. He hadn't been as calm about this as he had pretended. "We couldn't get all the groundlings off the boat, and there were enough waterlings to eat us all if we tried, so we decided to risk it." "We?" Moon asked. Not that he was arguing. "Me and Dealin," Stone admitted. "We didn't have much of a chance to discuss it with anybody else." Magram, who had been cursing steadily in Cadaic, now said in Altanic,
We must be past the wall of the escarpment by now. Perhaps the Fel won't know where to look for us.
He was right, Moon said. "I wonder how it goes back up." "That's a good question," Stone said. Magram said,
I hope it's not jammed shut, like the lock.
Moon glanced up at what he could see of the curved ceiling overhead and hoped so too. But the outer door on the far side of the escarpment had still worked, so he thought the chances were good. He hoped the chances were good. Stone twisted around to look up at the steering cabin. "There's Jade." Moon looked, squinting past the spray of salt water. In the lighted cabin, he could see Jade looking out the window, beside Rora and the others working at steering the boat. He thought he could see Callum Cal and Callum in the rear of the cabin. The one thing that was clear was that Jade didn't seem pleased to see him and Stone out here. Moon turned back toward the dark, unrushing tunnel. "We're going to hear about this later." Stone leaned forward, eyes narrowed, staring toward the end of the tunnel. Maybe. Some distance ahead, the darkness of the tunnel gave way to something deeper and blacker, that the light couldn't penetrate. Not a wall, Moon thought. Not a wall would be good. The image of the boat jammed up against an unmovable barrier while the tunnel filled up, but the tunnel wasn't filling up. This water was going somewhere. Then Stone said, "It's another chamber." Magrum groaned. As the end of the tunnel approached, the distance light began to show detail. They headed toward a big cavern filled with oddly still water, and it didn't seem to be much lower than the tunnel. Moon braced himself against Stone as the sun sailor shot out of the tunnel and dropped a few paces. The deck jolted with bone-rattling impact, and water fountained up on all sides. The thrumming ceased as the motivator cut off, and the boat slewed around in a circle as Rora and the others managed to stop its headlong progress. The distance light swung around, frantically at first, then more methodically, as nothing immediately terrible happened. The chamber seemed circular, but water ran down the walls, and Moon couldn't see if they were stone or metal. But the light kept catching white and blue reflections off the water, the colors of whatever material was under it. And where was the water coming from? Then the boat jolted again, and the water trembled, suddenly choppy with ripples and little disturbed waves. A window opened somewhere above, and one of the Kishin yelled something in another language.
"She says, 'Look up, look up,'"
Magrum translated. The light swung upward in response and lit a ceiling of light-colored material, all in delicate folds, like the outer petals of an elaborate flower. Staring upward, Moon hissed in astonishment.
"That's Forerunner."
Stone stared. "You're sure?"
"Yes."
This was just like the flower-shaped doorways and carvings they had seen in the underwater Forerunner city. There had been nothing like this in the Builder's city. The sun sailor jolted again, and it, the water, and whatever the water was resting on, began to move upward. Moon drew a sharp breath.
Oh, I hope.
The outer door in the Forerunner city had needed a Forerunner, or a half-Vel, half-Raxura, close enough to Forerunner, to open it, unless you could find and manipulate a hidden lock. If this was set up the same way. Then the flower carving trembled, and the petals folded back in a complex spiral. Past it was darkness, but it was the living darkness of a cloud-strewn night sky. Moon sagged against the railing, the release of tension making him weak. No, it's letting us out. And it wasn't going to dump half a sea's worth of water on them either. The chamber stretched all the way up to the surface. Faintly, apparently reeling from the shock that they were going to live, Magrum asked,
"You hope what? Did you think it would crush us?"
"Nothing, just nothing," Moon said, feeling his spines twitching with relief. Stone nudged him. "Climb up to the steering cabin and tell them we need to turn our lights off. We should be downwind, and if we're far enough away from the escarpment, the Fel may miss us." "Right." Moon detached himself from the railing and Stone, and made the jump up onto the next cabin roof. He crossed it and climbed up the next level to the steering cabin. Jade was already pushing open one of the windows. "Get in here," she demanded. "Tell Callum Cal to tell the crew to turn off the lights so the Fel won't see us," Moon said first. "Stone thinks we might be far enough away." Jade hissed in irritation and turned to relay this to Callum Cal. Kalimdar poked his head out the window and said,
"We should have thought of that."
He seemed a bit loopy from shock.
"Is everyone all right out there?"
"I think so. I was with Stone and Magrum in the bow," Moon told him. A Jandari hurried out the door at the back of the steering cabin, and from the opposite window, Callum Cal called down to the Jandarin on the other side of the boat to cover their lights.
"Ah, thank you. All of you."
Kalimdar awkwardly patted Moon's claws and withdrew into the cabin. As an apology for doubting Raxura in general, Moon would take it. It was more graceful and heartfelt than some apologies he had received in the past. The forward distance light went out. Then the two closer to the stern, Then the lights in the windows along this side. The whole chamber was still moving upward, the rush of water down the sides slowing as it neared the surface. The pedal door was nearly all the way open. Jade stepped back to the window. Moon said, "So it looks like these people knew the Forerunners."
Moon!
Jade hissed in annoyance.
Move over.
He moved sideways along the steering cabin wall, and Jade climbed out the window. She asked,
Why did you stay outside?
"I don't know." Moon didn't want to argue about it. Like Magram, he hadn't wanted to drown inside the boat, and he was just enough of an optimist to think there might have been some last-moment way to save them all that he could have accomplished or helped with. It didn't make a lot of sense. A good consort would have gone to huddle inside, but there it was. Jade leaned over to look closely at him, then apparently decided to drop it. She sat back against the side of the cabin.
Well, we're alive and we're downwind.
And the Forerunners were here, Moon said.
That too,
Jade agreed, looking upward grimly. They were only 20 paces below the surface now. Moon heard a couple of doors open, and 2 Gendarans stepped out on the lower deck to get ready to operate the big fire weapon there. Toward the stern, Balm, River, and Briar hopped up on top of the rear cabin, their spines twitching nervously. The boat lifted up level with the surface, and the water churned under them. There was fell stench in the wind, and Moon twisted to look back toward the escarpment. It was a vast, looming shape, dark against the stars of the night sky. The sun sailor was about 3 times the distance from it that the island had been. Watching for movement, Moon spotted a kettlewing framed against the lighter clouds, just for an instant, as it passed around the side of the escarpment. "They're circling it," he said. "Wonder which flight won." He thought of the Fell Queen, trading Bramble for her ruler. It was hard to remember sometimes that Fell rulers, and perhaps the progenitors, did care for each other, unlike the way they treated their Dacty and Cathal.
I'm not sure it matters.
Jade leaned into the window.
Don't start the motivator. The Fell might hear it. Yes, we'll let the current take us into the ocean.
Rora appeared in the window.
Did the walls drop down? Can you see?
The words, "into the ocean," made Moon's spines want to twitch. He felt like they should have a much larger boat for that. Maybe one as big as the island, but there wasn't much choice. He craned his neck, trying to see if the door had closed and the chamber was sinking down again. It had filled with water to push them to the surface, and then, once it closed, the water must drain away somewhere. They were lucky it still worked after all this time. But then, the Forerunner City's defenses had still worked as well. The swirling water was calming.
I think so,
Jade told Rora.
Then we should start to move.
Rora pulled away from the window and went back to the steering lever. In Raxaran, Moon said, "It's too bad we can't use the motivator yet, because if that crystal thing does attract Fell, the faster we get away, the better." They needed to be farther away from the escarpment than the Fell could fly in one stretch. If there were no islands out here to rest on, then the Fell wouldn't be able to follow them. Jade's spines signaled grim agreement. The boat turned gradually away from the shape of the seamount and toward the limitless dark where the sea met the ocean. The sails on the 2 central masts started to unfold, opening out like huge fans. The scale of the escarpment was so large it was hard to tell if they were moving away from it or not, with no other landmark to measure their progress by. But after a while, Moon realized he could feel the forward movement of the boat. There was no sound but the wind and the occasional footstep or quiet Kishan voice. Moon wasn't aware he had drifted off until Jade nudged him. He jerked awake, and she said,
"Go inside and sleep before you fall off the boat."
"Ha!" He managed to uncurl his cramped legs. The escarpment didn't look any smaller, but he could tell maybe an hour or more had passed. The sky was still empty, and the clouds clearing away, only a few wispy ones to obscure the stars. The boat moved faster, the current still pushing it along.
You're the one who needs more sleep. When we're a little farther away.
Jade leaned away from the cabin wall and rolled her shoulders to ease the tension in her furrowed wings.
I'll send Stone and some of the others after you. Balm and River are in better shape than the others. They can take the first watch.
Moon climbed awkwardly inside the steering cabin. Callum Cal was holding the steering lever, and Eason Cal, Callum, Vendoyne, and Rora sat on the benches against the wall, drooping with exhaustion. Callum had fallen asleep, his head on Vendoyne's armored shoulder. Keeping his voice low, Callum Cal asked Moon,
"Nothing in the air?"
"No,
not so far."
He hesitated, not sure he wanted to know.
"Are we in the ocean now?"
Rora stirred a little and said,
"We're in the blue drop, where the sea meets the ocean. At dawn, you'll be able to see it."
Moon didn't ask how she knew, whether it was because she was a sealing or a navigator. He stepped out of the steering cabin into the dark passage beyond and found his way down the stairs. On the lowest deck, where the cabins didn't have windows, some of the lights were still lit. All the Kish Gendera he glimpsed through the doorways were asleep, lying on bench beds. In their cabin, Merritt and Bramble were curled up together on a bench, and Dealin sat on a floor cushion, a sheaf of papers in a leather folder, on his lap. He was frowning intently at the wall. As Moon came in, he blinked up at him, as if he had been so absorbed in something, he had forgotten anyone else was alive. Dealin shook his head a little and said,
"All is well?"
"So far," Moon said around a yawn. He crossed the cabin and sank down onto an empty bench and shifted. He winced. His shoulders ached. His back ached. Everything ached. The wind had dried his scales, so at least there was no water to transfer to his clothes. But the salt made his skin itch.
"Did you see the flower door? The Forerunners must have made that whole passage for the builders."
Dealin still seemed distracted.
"Yes, they were obviously allies. It is perhaps not as unexpected as we supposed."
Moon nodded toward the papers.
"What are you reading?"
Dealin patted the papers.
Vendoyne had some translations I wish to look at.
He pushed to his feet.
"She is still in the steering cabin?"
Moon nodded and lay down on his side. Dealin said,
"I will take it back to her room then."
Moon yawned again.
"Did she figure out what the inscription on the wall said? The one up on the arch where we first came into the city?"
Dealin paused in the doorway.
It said, "If eyes fall on this, and no one is here to greet you, then we have failed. Yet you exist, so our failure is not complete."
Dealin slipped out, while Moon was still trying to understand that. He fell asleep, wondering why Dealin had chosen a time when everyone else was bracing for a fell attack to read Vendoyne's translation. Sleeping heavily, Moon was only vaguely aware of it when the Sunsailor's motivator thrummed into life. Not long after that, Jade climbed onto the bench and curled up with him. He woke, knowing that it was well past dawn. He sat up carefully and disentangled himself from Jade. Merritt and Bramble were gone, but Chime, Root, and Briar occupied the other benches. Moon managed not to wake anyone as he slipped out of the cabin, though he was still off balance and bleary. He went down the passage toward the bow, found his way through a crew area filled with sleeping bodies, and then out the door onto the deck. Stone was out there, leaning on the railing, but it was the view that caught Moon's attention first. The water was a deep, dark blue, and the sky above it a limitless horizon. The boat crested gentle swells and was moving southeast, its motivator fighting the current to keep them from being pushed farther out into the ocean. He moved to the railing and leaned beside Stone. The wind had changed, and it was absolutely devoid of anything but water and salt. It made Moon realize just how much the scattered islands had added an undercurrent of sand and greenery and other scents to the sea winds. They had never been far from land or a reef or one of the shallow zones. Here, there was nothing. Then motion caught Moon's eye several hundred paces off the starboard stern. Water fountained briefly. Then, a great shape rose up. Sunlight glanced off bright silver scales, and a delicate, multicolored array of feelers concealing the top of the creature's head. There were 3 of the crab-like waterlings from the city clamped in its long jaw. It sank back below the surface before the ripples from its appearance reached the boat to gently rock it. Moon wanted to make a noise, but his throat had temporarily closed up. Stone said, "Some of the waterlings followed us from the city, but that keeps happening." He added, "Rora says we're still on the fringe." Moon reminded himself they had traveled over water this deep before, water also filled with menace, in the freshwater sea. But somehow, it wasn't the same. Even if it was vast, the freshwater sea was surrounded by land and fed by rivers, and somehow that made a difference. He fought his flight instinct down and managed to say, "Did you sleep?" Stone rolled his shoulders and stood up straight, still propping himself up on the railing. "Out here, the fell missed us completely. Getting out of there unnoticed was what that underwater tunnel was meant for." Moon tried to remember that last harbor basin and what had been in it. If there had been any more clues, they hadn't had time to notice. The Kishin were right. There was a door in the outer wall of the city, like the one we came in through, so the tunnel was added after the city was built. Maybe at the same time the top of the escarpment had been sealed off, and the foundation builders knew the Forerunners, and they were friendly enough for the Forerunners to build that for them. Stone turned and leaned his back against the railing to look up at the steering cabin. Moon was still a little too edgy to turn his back on the deeps yet. Dylan and Callum Cal and the others have been discussing that. They don't know what it means, but they've been discussing it. Speaking of the city and what they had found there, we need to drop the thing soon. Moon glanced around the deck. There were still Kishin at the weapons posts and on watch for the fell. Is it deep enough? If they were lucky, maybe one of the giant oceanlings would eat it. I don't know. Stone jerked his chin toward the cabin. Rora's up now. Moon turned. Rora was on the deck above, gazing out toward the ocean. She had a map case tucked under her arm. I'll go talk to her. Moon shifted and leapt to the railing. Swinging over it, he shifted back to groundling. Rora rubbed her eyes and said,
I'm glad I'm used to that now.
She still looked tired, though her face was less gray and her eyes not so sunken. She had clearly slept in her clothes, and her hair was unraveling from her braids. Are we in the ocean or still on the fringe? Moon asked.
We're still in the fringe.
Rora opened the map case and propped it against the railing to unfold light wooden pieces.
We're here.
She pointed to a spot some distance from the escarpment and traced it along the big wavy path that marked the transition between the sea and the ocean.
We'll be moving in this zone until we get to this point.
She tapped the map.
It would be safer to stay in the fringe, but to do that, we'd have to turn back landward. If we keep our heading and cut across this section of the deeps, we can reach the sea again much more quickly, and we'll be moving away from the escarpment and hopefully the fell the entire time.
Moon nodded. When will we get to the deeps?
Probably around sunset, and we'll make the crossing during the night, hopefully reaching the sea again by morning.
She began to fold up the map, a grim set to her expression.
I hope the deeps aren't as dangerous as the rumors say. Ocean-going ships should be much bigger than this one.
It sounded perfect. By the middle of the night, they would be well into the deeps and too far out for the fell to reach. Someone could easily stroll out on deck and drop the object over the side. As long as nothing appeared to eat the boat, this would be easy. You should get some more sleep.
I don't...
Rory yawned, wide enough that Moon could see the characteristic sealing fangs in her side teeth.
Probably.
She frowned down at the lower deck.
Why is Stone staring at us?
Moon leaned on the railing and decided since they were lying by avoidance to Rora about the object, he might as well tell the truth about this. I don't know. We think he likes you, though. Rora stared at him, astonished, but oddly not appalled. Then she got her frown back into place.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Moon shrugged a little. He's always liked groundlings, but he's just so old. He doesn't usually get that interested in people we meet. Rora's frown was now confused.
How old is he?
Older than all of us put together, but not as old as the escarpment. He pushed away from the railing. I'll let Jade know what we're doing. Moon met with Jade in the cabin they had been sleeping in. Stone had come in from the deck, and Chime, Balm, and Dealin sat around on the benches, with Merritt and Bramble on the floor. It was a little crowded, but the cabin on the upper deck with the stove was also used by Callum Cal and the others, and taking it for a private conference would be a lot more noticeable. Once Moon told everyone what Rora had said about their route, Jade moved her spines in agreement.
Good. We'll drop the thing overboard tonight, once we're well into the deeps and out of the fell's range.
Stone said, Are you sure you don't want me to fly it out now and do it? Jade exchanged a look with Balm and lifted her brows. She asked Stone,
Do you think it's safe? From what we've heard, it isn't.
Dealin agreed.
You may call attention to us from whatever dwells further out, and the large waterlings who float on the surface, waiting for prey.
Sounding horrified, Chime said, Are there really waterlings like that? Dealin nodded.
The stories of the Kish and Sealings and others who mapped this coast in the past turns are not pleasant reading.
Merritt, holding the satchel with the object in it, clutched it nervously. I don't think you should do that, Stone. I could scry, but it's too obvious for scrying. What are you going to tell Callum Cal? Moon asked Stone. That you're going to sightsee? Stone sighed. Fine. We'll wait till tonight. Jade told Merritt.
If you're rested, try scrying anyway. Maybe we're close enough by now that you can see whether this is a good idea or absolutely the worst thing we can do.
Bramble sat forward. Is that settled? Because there's another problem. Jade said.
It's as settled as it's going to be right now. Go ahead.
Bramble's expression wasn't encouraging. There isn't much food left. Hegalum, the Gendari who's in charge of the supplies, and I went down into the hold to sort out how much to bring up. He wanted me to show him how much we'd need. But when he opened the door, the smell was rank. Some of the ceramic containers of the pickled fish and the grain flour for bread had broken on the bottom, probably when the boat fell getting in and out of the tunnel. The Kishin can't eat them now. I don't think our stomachs are as delicate, but they don't smell like they'd be fit for us either. There was a moment of worried silence. Chime said, Did everyone get hungry when she said that, or is it just me? It wasn't just Chime. Moon said, We'll be back in the sea by tomorrow, and it'll be safe to go fishing. Safe, but maybe not too profitable. From what he had seen on the way out here, the big fish that made good meals tended to be in the currents between the islands. It might be 2 or 3 more days before they found a good spot to fish. It had been more than 2 days since their last big meal, and while the smaller meals of fruit, bread, and fish helped, they couldn't live on them and still fly and fight. Bramble said, That's what I told Hegalum, that when we could hunt, we could bring in enough food for the whole boat. Does he think if we get hungry we're going to eat the crew? Stone asked, and not sarcastically. This question had occurred to Moon, too. They had been getting along well enough with the ship's crew, helped by the fact that the more familiar flying boat crew were aboard. The number of Kishin who shied away from him when he passed them in a corridor had dropped drastically since they had fought off the fell and taken refuge in the city. But this was the kind of fear that could destroy that limited trust. Bramble winced, but gave the question serious thought.
I don't think so. He seemed more annoyed that this had happened and wondering what to do about it. He's still trying to figure out how long what we have will last.
Then someone rattled the door and slid it open.
Jade.
Root peered inside.
There's another flying boat coming.
Dealin sat up, hopeful.
Perhaps it is the Aranniran.
Root flashed his spines in a negative.
It's not a windship.
Dealin grimaced and swore.
That would have solved several problems.
Moon thought Dealin meant something more than the shortage of food, though it probably wasn't obvious to anyone who didn't know him. Dealin seemed more rattled now than he had when they were being attacked by Fel. Moon started to ask what was wrong, but Ys and Kel came down the corridor to tell them about the flying boat, and there was no time for it. The flying boat hung in the air about 50 paces above the Sun Sailor's stern. The Kishin were all happy to see it.
It's from here easily,
Callum Cal told them, leaning on the railing as if the relief had made his legs weak.
The Hians, Vendoin's people.
This flying boat was shaped differently than the expedition's ruined one, and was longer and sleeker, without the ridge up the middle, but was made of the same mossy material. Vendoin and Kalimdar had already gone up to it in the flying packs to explain their situation.
How did they find us?
Jade asked. Moon thought it was a good question. They stood out on the deck with Stone and Dealin, with the others told to stay inside until they could be assured that the new groundling arrivals wouldn't shoot at them by accident.
We had shared the location of the city with them, though I didn't think they meant to join the expedition this season.
Callum Cal turned to gesture at the steering cabin.
Their ship is powered by the same varietals of moss as the Sun Sailor. The varietals have an affinity for each other, and clever horticulturals can use this to locate ships.
I see,
Jade said. It was unexpected, but at the moment it was hard to see it as a bad thing. The more fire weapons there were to fight off the Fel, the better. Beside him, Moon heard Dealin make a humph noise under his breath. Dealin would clearly have preferred a windship with his family aboard, and Moon had to admit that would have made the situation much less fraught. Rora came out of the hatch, squinting up at the flying boat.
I hope they have supplies they can give us. That's what Kalimdar and Vendoin are asking about now,
Callum Cal told her. Jade asked,
So, are we keeping to the same course and crossing back into the sea tomorrow morning?
Looking up at the flying boat again, Callum Cal gestured an absent assent.
As long as they have no new information to make us decide against it.
They shouldn't,
Rora said.
They came up from the south. It will be interesting to hear if they spotted any Fel from that direction.
Interesting,
Callum Cal commented dryly.
This voyage has been interesting enough.
Stone glanced at Moon, his expression opaque, and headed back toward the hatch. They would still be sailing across the deeps tonight, and still have the opportunity to get rid of the object. Merritt had already retreated to a corner of their cabin to scry on it, with Bramble and Song guarding the door to make sure no Kishin walked in on him.
They're coming back,
Jade said, watching the flying boat. Vendoin and Kalimdar were returning in their flying packs, another Heian following. Callum Cal said,
Don't worry. Vendoin and Kalimdar will have explained about you. The Heians are not very excitable people. They won't be afraid.
Jade gave that a serious nod.
Good.
The flying packs didn't manage the wind very well, but the groundlings landed on the deck without ending up in the water. Vendoin shed her pack and said,
This is Bemaden, Captain Navigator.
Bemaden nodded as Vendoin named everyone for her. She bore a close resemblance to Vendoin, at least as far as non-Heians were concerned, though she was taller and her body heavier. She stared as Vendoin named Jade and Moon, though, like Vendoin, it was hard to read her expression. When the introductions were complete, Bamadin said,
I am glad we could find you. As I told Vendoin and your colleague Kelimdar, we are anxious to hear what you discovered before the Fel forced you to leave.
Callum Cal said,
It's a long way back. We'll have plenty of time to show you all the inscriptions we copied.
And we will be bringing down supplies to see you through to the next port.
Bamadin added.
Perhaps you would all join us for evening meal?
She turned to Jade.
I invite the Raxura as well. I have never met any of your people before, so I am anxious to get to know you.
Ah.
Jade managed to look pleased by the prospect, which was something of an achievement for Raxuran diplomacy. It wasn't an appalling idea. It was just that Moon didn't think Jade or any of the others were ready to take on a new group of groundlings, not while everyone was tired and tense.
I feel our time would be better spent here, helping the Kishin guard their boat. We don't know what we'll encounter on this stretch of ocean.
That's true, Callum Cal said immediately. He didn't look as if he was in the mood for diplomatic visiting either.
Perhaps in a day or so, once we are safely back into the sea and farther away from the Fel.
That would be best, Kalimdar agreed readily.
That's right. Best just to send some supplies down for tonight,
Bendoin said, giving Bamadin a friendly pat on the arm.
Some fresh food would be welcome.
She was right about that. Bamadin said,
Very well. I will have the supplies moved immediately, and we can be underway again.
As they began to discuss the arrangements, Moon managed to wander away down the deck with Dealin, and after a moment, Jade followed.
This worries me,
Dealin said, keeping his voice low, even though he was speaking Raxuran. He twisted his fingers into his beard, a sure sign of agitation.
This sudden appearance.
You think Vendoin was planning to betray Callum Cal? Take his work or something?
Moon looked off toward the horizon, as if they were worriedly discussing the prospect of being eaten by oceanlings.
Perhaps that.
Dealin frowned at the deck, and Moon had the impression that of all the things he was worried about, that ranked fairly low down on the scale. Dealin looked up at Jade.
We must take care tonight, when disposing of the object. Perhaps Merritt will have some insights for us as to how best to proceed.
We'll take care.
Jade put a hand on his shoulder and turned to steer him toward the hatchway.
You get some rest.
Heians in flying packs carried down the round containers of supplies, and by mid-morning, the Sun Sailor got underway again, the flying boat trailing along after it. Moon spent the time napping off and on, and taking turns on watch with the warriors. 3 times they spotted movement in the distance, as oceanlings far larger than the boat broke the surface and submerged again. It was nerve-wracking, but being able to catch up on sleep and not worrying about the lack of food made the tense situation easier on everyone. The Kishin were starting to look better too, taking time to rest and clean up and change their clothes.
I'll be glad when this is over,
Chime said. He was sitting back to back with Moon on the top cabin as they took their turn at watch. Stone was on the lower stern deck, and Baum was up in the bow. At least the day had stayed clear and bright, the sky blue and cloudless, the sun glinting off the limitless ocean. The wind was fairly gentle, and still carried nothing but the scent of salt water. Is it ever going to be over? Moon didn't like to bring this up, but it was worrying him more and more as the day progressed. The Fel aren't going to stop looking for that thing, if that's what they were looking for.
There's still too much we don't know,
Chime admitted.
We don't know if it really drew them to the city or not. I'm hoping the Fel sit around outside the escarpment until they all die of old age.
Moon didn't think that was likely, especially with a Fel-born queen involved. Late in the afternoon, Merritt finished scrying and came up to join them in the upper cabin. Bamadin had sent down some containers with cooked food, including a stew with big pieces of fish in a spicy brown sauce and fruit in sweet syrup, apparently two Gendera favorites. Egalin, the crew member in charge of supplies, had made sure Bramble had been given enough for all the Raxura. Both dishes were surprisingly tasty, probably because both the fish and the fruit were much fresher than what they had been eating on the boat for the past few days. Briar, having already eaten, had gone outside to carry a portion up to River, and to take a turn at watch so Song could come inside to eat.
Did you get anything?
Jade asked, as Merritt slumped down on the floor. His expression wasn't encouraging. Merritt sighed.
No, it was all confusing. I saw the ocean, I saw the fell, the city, but it was all fragments. I don't think it's the same as before, where the trap in the city was clouding everything.
Bramble put a bowl of food in his lap, and he took a bite.
I think there's just too much happening right now. Fragments are what you get when there are too many possibilities,
Chime explained to Dealin. He took Moon's empty bowl and his own, and put them in the stack near the stove.
They're usually just images of things that have already happened.
His mouth full, Merritt nodded confirmation. Jade grimaced and set her empty bowl aside.
At least there's nothing to change our plans.
No, I think we should do as we have already decided,
Dealin said, so firmly that everyone stared at him.
I'm glad someone is sure,
Chime prompted, but Dealin ate some more fruit and didn't respond. Song stepped into the cabin then, reporting,
Stone is coming this way with Rora.
Moon leaned back against the cabin window in frustration. They wouldn't be able to discuss this in front of Rora. Not that discussing it was helpful. Bramble readied 2 more bowls and handed them to Stone and Rora as they came in. Stone sniffed skeptically at his, but tasted it anyway. Rora took a seat on a bench and started to eat. Between mouthfuls, she said,
So what do you all think about Bimadden's sudden appearance?
Jade said dryly,
I'm glad we're not the only ones who noticed how sudden it was.
Rora's nod was grim.
If they were going to show up, it would have been nice if they had done it while the Fel were trying to kill us.
What does Callum Cal think? Moon asked. Chime hadn't finished his fruit, and Moon stole a piece. Chime glared at him. Rora grimaced in frustration.
He is very diplomatic.
Stone leaned against the wall, giving in reluctantly and eating the fish and sauce. Tell them what you told me about the Heians.
You know they were driven out of their old territory into the Kishlands because of the Fel?
Rora asked.
Vendoin spoke of it a little, and Dealin mentioned it,
Jade said. Dealin, who had leaned back against the bench and started to drift off to sleep, snorted at the sound of his name, but didn't wake up. That's probably for the best, Moon thought. Dealin clearly needed the rest.
Rora said, The territory they live in now is heavily forested and has deep gorges, and is very difficult to view from the air, if you see what I mean.
Baum nodded, understanding.
Lots of cover.
Yes. For a long time, the Kishan scholars who studied the builders have believed there are more builder ruins there. Turns and turns ago, they discovered fragments of a road leading that way, and some of the other writings they found referred to something. People, trade perhaps, coming from that direction.
She waved a hand, setting her bowl aside.
I don't recall all the details, but Callum Cal and others believe it likely that there is at least one ruined foundation builder city in that region. But the Heians say they have searched and it isn't there.
Chime was frowning absently. Jade said,
Maybe it really isn't there. Maybe. There seems no reason to hide it if it is. But it has made for some disagreement between the scholars of Hia Izuri and the Kish Gendera.
Rora blinked and rubbed her eyes.
I should go back to the bridge.
As she got to her feet, she stumbled a little. Moon caught her hand to steady her. He said, I'll go with you. I'll take another turn on watch so River can come in and rest. Jade gestured assent. Chime was already curling up to sleep, and Bramble and Merritt were both yawning. Stone was still eating, frowning at his bowl. Moon walked with Rora to the stairwell. The corridors seemed quiet, but then everyone was probably eating while the food was still warm. As Rora started up the steps, he told her, "You probably need more sleep too."
Probably.
She waved a hand absently. Moon went on down the corridor toward the bow. He passed an open doorway to a cabin, but the several Jandaren and Jandari inside were all asleep on the benches. Everyone breathed deeply, the sleep of the exhausted. Moon was almost to the bow and the second stairwell when he caught a scent in the air. He couldn't identify it immediately, which seemed odd in itself, but it was coming from the draft down the stairs. It was just strange enough to make him want to investigate. He started up the steps. The scent in the air was blood, mingled with something else. As Moon reached the top of the stairs, his shoulder bumped the wall as he swayed sideways. A wave hit us, he thought, but then his head swam, and he realized it was him. He grabbed a rope handle at the top of the steps, put there for unsteady groundlings, and pulled himself up. He blinked, not understanding why it was suddenly so hard to keep his eyes open. Someone lay in the passage, slumped against the wall. It was a Jandaren, and Moon thought he recognized the red-trimmed jacket the figure wore. He stumbled forward and slid down the wall, and carefully lifted the man's head. It was Magrim, and his dark eyes were open and staring. The warm fluid on Moon's hands was blood from the deep gash in Magrim's throat. A soft step on the deck made him look up. Vendoyne stood there. She said,
"Unfortunately, he didn't like the food."
Chapter 22. The world spun, and Moon couldn't sit up, couldn't see, couldn't shift. The feeling was terrifyingly familiar. It's fell poison, he thought. Somehow, they have fell poison. He tried to shove the looming figures away, but hands seized his wrists and dragged him down the corridor. The edge of a hatchway scraped his hip. Then he was dumped onto the deck again. Footsteps moved away. Then he heard the door slide shut. From the corridor, there was quiet talk, but he couldn't make out the words. One of the voices was Vendoyne's. Then a set of footsteps moved away, but he could sense more than one groundling just outside the door. Someone patted his face, whispering,
Moon, can you hear me?
It was Rora, her scent laced with anger and fear. He dragged his eyes open. She half lay beside him, supporting herself on trembling arms. Her gray skin had light and dark patches, and there were deep bruises beneath her eyes. She looked like she was dying. She said,
It was the Hians. Vendoyne betrayed us. They poisoned the food.
I know, Moon croaked. He managed to lift his arm and hold it close enough to his eyes to see his skin. His snarl came out as a weak groan. Yes, there was a faint ghost pattern of scales. His scales, imprinted on the dark bronze of his groundling skin. He tried to shift again, but nothing happened. It was like reaching for something that wasn't there. This was fell poison. It must have been in the food. It had no scent, and the weedy taste had been disguised by the spices. He gripped Rora's forearm and managed to lever himself up a little. Squinting, he made his eyes focus enough to see they were in a cabin he didn't recognize, with cases built against one wall packed with Kishan books. He knew they hadn't left the boat, so this must be one of the cabins on the top deck, just below the steering cabin. Then he realized that what looked like a blurry heap of clothing lying at the base of the wall was actually 3 unconscious Kishan. One was Callum, and the other 2 facing away were Callum Cal and Kalimdar, all sprawled on cushions pulled off the benches. Sickness tainted the air, and their breathing was far too quick and shallow.
It's made everyone sick or unconscious,
Rora was saying, her voice thick and choked. as if she was controlling nausea by force of will. She twisted awkwardly to look toward Callum and the others.
I tried to prop them up so they wouldn't choke. The Hyans just threw us in here.
From another cabin somewhere nearby, Moon could hear someone being violently ill and someone else groaning. Rora seemed coherent enough even if she looked terrible, but she was sprawled awkwardly on the floor. He said,
Are you hurt?
Her expression went from dismay to thwarted fury.
It wasn't working on me fast enough, so they took my boots.
With the boots missing, there was no support for her fins and the missing part of her leg. He said,
They killed Magram. I found him in the corridor.
Rora made a sound that was half growl of rage, half sob.
Why are they doing this?
Moon was still trying to figure out how they were doing it. Most simples meant for groundlings don't work on Raxora. Fell poison shouldn't work on groundlings. This didn't make sense. Jade, Chime, Stone, all the others. Some of them had already been falling asleep when he had left the cabin. Dealin had been unconscious already, but everyone had still been so tired. Moon hadn't thought anything was wrong. Rora shook him, and he blinked, realizing he had almost drifted off. She asked,
What's fell poison?
It comes from the Abyssine Peninsula, from old Kiasper. The groundlings there drank it, and when the fell ate them, it poisoned the fell. He couldn't believe it had worked on Stone so easily. Maybe it didn't. Maybe he's hiding, planning something, and why am I still awake? His body felt like a useless pile of disconnected limbs, and the urge to just slump to the deck and sleep was powerful. But he could fight it. He should be unconscious, like the others. Maybe because he had been given the poison before, back in the East, he had some resistance to it. Rora made a noise of disgust.
Letting the fell eat them? That's mad.
I don't think they knew that that was what was going to happen. Moon shook his head, trying to hold back the creeping darkness at the edges of his vision. But where did the Hyans get fell poison? Unless they had had it all along. The Hyans had supposedly gone to Kish to get away from the fell attacks in their old home. But it still doesn't make sense. If fell poison did this to groundlings, the fell would know something was wrong. They wouldn't eat them. Rora winced, tried to drag one leg into a more comfortable position, and forced herself upright again.
Maybe the Hyans used two different poisons, combined them. But why? Unless...
She froze.
They're going to use us to kill the fell.
They stared at each other. Moon thought, if she's right. A voice in the corridor spoke, and they both flinched. Then Vendoyne slid the door open. She stepped inside, and another Hyan moved past her, carrying a limp Gendari body. As the Hyan deposited it beside Kalimdar, Moon saw it was Isenkel. Her chest moved, though her breathing was rough and uneven. Rora crawled to her immediately and rolled the woman onto her side. She glared up at Vendoyne and demanded,
What did you give us?
Vendoyne's face was as opaque as ever, the bone plating her skin like partial armor, her expressions too different to be interpreted. She said,
I didn't mean for any of you to be harmed. We always carry the shapeshifter poison in our ships. We thought it would work against the Raxora, but combined it with a sleep drug for the Gendera and others. For some, it did not work as intended.
Vendoyne lifted a hand in a gesture like a shrug.
Most Gendera plant preparations and distillations are ineffective on Hyans, so we are inexperienced at administering them.
She cocked her head, looking at Moon.
You are not as affected as the others. Perhaps you have had the shapeshifter poison before?
Moon didn't answer. He didn't want Vendoyne to get the idea to give him another dose. And there was no telling what the effect would be of putting the fell poison together with another simple. Rora grimaced in disgust.
You killed Magram. And others. Why? Why would you do this?
I didn't kill him. One of Bemadden's crew panicked when she found him still awake.
Moon hissed in disbelief. If all Hyans reasoned that way, There was no talking to them.
You're not stupid. You knew this could kill all of us, but you didn't care.
Vendoyne seemed unmoved, at least as far as Moon could tell. There was nothing different in her voice as she said,
"That is unfair. We have tried to be as careful as possible."
He's right. You're lying, Rora said. You didn't care if you killed us all? What about Avagram? He was in good health before we left. Did you poison him? You wouldn't want a Kish arcanist suspecting you. What do you want? Why did you do this?
as if it was obvious, as if it was what anyone would do, Vendoyne said,
"We thought the city held an artifact that we wanted. A powerful artifact that Hians or Jandera could not obtain for themselves."
Moon felt his heart sink right down to his stomach. An artifact that couldn't be obtained by groundlings.
What artifact?
Rora was baffled.
No one found an artifact. There were only writings and carvings and...
Footsteps approached from down the corridor, and then another Hian stopped in the doorway. She held the object, the silver cage with a lump of dark, quartz-like mineral suspended inside. The sunlight falling through the window touched it, but the crystal didn't glint. It just absorbed the light.
"Ah, you have found it,"
Vendoyne told her. Rora stared at Moon.
But no one took it. It was in the ruined room when we left and found the waterlings.
He said,
There was a spell on it. Briar picked it up and hid it in her pack and didn't remember doing it. We didn't figure out she had it until we were back on the boat.
Vendoyne regarded them both with what Moon thought might be amused disbelief.
"You truly didn't know this was in the city? Or what it is?"
Rora watched her warily.
No, you obviously do. Tell us.
Vendoyne touched the silver cage, her fingertips barely brushing it.
"We believe Hia Izuri was one of the places where the last of the Foundation builders fled. The inscriptions there are far more complete than those at any of the sites found in Jandera. They spoke of this artifact and how to find it. I and the other scholars in Hia Izuri helped Kalimkal organize this expedition because of it, though he knew nothing of our reasons. But I suspected that the protections the builders had left on it would not let me take it from the city,"
she told Rora.
"I tell you all this so you can explain to the others. We will leave you and the crew here on this ship, and you will be able to return to shore once the plant distillations wear off. I wish our reasons known and spread as widely as possible."
Moon managed to say,
So why do you want it? What is it?
"I fear it would be cruel to tell you,"
Vendoyne said, with no irony whatsoever. Rora stared at Vendoyne, disbelieving.
Cruel? After what you did to Magrim?
Moon's throat was so dry he wasn't sure he could talk. He knew nothing of Vendoyne. Everything she had shown them so far was just a mask, a performance to keep Kalimkal and Kalimdar and the others happy and listening to her and cooperating with her so she could manipulate them. He said,
It's a weapon, isn't it? The weapon the Fel wanted. So use it. Use it now.
Vendoyne looked at the artifact and seemed regretful.
"I thought I would be able to."
Moon thought for an instant she had reconsidered. But she continued.
"The inscriptions on it tell me that there are other things I must do first."
Vendoyne gestured, and the Hian with the artifact turned away and moved hurriedly down the corridor. Two others stepped in and moved to gather up Kalimkal. Vendoyne told Rora,
"We will take Kalimkal and Dealin with us, as well as some of the Raxura."
She nodded to Moon.
"Your mentor, Merit, of course, and it has become obvious you will make the best hostage,"
she added to Rora.
"Be sure and tell everyone you encounter what we have done. Now, it is time to go."
The Hians moved forward, and Moon couldn't do anything but try to make them regret it. Clinging to the hull of the ship, only a few paces above the waterline, River thought, I should have a plan. Stupid Moon would have had a plan. Briar had reached him just in time to collapse unconscious, her bronze skin already showing the distinctive markings of scales, the sign of fell poison. He had thought at first that all the groundlings were betraying them, and hidden her in the shelter behind the distance light on that side. But when he had climbed down the hull to make his way back to the cabin where the others were, he had seen the Kishan unconscious or sick. Then dozens of Hyans had come down from the flying boat, and it was obvious they had poisoned everyone. The Hyans had the smaller fire weapons, and he couldn't kill them all. There had to be a clever way out of this. He just couldn't think of it. He was stuck, climbing along under the windows on this side of the Sun Sailor, trying to hear what was happening, and waiting for an oceanling to pop up and scrape him off the hull. Then he heard Moon and the ceiling, talking to Vendoyne. River took his chance and quietly climbed up to cling just below the window. If one of the Hyans in their flying packs flew past this side, he was dead. He knew they would kill him. He had caught the scent of groundling blood in the air flowing out of the ship's upper corridor. If the Hyans would kill other groundlings, there was no reason for them to hesitate at killing Raxera. He heard Moon's weak growls and the Hyans struggling to drag him out of the cabin. Then, nothing. He cautiously edged up and peered inside. Rora was gone as well. The Hyans had left the door partly open, and all River could scent right now was sick groundlings, ceiling, and Moon. He shoved the window open and slung himself into the room. He stepped quickly across it and took a careful look out into the passage. It was empty, except for Rora, who had apparently crawled to the stairway leading up to the steering cabin and was trying to drag herself up it. She had only made it to the third stair. The Hyans had taken her boots, revealing the mangled and missing fins at the end of one leg and the scarred stump on the other. River didn't care about ceilings one way or another, but that was pure cruelty, and she was the closest thing he had to an ally. He stepped silently down the passage and touched her shoulder. She twisted around with a strangled yell before she saw who he was.
Some warning would have been nice,
she gasped, pressing a hand to her chest. River crouched on the floor. His arms and legs still shook from a combination of nerves and the strain of hanging off the metal hull by his claws for so long.
The Hyans are leaving?
He wasn't sure what to do. He could follow the flying boat, maybe even hang onto its hull until he could find a way to free Merritt and Moon. But he hated to leave the others here and helpless until the poison wore off.
Yes, with hostages.
Rora pushed her hair out of her eyes, and he saw the pale skin of her hands had been abraded by the metal steps.
They said they were going to take Moon. You didn't see him?
River hissed. I can't get over to that side without being seen. They have fire weapons.
I know.
Rora held up a placating hand.
I'm not complaining.
River remembered about her communication scent, the need to filter it out. Good, something else to feel inadequate about, he thought. You can use the fire weapons, right? If I follow the flying boat, can you take care of the others and get the ship back to the sea?
Yes, but I'll need my boots so I can walk. The Hyans left them in the steering cabin.
She added desperately.
We have to hurry. I think the poison is killing the Jandera.
River grimaced as he pushed to his feet. Merritt was the only one who could help with that, and the Hyans were taking him away. Stay here. He slipped past her, up the steps. Moon growled, clawed, and managed to bite one of the Hyans, despite getting slammed and scraped against the walls of the passage and stairwell. They dragged him out into the bright sunlight of the deck and dropped him, skipping out of arm's reach. He lay there, panting, what was left of his strength nearly gone, and he hadn't even been able to delay them much. He managed to roll over. The flying boat hung low in the air, about 100 paces above the surface of the water, and a dozen Hyans in flying packs moved upward toward it. One attached straps to the still unconscious Callum Cow's harness and dragged him up off the deck. Two more came out of a hatch lower down, carrying smaller bodies. Moon squinted and realized they were Dealin and Merritt. Another Hyan came out, carrying Bramble. He hissed helplessly. "You're leaving the others to die." Vendoyne said,
No, we will leave them, but they are free to recover and return to land. I want word of what we have done spread as widely as possible.
"Why are you taking Bramble?" Vendoyne made an irritated gesture.
The Madden thinks you are too dangerous, that we should only take the wingless ones.
Moon wanted to rip her throat out. The Sun Sailor was drifting farther into the ocean, and Rora was the only one who had shown any sign of recovery. He said, "Then give Rora her boots so she can get up to the steering cabin and get the boat back to the sea." Vendoyne ignored him, watching as Dealin, then Merritt and Bramble were lifted up toward the flying boat. Then she gestured, and two Hyans moved toward Moon. One carried a small flask. They were going to give him more fell poison. Moon shoved himself back on the deck, desperate to stand. Another dose might make him unconscious, or kill him. Then he caught the fell stench on the wind. His reflexive attempt to shift was useless. He was still trapped in his groundling form, and there were fell close by. Too close for the Hyans to fight them off. So this is how it ends, he thought. The fell would either eat them all and die of the poison, or realize the danger and wait until it wore off before feasting. He said to Vendoyne, "You might want to drink that yourself." She stared down at him. Then her head jerked up, and she spun around to scan the sky. To the southwest, dark shapes cut across the wind. Moon spotted a ruler and a small swarm of dacty, with 3 Kethel following further back. They must have circled around to approach from upwind. Vendoyne fell back a step, then shouted a warning to the other Hyans. She said,
How are they here? We should be too far out for them to reach us.
Maybe the fell wanted to reach their prey more than they feared falling out of the sky from exhaustion. "Too bad you don't have any Raxora to fight them off," Moon told her. She looked down at him, lips drawn back in a grimace.
We're not leaving without you.
She made a sharp gesture. The 2 Hyans lunged in and grabbed Moon's arms to haul him upright. He twisted to pull away. One grabbed him from behind and lifted up off the deck, dragging Moon with her. The few other Hyans still on the deck lifted into the air. As they moved upward, Moon eyed the flying boat above and the water below, trying to make a decision. The only reason to take him along was to keep him drugged and helpless and keep Jade and the others at bay by threatening to kill him. The Hyans could do the same with Merritt and Bramble, but they might not realize that. He twisted his head around and tried to sink his teeth into the arm holding him. Then the Hyan jolted sideways as a heavy impact knocked both her and Moon back over the Sun Sailor's deck. He got a bare glimpse of a Dacty's wing. Then, with a cry, the Hyan let go of Moon. Instinct made him go limp to minimize the damage, but he landed with a stunning impact. Rolling over, he bit back a groan. His whole body felt numb. Lying on his back, he saw the Dacty tear the Hyan's pack off, then fling her overboard. It darted away toward the upper deck. 3 other Hyans dropped toward the water as Dacty tore and harried them. Vendoyne shot upward to reach the railing of the flying boat. A Kethel swept past as she scrambled aboard. Other Hyans ran to get to the fire weapons on its bow and stern. The weapon on its top deck swung around. Moon didn't see it shoot the wooden disc, but the Kethel slipped sideways and the fire stream past it, missing completely. The Kish Jandera were obviously better marksmen. Moon tried again to shift, but again nothing happened. He shoved himself up to his hands and knees and crawled to the wall. It was instinct to seek shelter, but he thought that would only delay the inevitable. There was no fire weapon on this deck that he could reach, nothing he could do. He tried to force himself to his feet, using the metal wall as a ladder. His head swam again, and his knees gave out, and he sank back to the deck. 2 more fire streams shot out from the flying boat, but these Kethel were just too quick. They darted in and away again. They're fighting smart, Moon thought. More like Raxura than Fel. As the last 2 Heians reached the boat's railing, it turned from the Sunsailor and started to lift up and away. Several Dacty landed on the Sunsailor's deck, barely 5 paces away, and Moon thought, this is it. But they approached slowly, cautiously, staring at him. Moon waited for them to figure out that he was helpless. Then the ruler landed on the railing. She wasn't a ruler. She was the half-Fel queen. She called to him.
Should we chase the flying boat?
It took Moon several heartbeats to realize she was actually asking him, expecting an answer. It was tempting to send them after it, but Merritt, Bramble, Dealin, and Callum Cal were on that boat, helpless. He said, "No, let it go." She didn't make any gesture, but the 3 Kethel broke off, curving away from the Heian's flying boat. Moving fast with the wind, it headed out over the ocean. The queen hopped down from the railing and shifted. Her form flowed and blended into a figure who could have been mistaken for a Raxuran warrior, except her skin was bone white, like the groundling form of a Fel ruler, and her dark hair was long and straight. She stepped closer, and he saw there were patches of dark scales on her cheeks, down her neck and shoulders. What looked like heavy braids in her hair might actually be frills. It was like a queen's arbora form blended with a ruler's groundling form. She wore a loose dark tunic, patched and stained around the hem. She stopped a few paces away, then dropped to a crouch to get eye level with him. 4 Dacty hunkered on the deck nearby, apparently to listen. She said,
What happened to you?
Under the circumstances, it was a reasonable question. Moon said,
It's a poison. If you eat anyone on board this boat, it will kill you.
The poison dulled all his physical reactions, so his frantically pounding heart and the tightness in his breathing was like something that was happening to someone else.
We weren't going to eat anyone anyway. We're not like that.
She tilted her head a little.
Why? Why?
Moon pushed back against the wall, slowly, using it to keep him from slumping over on the deck.
Why are we poisoned?
Yes, why?
Moon couldn't think of a reason to lie. The more she understood about the poison, the better.
The groundlings who came in the flying boat gave it to everyone.
She took that in.
They are fighting you over the city?
Yes. He wasn't going to give more detail than that. She said,
We were fighting over the city. We made the other flight leave. They attacked the groundlings near the city, and you killed most of their cattle. You saw that?
She waited for a response, and when Moon said nothing, continued.
They hate us because we're not like them. We were supposed to help them, but we changed our minds.
Moon wanted to keep her talking. Why?
We saw you.
She tilted her head.
Are you a consort?
He thought about saying no, but she had seen him in his scaled form on the city's dock, and this might be a test to see if he would lie to her.
Yes.
Our father was a consort. He told us some things, but not enough.
She lifted her shoulders, looking toward the water.
We followed the waterlings from the city to find you. That was smart, wasn't it?
He needed to change the subject, get her away from thinking about consorts.
Why were you at the city?
The other flight. We were with the other flight. They said there was a weapon inside. They heard it from some groundlings in a groundling place.
She twitched, lifting her shoulders again as if settling the wings she didn't have in this form.
They take a groundling, take their mind, and put a ruler inside, and then the groundling tells them whatever it knows.
I know about that.
She twitched again.
That flight had heard from other flights that there are good things in old cities. But you need groundlings to get inside. But the other flight might have been lying. They didn't say Raxura would be there.
Moon debated the wisdom of arguing with her, but if he was only delaying the inevitable with this conversation, he would rather she killed him outright. You're lying. Her white brows drew together, and she dropped her gaze. You split from the other flight before you saw us. You captured some gleaners and forced them to build you a floating hive. Then you ate them. You're not different from the other fel. Instead of getting angry, she looked away, her gaze moving along the boat's deck.
They weren't groundlings. We don't eat groundlings.
They were people, and you're still lying. She recoiled, still refusing to meet his gaze.
No one told me they were like groundlings. It's hard. I don't know what to do.
The Dacty hissed at her. She hissed back, but grudgingly calmed herself. She added, as if determined to make sure everyone understood her rebuttal.
No one told me.
It struck Moon, suddenly and horribly, how much this was like a conversation with stubborn fledglings. How old are you? She looked at the Dacty again, then turned back to Moon, as if one of them had answered some unspoken question.
20 turns?
20 turns was barely old enough for an area to leave the nurseries. But she was still lying. You know how to tell the difference between animals and people. She shook her head, but said,
We did break from the other flight, but it was earlier. Back on land. We followed them here, but we didn't fight them until we saw you.
She tossed her head, clearly upset.
So it was partly not lying. They said we were a mistake. It was a mistake to make us. They said it didn't work. They didn't need us anymore.
The Dacty all hissed in sad chorus. Moon couldn't believe this. The equivalent of an Ariat fledgling was in apparently complete command of a fel flight. You're all part Raxura.
No.
She looked up at the Kethel.
Several.
So there were some fel still with them. The ones who aren't part Raxura obey you?
I killed the progenitor.
She ducked her head, shy and proud.
They like me better. I know to do things. We stole the other flying boat, the little one on the island, while the other flight's Kethel was tearing apart the big one and getting killed. The Dacty made it work, and we used it to follow the waterlings who were following you.
She waited, as if hoping Moon would compliment this strategy.
Tell him,
A soft, deep voice said.
if you wait longer, it's worse.
Moon flinched, staring. It was one of the Dacty who had spoken. It said again,
Tell him.
It wasn't a ruler speaking through it. Its lips were moving. It was speaking with its own voice. She told it.
Maybe not. Maybe later.
She jerked her head toward Moon.
He's sick now.
The Dacty had to be part Raxura too, even though it didn't look like it. Moon had seen rulers show intense emotion when another ruler was killed, but he had never seen one treat a Dacty as anything other than something to use and discard. Never seen Dactys seem to care about each other. Moon said, Tell me what? The Fel Queen stirred uneasily. The Dacty said again,
It will be worse later.
The other two hissed in agreement. She looked down at her curled toes and said reluctantly,
One of the others is dead.
The others. Moon went cold. But maybe she meant one of the other groundlings?
No, other Raxura.
No, not that. Terror made Moon's voice come out as a rasp. You killed them.
No.
She held up her hands, flexed as if her claws were still there.
No. Tylan saw Raxura through the glass, all sleeping. He wanted to see closer and climbed inside. He saw one was dead and went out again and told me.
It's true.
The Dacty said. Moon couldn't think. It's a mistake. It's not true. But Vendoyne had said, "I never meant for any of you to be harmed." He had thought she meant Magrim, and maybe some of the other Kishan. He said, "Show me." River slipped back down the stairs, took Rora's arm, and hauled her into the cabin, hissing at her to be quiet when she tried to speak. He put her down and dropped the boots beside her, staying in a crouch to keep out of view of anything flying past the window. His heart pounded with terror. The pulse beat in his ears so loud it interfered with his hearing. It took effort to keep his voice even. "The feller here." Her eyes widened.
I heard the shouts and hoped the Raxera had woken and were fighting the Hians."
River moved his spines in a negative, keeping part of his attention on the window. A kettle circled in the distance, but no Dacty climbed past the opening. He didn't know why he was telling this to a ceiling, as if she could help. But without her, he was completely alone. "The Fel killed some of the Hians, but others got away. I saw them from the windows in the steering cabin." He had watched as best he could while scrunching his body into the back corner of the cabin, trying to blend with the wall so the Fel didn't see him through one of the big windows. He was still alive, so he assumed they hadn't spotted him. The Fel's arrival had ruined his partially formed plan of following the flying boat until he could free the prisoners or report back to Jade where they had been taken. The Hians took Bramble and Merritt and Dealin away with them. Rora hauled her boots on, hurriedly buckling the straps.
"But not Moon?"
They tried. He's still on deck. Moon might have survived the fall, but River didn't know how he could survive the Dacty. "Are you still willing to use the fire weapon?" She got her feet under her, and he reached down and caught her arm to help her stand. She wavered, and he held on long enough to make sure she wasn't going to collapse.
"Yes, it's our only chance."
It was a terrible chance. River had himself and one sealing who had been poisoned half unconscious, but the alternative was to sit here and wait for the Fel to eat them. "Come on." Fear gave Moon the strength to shove to his feet. He leaned on the wall to steady himself as the Dacty surrounded him and the Fel Queen moved down the deck toward the rear hatchway. He managed to get inside without falling, but the stairway to the upper level loomed ahead. He grabbed the railing and tried to pull himself up, but he was still so weak his muscles just refused to lift him. Hesitantly, the Fel Queen reached for his arm. When he didn't move to stop her, she took his arm and helped him up. Moon swallowed with a dry throat and let her, gripping the railing to steady himself. Her skin felt dry and too warm. Not like Shade, who felt exactly like another Raxera. They reached the upper passage, and Moon pulled away from her and staggered down to the open cabin door. He heard breathing. It was labored, but they were breathing. Jade lay slumped on the floor in front of the bench in her Arbora form, as if she had been trying to stand and collapsed. Her chest moved with her panting breath. Relief let Moon manage a step forward. The others were all in their groundling forms, their scale patterns visible on their skin. Stone had fallen over onto the bench, and Chime was curled on the floor. Balm lay sprawled near Jade. He couldn't see if they were breathing, and lunged forward to land on his knees near Chime. Frantically, he felt for the pulse at their throats, finding faint movement. They were all alive. He twisted around, looking for the others. Root and Song lay behind the stove, stretched out on the floor. At first, his eyes refused to see it. Root lay on his back, his breath a faint flutter like the others, and Moon wanted to see Song the same way. But there was a stillness to her body, an awkward stiffness to the way her limbs lay. He crawled to her and touched her face. Her eyes were open, blank and staring and beginning to cloud. Her skin was waxy. The scale pattern partially faded from the bronze. Her blood was already cooling. She had been dead before the Fel arrived. There was blood mixed with vomit on her chin and chest. Not really aware of what he was doing, Moon took the tail of his shirt and started to clean her face. Part of his brain was still working, and he thought, Briar isn't here. River isn't here. Had they escaped? He knew Briar had eaten the poisoned food. They might be lying in a corner somewhere, left there by the Hians. He hoped they hadn't fallen off the Sun Sailor. Another Dacty slung into the room, and Moon flinched away from Song. The other Dacty gathered around, flinched too. The newcomer chittered at the Fell Queen, and the others hissed in response. The Queen pushed to her feet and looked down at Moon.
Another flying boat is coming. This one has Raxora.
Moon stared at her, uncomprehending. A flying boat with Raxora? Niran and DR. It might be them. But had someone from the court come with them?
They were following us, like we followed the Waterlings.
She hissed, but apparently at herself.
I was stupid.
She looked down at Moon.
You come with us.
Panic penetrated the numb shock. No, I need to stay here. She hesitated. The Dacty who had brought the news chittered in alarm. She said,
Better if you come with us. You can tell us what to do.
If he could reason with her. The Hians who left on the other flying boat have the weapon that was hidden in the city. I have to tell the other Raxtra so they can stop them. She stared at him, her brow furrowing, and blinked in distress. She looked at the Dacty. The one that seemed to be her advisor said, Possible. The Queen stood there, frozen for a heartbeat. Then she flowed into her scaled form and said, Bring him! Moon tried to stand, but the Dacty surged forward and grabbed his arms. Panic took over, and he fought, tried to bite, but they half-dragged, half-carried him out and down the stairs, out onto the deck. Outside, he couldn't see anything in the air but the kettle circling overhead. He couldn't believe the flying boat, whoever was aboard it, was coming toward them and not fleeing as fast as it could. The Dacty were too small to fly with him. They put him down on the deck, and the Queen started toward him. Moon yelled, No! Stay away from me! To his surprise, she did stop. She shook her head, confused and determined all at once.
We won't hurt you. We won't eat groundlings. We're not like Fell.
You're stealing a consort, just like the Fell who made you.
No, it's not. That's not. We need something.
She flung her arms wide, confused, hopeless, determined.
We need help!
Moon said, desperately, Not from me. She hesitated, breathing hard. Moon had a moment to think that she would listen to him, that she would leave. Then she lunged for him. A flash of green scales exploded out of the hatch and struck the Fell Queen in the back. It's River, Moon realized in astonishment. She staggered forward, then tossed River off. River rolled and came up in a crouch, just as the distinctive thunk whoosh of a fire weapon sounded almost from above. It was the big weapon just below and behind the steering cabin. The fire shot out in a long stream. The Dacty shrieked and scattered off the rail as it moved toward them. The weapon swung up and pointed toward the kettle, arrowing down from above. The Queen snarled and pounced at River. River ducked the first blow, tried to lunge in at her belly. Blindingly fast, she clawed him across the chest and flung him away. River slammed into the wall, then fell forward and hit the deck boards so hard he bounced. The Queen tensed to strike again. Moon shoved forward and flung himself over River. No! Caught in mid-lunge, the Queen stopped, her claws scraping against the deck. Moon stared up at her, expecting her to tear them both apart. River might already be dead. He wasn't moving, and the coppery odor of fresh blood hung in the air. But Moon saw the instant when the blank rage went out of the Fell Queen's eyes, and her expression turned to confusion again. She stumbled back a step and looked up at the kettle. The one stooping over the ship immediately broke off, and the others circled back upward. A Dacty perched on the rail chittered to her. Her head jerked up, and her gaze went to something in the sky to the west. She snarled, threw one last look at Moon, then surged for the railing. She leapt into the air, the Dacty leaping with her. Watching them catch the wind and shoot upward toward the waiting Kethel, Moon stared in bewilderment. He didn't understand what could have made her give up and leave. Then, a large queen and half a dozen warriors thumped down on the deck from above. For an instant, Moon didn't recognize any of them. Then the queen turned to him, and he saw it was Malachite. Chapter 23. Moon tried to stand, but he was lying on river, and there was no place to put his weight without hurting him. Then a male warrior caught him around the chest, lifted him up, and helped him to his feet. Moon stumbled toward Malachite.
We need mentors. The Hyans gave us all fell poison, and a sleeping simple for the groundlings. It killed Song. They took Merritt and Bramble away on a flying boat. They have a weapon from the city.
Malachite lifted a hand, and 2 warriors bounced into the air, flapping up to catch the wind. Moon thought they were going after the fell, which was suicidal. Then Malachite said,
I've sent them for Lithe. The wind ship isn't far away. Which way did the flying boat go?
Moon pointed. Malachite selected 2 warriors with a flick of her tail and said,
Locate it.
They took to the air, but Moon knew it wouldn't help. The flying boat was already out of sight. It would have changed direction as soon as it was away from the fell. Warriors couldn't possibly fly fast enough to find it.
They won't catch it. You have to go after it. If I leave, the fell will return within moments,
Malachite said. Her tail flicked again. He had never been able to read her expression, even after spending time at Opal Night. It would have been easy to say she was unconcerned, unaffected, except for the fact that here she was, having traveled from across the reaches and the coast and the sea and halfway into the ocean, to be here when he needed her. The warrior who had helped Moon had been leaning over river, trying to find breath or pulse. Now he reported,
He's alive!
Malachite reached to touch Moon's face, and he stepped back. A female warrior caught his arm and steadied him, and he dimly realized it was Rise, Malachite's chief warrior. Malachite said,
Are there still fell aboard? Or Hyans?
6 more warriors dropped down to land on the flying boat's upper decks. Moon started to say no, then realized he had no idea.
I don't know. I don't think there's any fell, but I don't know if all the Hyans were able to leave. The Hyans, they're silver gray, with patches like rock on their heads and skin.
He remembered something else she needed to know.
The fell were part Raxera. They had a queen.
Malachite took this information in with opaque calm and stared off into the distance, the direction the fell had fled. She said,
Search this craft.
Warriors on the upper decks scattered to climb down and enter the hatchways and open windows. Rora stepped out of the nearest hatchway, slowly, wary at all the strange Raxera. She saw Moon, and the relief on her face was obvious as she limped toward him. She still looked sick and exhausted, but had one of the smaller fire weapons slung across her back.
His river?
She saw him lying on the deck, the warrior crouched beside him.
He's alive,
Moon told her. He pointed to Malachite.
This is my mother.
Rora stared at Malachite.
Oh.
She turned back to Moon.
Are the fell coming back? I can get to the larger weapon stand now.
Malachite said,
The fell won't come back while I am here.
Rora hesitated, eyed Malachite, then said,
That's good then.
A dark shape that might have been the model for the forerunner depicted on the Foundation Builder City's tiles dropped to the deck suddenly, and Rora flinched. It carried a small arbora still in her groundling form. It was Shade and Lithe. Moon thought he was clearly hallucinating all this, but if he was, he didn't think everything would hurt quite so much. Shade set Lithe on her feet, shifted to his groundling form, and flung himself at Moon. He caught Moon in a hard embrace, buried his face in Moon's neck, and said,
Are you hurt? You look terrible.
Moving toward River, Lithe demanded,
"Is that your blood or his?"
"His. He needs help. The others are inside unconscious from fell poison," Moon told her, gripping Shade's shoulders to steady himself. Shade smelled of clean Raxora and salt wind and something indefinable that was somehow clearly the court of Opal Night. Or maybe their shared bloodline. If Moon had been able to feel relief, he would have felt it then. Lithe knelt beside River, motioning a warrior to help her roll him over so she could get at his wounds. A shadow fell on the deck, and Moon twitched and looked up. But it was a wind ship, coming around above the Sunsailor's bow. This one was easily twice the size of the Sunsailor, the hull long and slim, made of what looked like lacquered wood, but was a plant fiber, much stronger. The fan-folded sails on the two central masts were closing as it came about above them. Then things started to happen very fast, and in a dreamlike fashion that Moon found vague and unpleasant. Golden Islanders in climbing harnesses dropped from the railing of the windship, and Moon had a confused memory of trying to explain to Niran about the object Vendoyne had said was a weapon, and what had happened to Deelin, and about Rora's distinctive scent, while simultaneously introducing her to all his relatives. Lithe had River carried inside, and went to help the other Raxora. In the common room, Moon insisted on showing Malachite what had happened to Song. Malachite had hissed in regret, and made Moon let Rise gather Song up and carry her away. Moon had followed her, aware the Golden Islanders moved through the ship with the warriors, trying to help the Kishan crew. At some point, Shade cupped Moon's face and said clearly, "Moon, you need to lie down." Moon ended up back in the common room with Jade and the others. They were all still unconscious, and even with Lithe tending them, Moon didn't feel easy until he had checked to make sure each was still breathing. With the help of a couple of warriors and Shade, Lithe had moved everyone except Stone to pallets on the floor. Stone had been left stretched out on the bench, with a couple of cushions tucked around him.
"I don't have any experience with line grandfathers,"
Lithe said,
"but I feel like it's not a good idea to move him."
Briar had been found and brought in to recover with the others, and River had had his wounds cleaned and been put into a healing sleep in a nest of cushions and blankets. Shade made Moon sit down on a cushion near Stone, while Lithe tried to get him to drink a cup of something. He said, "Is that a simple?"
"No, it's just tea. More simples are the last thing you need,"
Lithe assured him. Moon took the cup. When he drank it, he realized how abraded his throat was. No wonder he sounded so hoarse. It was suddenly a little easier to think, and he asked, "How are the Kishan?" Lithe's expression told him it wasn't good news. She got to her feet and said,
"Ivar Edel, the Golden Isles healer, said that so far she's found 4 dead, and some of the others seem very badly off. I'm going to go help her now."
As she went out the door, Moon tried to get up and follow her. He had no idea why, or where he thought he was going. Shade caught his arm and urged him to sit again. Moon said, "Where's Song?" Shade winced.
"They took her to an empty cabin, where they're putting the others who died."
Moon sank back down on the cushion. "Right." He closed his eyes, and his head swam. "How did you find us?"
"We went to Indigo Cloud, and then we caught up with DR and Niran. We followed the map out here, then we caught Felstench. It was from the ocean, so we knew the Fel had to be looking for groundlings or Raxora."
Moon managed to get his eyes open again. He didn't want to sleep yet. "You wanted to come? Malachite didn't make you?" He was too groggy to put it into the right words. But if any consort should want to stay away from the Fel, buried in the safety of a powerful court, it was Shade.
"She didn't want me to come. I insisted."
It would have been an unbelievable statement from anyone else. But Shade was one of the few people who could actually talk Malachite into things. Shade lifted his shoulders a little, half shudder, half shrug.
"Our mentors had the same vision as yours. right before Jade's message arrived. I thought, if we need to get into the city, and it's like the other one, and I'm the only one who can open it, I have to go," he added, a little reluctantly. And I just had to do it to make sure I could. That was brave. It was one of the bravest things that Moon had ever heard of anyone doing. Shade seemed reassured. Maybe he had expected Moon to disapprove of his decision to come. Moon was too loopy to judge anybody's decisions about anything at the moment. Shade said, "I didn't feel brave at Indigo Cloud, but Ember invited me to have tea, so it was all right." It didn't surprise Moon. Ember always knows what to do. He rubbed his face, trying to stay conscious. The Fel were part Raxaran. There was a Felborn queen only 20 turns old. You told us about her and the Dacty. Shade's brow furrowed. You said she killed the progenitor. You don't think maybe we could talk to them? To her? Moon hesitated. He only vaguely remembered telling them about the Felborn queen, so he wasn't sure his opinion was worth anything right now. I don't know. He remembered how desperate the queen had been. Like he had been desperate. Not that many turns ago. A lost fledgling with no idea who or what he was. But he also remembered the paralyzing fear at the possibility of being taken away by Fel. So intense, despite the drugs and sickness. Maybe I should have tried harder, but... No. I meant all of us with Malachite. The Fel Queen tried to take you away. Shade twitched uneasily at the thought. We have to be careful. Through the deck, Moon felt a gentle thrum. They got the motivator started. Shade said, Niran was going to try to help Rora get the boat moving again so we can get out of the ocean. Right, that was important, Moon remembered. Being carried further into the deeps wasn't going to help anything. We're going after the flying boat? Shade watched him with concern, as if worried what his reaction might be. The warriors couldn't find it, but Rora thinks it must be going back to Kish. Moon slumped a little. He had known the warriors were too late to catch the Heians, but hearing it confirmed was painful. If Rora wasn't right, and even if Rora was right, Kish was a big place. On the bench above him, Stone made a faint noise, as if trying to wake. Moon shoved himself up and leaned over him. The scale pattern on Stone's skin had perhaps started to fade a little, though it was hard to tell, and it hadn't been nearly long enough. He tried to explain this to Shade, who said, Why don't you lie down with him? It will help keep him calm. That sounded like a good idea, but Moon hesitated. You'll keep watch? Shade said seriously, I will. Moon lay down beside Stone and sank into sleep. Moon slept off and on, listening to Stone's steady heartbeat and the motivator's thrum. He was aware when Stone stirred, rolled over, and curled up around him, but didn't really wake. Moon woke finally, far more alert, to realize it was night, and the liquid lights had been adjusted to a soft glow. Song's dead, he remembered again, and squeezed his eyes shut until his self-control returned. He pushed up on one elbow. Shade sat on a cushion near the stove, and Rora, bleary but conscious, sat on a stool nearby, holding a cup of tea. Stone was deeply asleep. Chime, Briar, Root, and Balm still lay unconscious, but they had rolled over, changed positions. Moon could see River's chest move with his breathing. Jade was missing. His voice a rusty creak. Moon said, Where's Jade? She woke a little while ago and went to talk to Malachite, Shade said, watching him worriedly. She's very upset. Moon moved Stone's arm off his waist and began the slow process of sitting all the way up, and possibly standing in the near future. Every bruise had settled into a sustained ache, but at least his head was clear. A memory tugged at him, an echo of something someone had said. In another moment he had it. It had been Kalimcal, when the Heians had first arrived. Can we find the Heian flying boat the way it found us? With the moss and the motivator? We thought of that, Rora said, her voice hoarse. But Magrim was the only one who knew enough about the moss varietals to do that.
Moon wanted to growl. He hadn't believed Magrim's death was some sort of avoidable accident before. Now, it seemed sure that he had been killed deliberately, on Vendoine's orders. Then Stone snarled and sat bolt upright. Shade and Rora flinched. Moon grabbed Stone's shoulder and said, "It was the Heians. They gave us fell poison." He watched the blank, blind rage in Stone's face turn slowly into awareness and recognition. Stone's gray brows drew together as he focused on Moon, then on the wide-eyed Shade, and then Rora. His voice a gravelly rasp, he said, "Malachite's here." "The Fel found us," Moon told him. "She drove them off. She's outside now with Jade." Stone looked at the other's unconscious forms, tasted the air. "Where's Sung and Merritt? And Bramble?" The words stuck in Moon's throat for a moment, and he had to force them out. "Song died. The poison killed her. The Heians took Merritt and Bramble away, with Dealin and Kalimkal, maybe back to Kish. We're trying to find them now." Stone stared at him, then abruptly shoved to his feet. Moon grabbed his wrist and said, "Don't leave." Stone blinked, his expression clearing. He said, "I just want to see Song." Moon let go of him. He didn't know where that outburst had come from. It wasn't as if Stone could fly anywhere at the moment. The faint scale pattern was still on his skin. Rora pushed herself upright, wavering a little. She looked exhausted and sad. "I'll show you, and tell you the rest." Stone squeezed Moon's shoulder almost hard enough to hurt, then followed Rora out. Shade let out his breath and reached for the kettle. Moon told him, "I'm going to find Jade." He shoved to his feet and went out into the passage. Under one of the brighter lights, he examined the skin of his forearm. He could still see the faintest impression of scales in the bronze of his groundling skin. He resisted the urge to try to shift. He wouldn't be able to yet, and he didn't want to waste his slowly returning strength. He had to grip the railing to get down the steps. The ship sounded more like it normally did, with voices and movement audible from down the corridors, though some of the muted noise he could hear were groans and Kishin being very ill. Moon heard familiar voices ahead. Then Callum stepped out of a doorway. Moon leaned against the wall to let the dizziness pass. Callum had to know about the artifact, or weapon, or whatever it was by now. Know that the Raxura had brought it onto the Sunsailor. Callum came toward Moon. He looked terrible. His cheeks sunken and his eyes clouded. He said, "They took my father." "I saw it." Callum stepped forward and almost fell into Moon's arms. Moon said, "We'll find him." Callum looked up, and suddenly he had pulled Moon's head down and was pressing their lips together. Kissing wasn't something Raxura did, though Moon had seen it in some of the different groundling communities he had lived in. He had been careful to avoid it. Even in groundling form, his teeth were too sharp. Moon gently disengaged Callum and said, "That can't happen. You're too young." He used the tone that worked best for firm commands to fledglings. Callum buried his face in Moon's shoulder for a moment. Moon said, "I know they killed Magrim. Was anyone else?" Callum stepped back and pressed his hands to his face briefly, a gesture of apology. He looked up and said, "Kalimdar died, and 3 others of the crew. Viandel, Hith, and Sundar." He sounded wounded and bewildered and angry all at once. "Do you think the Heians will kill my father?" Moon took a sharp breath. I think they wanted hostages. He hoped that was what they wanted. Niran stepped out of another doorway with Lythe and Isenkel, the Gendari navigator. Frustrated, Niran said, "We searched this Heian person's quarters, but she left nothing behind." Callum said, "We've known Vendoin for 5 turns.
since I was a child. How could she do this to us?
Moon didn't have the answer to that. It had sounded as if all the Heians, not just Vendoin, had been planning this ever since Callum Cal and the other Kish Gendera scholars had found the map to the city. He pushed off the wall and started forward again.
The Fellborn Queen said the other Fell Flight heard groundlings talk about a weapon in the Builder City. Did Callum Cal know about it? No, no one did, no one. It must have been the Heians.
Callum lifted his hands helplessly, trailing after him.
And the Raxora, why did you hide it from us?
Moon stopped and faced him. We didn't know it was there until we found it. We didn't know what it would do, and we were afraid of it. It was the bare truth, and he hoped it was enough for Callum. There was a spell. It tricked us into taking the weapon back to the Sun Sailor. We just wanted to get rid of it in the ocean where the Fell wouldn't find it. Lythe watched Callum carefully.
It wasn't why your people wanted to get into the city?
No, I swear it. Callum lifted a hand in helpless frustration.
I've seen my father's work. I've traveled with him. I'd know if there was any idea about a weapon. If it is a weapon. Vendoin believed it was,
Isenkel said wearily.
I'm sure she believed it. Would she have done all this if she hadn't?
Moon looked away. He was standing by the doorway to the other room the Raxora had been using, and found himself looking at Deelan's bag, tucked under the bench next to Stone's pack. Deelan, who had gone through Vendoin's things and then became even more insistent that the object from the city should be dropped into the ocean as quickly as possible. He pointed at the pack.
Deelan looked through Vendoin's notes when she was up in the steering cabin.
Maybe he copied something. He was suspicious, I think. I didn't realize it at the time. Niran snarled.
Of course he was.
And went to snatch up the pack. I'll send this up to DR so we can examine it all. Perhaps Grandfather left us some clue or message. Moon knew Niran's fury was mostly terror at what might happen to Deelan. He turned away and went down the corridor to the hatch. Guarding it was a young Golden Islander. She said, "They're on the stern deck." He nodded to her and stepped outside into the night. The cool, salt-scented wind was like being dashed with cold water. The outside lights had been dimmed and shaded to help conceal the boat's position from the Heians and the Fell and whatever else might be after them. The reassuring shadow floating above them was the wind ship. Jade and Malachite stood near the stern railing, their spines outlined by the faint moonlight. Jade was still in her Arbora form, and Malachite had her wings. He heard Jade say,
I shouldn't have done this. I've done everything wrong.
Moon stopped in mid-step. He hadn't thought Jade would take it that way. He didn't know why he hadn't thought it. Of course she would. Queens thought they were responsible for everything. With just an edge of sarcasm to her cool voice, Malachite said,
So, you should have ignored the dreams and the augury and waited like an animal in a trap. Waited for help.
Jade looked toward the water and the silver glimmer of the ship's wake. She added, almost not grudgingly,
Waited for you.
Malachite's spines took on a skeptical angle. It had to be for Jade's benefit. Malachite seldom betrayed any recognizable emotion, unless it was deliberate.
Was I in the augury? No, but all this is hardly over. We have seen nothing of most elements of the vision.
Malachite flicked a spine.
Moon?
Moon moved forward, and Jade turned toward him. He couldn't think of anything to say, and just folded himself into her arms. When he looked up, Malachite was gone. Jade muttered,
She's up on the roof of the second deck, looming over us.
I thought you two were getting along better. Moon buried his face in her frills.
When Root wakes up,
we have to tell him about Song.
I'll do it,
Jade said. Her grip on his waist tightened, almost enough for him to feel her claws.
I don't know why she died, and not the rest of us.
Moon knew. The Heians had dumped her and Root on the floor like garbage, with no concern for what might happen. The poison had made Song sick, and she had choked on her own vomit. Even Rora, a sealing, had been aware of this danger and had crawled around half-conscious, making sure the others with her had been propped up. Chime staggered out of the hatch and headed for Moon. Jade let Moon go, and he caught Chime, who stumbled and wrapped his arms around him. He muttered into Moon's neck.
Stone told us about Song and the Hyans. Are you all right?
Moon asked him.
I feel sick, and you smell terrible,
Chime said miserably. Jade patted Chime's back.
Let's go inside.
When they got back up to the common room, Lithe, Rora, Callum, and Shade were in the corridor. Shade was telling the other three.
I thought you all should talk.
Inside the room, Stone sat on the bench. His face was drawn and exhausted. Raxora didn't show age the way most soft-skinned groundlings did, but there was something in Stone's face right now that revealed the weight of many, many turns. The others were awake, sitting around on the floor, still bleary and sick, the scale patterns visible on their skin. Root was curled up in a ball, his head in Briar's lap, and she was stroking his hair.
They killed Song and stole the arbor and Dealin.
Root sat up suddenly, his face etched with pain.
They took the weapon I found, and we don't know where they are.
Root, Moon began.
You didn't find the weapon. It found you,
Jade said firmly.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't Briar's fault. I told you that,
Balm said. She sounded as if she was barely holding on to her own composure. Briar looked wretched.
Listen to your queen.
But we can't find them,
Root persisted.
They stole Merritt, so we couldn't find them.
Then Stone said, but they didn't know about Lithe. He watched the group just outside the door. Lithe was saying,
But it's the moss, correct? The moss is from the same plant, and the two have an affinity.
Moon's heart thumped, and he stepped closer to listen. The others fell silent.
Yes, that's it,
Callum said. He gestured in frustration.
but Magrum was the only one who would have been able to use our moss varietal to find theirs.
Rora explained.
Magrim was a horticultural, which is someone who can manipulate the stored sunlight in the moss for different tasks, like making it release light, produce the lift for a levitation harness, or an air-going sailor, or to draw water into a motivator. The rest of us can tend those things and keep them working the way they should, but he knew how to make them.
Everyone was listening now. Chime took a step toward them, his brows drawing together. Hope, making her voice tight, Jade said,
Manipulate the moss for light, like a mentor could.
Moon realized he was holding his breath, if there was still a chance. Lithe turned to them.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
She asked Callum and Rora.
Can you explain to me exactly what you would do to find the flying boat if Magrum was here?
Callum glanced at Rora.
I've seen it done, but...
Rora thought it over, frowning absently.
There are several varietals of moss for the motivator. Magrim would have been able to choose the varietal that we share with the Hyan's ship. Then it would be put into a growth liquid, and the moss would start to grow in the direction of the other ship.
Maybe, Chime said, his voice thick.
Maybe.
Maybe,
Lithe agreed. She asked Rora.
Can you do the second part without him, the growth liquid?
Yes, that's part of the necessary tending.
Rora stopped, suddenly hopeful.
You think you can find the varietal? I was going to scry to try to pick up their direction, but I thought we might try this first.
Moon followed Lithe and Rora and the others to the stern and the steps down to the motivator chamber. Jade had let Chime and Stone come along, but none of the others, telling them to stay and rest. She had said quietly to Moon,
If nothing comes of it, it'll just be...
She didn't finish the thought. Just be another blow on top of all the others, Moon thought. Shade had stayed behind with the recovering warriors, still keeping watch the way he had promised. The chamber took up the whole stern of the Sun Sailor, its air filled with heavy green scents and a salty, acrid odor. and the sound of the steady thrum and rush of water from the motivator just on the other side of the hull. All across the back wall were large, webbed containers for the moss itself. The gray-veined vines that looked unpleasantly like tentacles wound all through it. They led out through an opening in the back wall. Rassel and another Gendari woman had some of the small containers open. Rassel seemed well enough, though the other woman swayed on her feet. Looking around at it all, Niren said, "I'm not sure I understand the mechanism. The motivator is a creature which is eating the moss?" Chime said, "No, it's a plant that's eating the moss."
Eating the heat the moss produces,
Rora corrected.
Rassel, we need samples from all the core moss varietals. I'm going to get the growth liquid out.
There's 3 tons of varietals, Rassel protested. We'll never be able to tell which is the right one.
We might,
Rora countered, going to a set of pottery jars against the far wall. They were all tied up to wooden racks, their lids carefully strapped down.
Lithe here is a Raxra arcanist and may be able to tell.
Rassel and her helper exchanged startled looks, then started to pull various tools out of a storage box. Lithe sat down on the floor nearby. After a moment, Chime went to join her. He said softly,
I know I can't help. If you want me to go... No, I want you to stay,
Lithe told him.
You know more about groundling magic than I do.
After watching them carefully snip pieces of moss out of various containers, while Rora laid out even more containers and more tools, Moon found a seat on the steps. It was becoming rapidly obvious that this process wasn't going to be instantaneous. Stone settled beside him, while Jade and Niren started to pace. Rora carefully put the first sample into a pottery cup of unpleasantly acrid fluid and presented it to Lithe. Lithe cupped it in her hands, and they waited. The 5th time Niren almost tripped on Jade's tail, Moon decided he couldn't take it anymore. This was going to take forever, might lead to nothing, and the intense scents were beginning to make his stomach protest. He told Jade, I'll be up on deck. As he went up the stairs, he realized Stone was following him. He went out the first hatchway, onto the stern deck. There were 2 of Malachite's warriors on top of the cabin overlooking it, and he could sense the presence of more nearby. The wind was still cool, sweeping away the fell stench that still lingered over the Sun Sailor. Moon went to the railing and sat down where he could see the wake. Now it was outlined against the dark water by the little blue glowing bugs or plants that lived in the sea. It was a sign the water was now shallow enough that they were safe from giant oceanlings, though it could give their location away to anything in the air. But between Malachite and her warriors, the Windship and the Kishin who were recovered enough to work the fire weapons, Moon wasn't too worried about that. Stone sat next to him, hissing under his breath at either stiff muscles or the leftover effects of the poison. Moon said, I'm sorry, He wasn't sure how to finish that sentence. I'm just sorry. Me too, Stone said. Then he admitted, I don't know what we could have done differently. Me neither. They had been suspicious, just not of the right people, and now Song was lying cold because of it. Jade doesn't know why she died. She thinks it was just the poison, but you saw her. Stone looked out at the water. Whatever happens, none of the Heians on that flying boat are going to live through this. Whatever happens, Moon agreed. Moon wasn't sure how long they had been sitting there. When Chime bolted out through the hatchway, he crouched beside them, saying breathlessly,
Lithe found it. She found it. It was the 8th sample. It triggered a vision of the Heians' flying boat. They're going to grow it now, so it'll show the direction in the liquid. It'll grow toward the moss aboard the flying boat.
Stone let out a breath of relief. Moon swallowed down the urge to growl. He hoped Van Doyen was afraid. He hoped she knew they were coming. He said, Let's go back inside.
This has been an Audible Studios production of The Edge of Worlds. Written by Martha Wells. Performed by Chris Kapiniak. Producer, Mike Charzik. Copyright 2016 by Martha Wells. Production copyright 2016 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.